advantage that LGD has right now.
I think if you're EHOME, you have to play to win, right? Like you don't want to play for anything but winning. You don't want to be like, oh, we're playing LGD. We could take this as like an experimental series or anything like that, where we're going to try and like bolster ourselves to take second or third or something like that. Because EHOME, when they played each other in the region, they won the first game. They could have won that series. Like they could have definitely taken that series off of LGD, and that would have been massive. But unfortunately, they didn't. You're still in the same patch. I still feel like EHOME certainly have a chance here. I think one thing is like LGD. I think for them, knowing their history, it's good that they didn't get caught in the in the new patch because, like I was telling you before we went live, it was pretty interesting. They lost to Blaze in that qualifier back about 2 years ago at this point. So LGD, they've got some history with taking a little bit of extra time before they really get the patch under their belt. So this is probably their best point. But also the majors and the points are scaling. So I don't know if is winning the whole thing going to be enough. I don't really know the math in my head, but I'm thinking that it should be.
The math I did it yesterday. If they win this and all they need to do is get second, last season the cutoff points for qualification to TI, which LGD did handedly, with highlight reels like we're seeing now, the minimum amount of points was 800. If they win this tournament and then come second in the second tour of DPC, then it's all but guaranteed. Obviously, we don't know what the distribution is going to be between the other 12 teams, but it'll be very hard to imagine that with how good they've looked over the course of the season, that we won't be seeing them do something like that. But, speaking of LGD, one of the things, Black, that we often see happening when teams are in this very, very dominant position for as long as they are, they get this big target on their back, right? Everybody wants to focus on them specifically. But for some reason, it seems to affect LGD less than most other squads. The fact that they are this good for this long. Why do you think it is? Why do these 5 players, what we see on the screen right now, have that edge that no matter what, they still are dominant in every game?
Honestly, I would attribute that mostly to just being them incredibly versatile. Like all of their players have so many heroes. How do we call it? Hero Ocean?
Hero Ocean, yeah.
Yeah, they all have Hero Oceans, which means, sure, you know their playstyle, but what heroes are they gonna use to play that playstyle with, Like they recently started training a lot of Visage, they play like a lot of post-force Snapfire on Syncue, and it's just, like how do you prepare for them? Like you don't. You know how they will play, but they'll just run you over anyway with different heroes. Like you can't outban them, and outdrafting them also seems near impossible, at least on this patch.
Interestingly enough, of all the teams that are going to be playing over the course of the next 3 days, PSG.LGD are the team that has the second most amount of unique heroes picked since the end of TI last year. Aster, though, has just played a lot more games. However, a lot of this versatility that we've been seeing from LGD, normally over the last patch, and we saw this at TI as well, where Yatoro won with one of the heroes, deepest hero pool, the Hero Ocean, like you mentioned. We saw the same from every role on PSG.LGD. But this season, interestingly enough here, Bcop, Ame's only played 10 different heroes, compared and contrasted to, say, someone like Monet, who's played 18 different heroes, which is not something that I normally see. Ame generally tends to be one of the more versatile players. So do you think that LGD, is this a conscious decision where they're like, let's try and limit something for Ame? Or is it just, hey, man, do what you want? You're honestly just that good at this point.
It might be a Zhao Wei decision, honestly. I don't know how much say Ame has in the matter, but I thought at least last year LGD was having a little bit more fun with the season. Maybe with the condensed season, they might have tried to like tighten up, make sure that they didn't drop anything. Last year LGD came in 4th and they had a tiebreaker, and they, it wasn't as stable as it is now. I wonder if they just want to get through the first season, play it as well as they can, knowing the heroes that they can play, knowing that a patch is going to come out, like knowing that you're going to have to learn from the ground up again. So I don't know what it is, but Ame's certainly been dominating, that's for sure. Like Jinkyu's not even playing that many different heroes. It feels like he's not getting a chance to just do like his Void. He was playing Void Spirit, Ember Spirit. He was playing Techies. He was doing all these different things. Now it seems like it's like, all right, you got this, but not like these. Don't play with these. The Techies, Void Spirits, the Embers. Don't look at that. Just play what we tell you.
We've been talking about the versatility and the power of LGD for a while now, but EHOME, I think this season have already shown that they're not a team to be underestimated or disregarded. but they're also a team that has shown consistency, right? From way back when, like some of these players have been playing together since 2019. Everybody now coming together. Zeal felt like the last missing piece. And I really want to talk about Zeal, right? Because Zeal sort of reminds me of Nothing to Say in a fashion. Comes out of sort of nowhere. In 1 year, goes from being a decently good Malaysian player to suddenly being catapulted into a really good position and looking like he's in a team that could contend for the top honors and top slots. So, Black, do we actually have a feeling about the heights that this eHome team can actually reach? Because I don't feel we've really seen them get to their maximum ceiling just yet, despite the amount of potential we've seen from them.
Yeah, I mean, even when they were in Division 2 under Phoenix still, I thought they had an incredible amount of potential, especially Shiro. He's, well, not my boy. I didn't speak to him much lately, but, you know, a while back we were speaking quite a lot. But I also had the pleasure of playing with Zeal a lot because I live in Singapore right now. So I play on the same server as him, and we played pretty much all day together. And it's actually kind of crazy how much better he's gotten since then. Because when he played here, he was kind of average, but now he's just really, really good. So obviously, him joining eHome did a ton for him and the team. And he also quit university, I think, to join eHome. So hopefully, it's going to work out for him. Because if it doesn't, you know, he's going to be pretty mad about that, I think.
He gave an interview a couple of days ago where he was saying that I believe he tried to finish university or got as close to finishing as possible before he started leaving. So if he does have to go back, hopefully it's just like a 6 months thing. You're done. You're already back into your degree. But let's be honest, given the degree of success he's seeing right now on this eHome roster, I think it's going to be a while before he's considering going back to school, especially with how good the team has been looking overall. Gentlemen, before we really get into this game, because we do have a draft coming up very shortly, I want to hear from you. Are we going to get any surprises, any random heroes that you've been seeing occur or happen or emerge in pubs that you're like, I can see an LGD or an eHome whipping this one out in the opening series?
I'm going to cheat right now. Definitely don't have the draft on my right screen. Beastmaster, definitely not a hero we're seeing all that much. But whoa, if we get it, who knows? It's definitely not a second pick kind of thing, or is it? What? This is crazy. I can't believe it. God damn. It's just sometimes it's too easy calling what LGD is going to do. It's too
Beastmaster always, dude. Always.
Ooh, there's the TA.
Yeah.
Okay.
I honestly, at this point, it's so hard to get any surprises in this patch, right? Like everybody just plays the heroes that are strongest with, that are the best in the meta. Of course, Shiro and his TA comes to mind right away. He loves that hero.
That means they might be playing it either safe or mid, right? Because Shiro loves playing TA, but so does 7E. Like, that's definitely keeping it still pretty open for them.
Yeah. I just don't really like TA middle that much this patch. Well, ever since they really nerfed the Reflection Denies, I didn't like it that much. It's very abusable in the mid lane. Like in the safe lane, Bane TA is very hard to contest. The Psy spill is pretty good against the Beastmaster boss as well, so I think it makes quite a bit of sense. And yeah, it's just like mid lane, you really want to have like one of those tempo heroes, right? Like a Puck or one of those spirits or Kunkka, something like that.
Yeah. Bane right now for eHome is their most picked hero overall. This is going to be their 10th game with it in the new season. And so far, so good. Primarily been successful for them. One of the places that we have seen eHome really prioritize in the draft, it does seem to be the case, and the numbers bear this out, that when Zeal and Planet do well, the entire team does well. You know, Shiro, Black, you spoke about it. Like, one of the things about Shiro, he's been so good for so long. He's a reliable kind of carry player. But, you know, with Zeal, obviously, teams know to target him. However, if that lane goes well, we've never seen Zeal and Planet have a good game and then eHome go on to lose. So right now, we're even seeing this. Look at these bans from PSG.LGD. Very wise from Xiaoban. Take out Pango. Do not allow Planet to play Pango. Will we see a Rubik ban, do you think, here, gentlemen, as well?
I think you need to either get that out of the way or the Earthshaker. Planet's just shown too much prowess with those two heroes, and Planet definitely seems like one of those backbones to this eHome squad. You were talking about it a little bit earlier, that this team has played together quite a bit. They played with each other when they were playing under the eHome banner, but for eHome Immortal, and then obviously they went to Phoenix. So these guys have been playing together for quite some time, and like when you give them comfort heroes, that's when they're going to be at their best. And I think they had the Earthshaker when they won that game against LGD. It was a really solid game from eHome, and I wonder if you really need to kind of focus a little bit on Planet's bans because he seems to be the make or break here sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely, without a doubt. Storm Spirit's gonna be picked up here. This is a hero that we've seen resurge quite a bit here in China Black. Every time that it's come out, it's had relatively good results. I think they've only seen like 2-3 losses with this. What do you make of this? You were mentioning you wanted a tempo controller from the mid lane. Are you glad to see it's locked down already from PSG?
Yeah, I mean, Storm is a very strong hero, and I'm sure Nothing to Say plays a good Storm, but it's not really something they play a whole lot. Like, usually he's more on like Void Spirits and Embers, and I will see how accustomed they are. Obviously, you know, it's a big game for them, so I'm sure they, you know, practice with it as well. But yeah, as I said, Storm Spirit, super strong. You can rush for this Orchid and get into a Bloodstone after, or Kaya Sanj. You have this health talent at 15, very strong. But 2 spirits are stronger than 1, my friends. 2 spirits are stronger than 1.
The double up. We used to see this all the time, like Ember Spirit in response to Storm, as we started to see the Spirit Bros really gain resurgence. One thing that's interesting though is this Earth Spirit, we don't see it all that often. However, I'm very excited to see Planets play this hero because these kind of extremely high tempo, you need to do wild things, you know, suits his playstyle perfectly. It is going to be the first game that they pick it up on. So something that's clearly a hidden weapon for them here, BCOP. Is it going to be enough, or does PSG.LGD just have too much jump now that they have the Grimstroke Inkswell combos on both Weaver, Storm Spirit? Obviously, you got the save, and you already have some degree of lockdown and silence.
I'm a little worried about the Earth Spirit actually because it's not really a Planet hero in terms of what he plays in professional games. He's only got like a 40% win rate with that hero. Doesn't really put it up on the board that much. I'd love to see them pull like the Somnus and throw Earth Spirit mid and give Planet like the Ember Spirit in the forward position, but I just don't think that's going to happen. And I do worry about what they're going to do up against this Weaver Grimstroke combo because we've seen Jinkyu on this Weaver a bunch. He plays so greedy. It's honestly concerning sometimes. He's played overly greedy in the past, but he's gotten it just right as the season ended. So I think there's a lot of things here for LGD that I'm really excited for, and I'm worried for EHOME in that sense. But we'll have to see. Faith Beyond, always very consistent in his lane with the Beastmaster. I have no worries that he's gonna really get it done here in some way. Even if his lane doesn't go that well, he is one of the best soft laners to find farm around the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Winding down at the end of the draft here, we can already see the rationale of which team places priority on which player. Ame obviously will get the pick of the litter for his carry players, one of the best players in the world right now, in my opinion. While EHOME, of course, Zeal is going to be the site of them coming back into this one. With so few bans and not that much reserve time for EHOME here, Black, what do you pick in this offlane to give yourself a fighting chance?
It's gonna be a tough pick because they have a lot of silences. They have BKB piercing lockdown. Maybe something like a Legion commander to purge the roar. Maybe get another initiation. Yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
Sheesh, he does it right. He gets the call. 4 times multicast. I can't believe it.
That's why they pay you the big bucks. Yeah. All right, Peacock's your turn. It's your turn. All right, we need a carry for Ame. It's on you.
That's not fair. EHOME didn't ban a lot of Ame heroes. They didn't ban a lot of carries. I thought they would focus Ame a little bit more. But
good luck, dude.
I guess they didn't. Dude, they're gonna go Drow or something like that. They're just gonna throw
I think
the Drow
Drow
in the mix.
Terrorblade, honestly.
Oh, well, Terrorblade's banned, so is it gonna be Drow? If I get this, I'm gonna like kind of walk off for a second.
Oh,
okay.
Troll.
You know when it just goes silent for a second before the hero shows up? That's like just that little bit of like, did I get it? And then I didn't. Well, I'm surprised.
Yeah,
with
but
this
then
Troll
instead of
because
Drow Ranger.
Oh god, if it was Drow, it would have been so much better. Troll was really mostly played by God King. Ame didn't really pick it up that much. I'm a little surprised that they went to the Troll. Trying something a little bit different.
It's a hard counter though to Legion. It's a hard counter to Legion in the lane, very strong. And also against TA in the mid game, you build a Bash Skadi. TA will do nothing to you. You have plus 13 armor at level 10 with the talent. Like you have like 20 at level 10 already. It's crazy. It's crazy.
But is it fast enough here, Black? Because oftentimes that we see a team play with a Storm Spirit, you require the hero that is able to keep pace. You know, you don't want to be playing far ahead from your carry in that position. In this game, is it fast enough? Is this troll, like you mentioned, hard counter to Legion is going to play really well in the lane. Afterwards, he's going to spend some time, obviously, farming up the jungle. Does he go for this farm-oriented build that we sometimes see, say, for example, from the God King? Or is he going to say, you know what, we want to win at 28 minutes, let's go all in on the fighting items and push the tempo as fast as possible?
I would love to see Maelstrom just be able to take Roche earlier, play faster with the Beastmaster, and it's also really good against TA because every proc, like you reduce the amount by 2 instead of 1, right? So if he does that, I don't think it's actually too greedy, and then you just go Maelstrom BKB with that Aegis timing, should be very good for your Storm Spirit.
And B-Cup, where you saw the last pick LC from the side of EHOME, right? Now there's difficulties, of course, with the presence of the Troll Warlord, but it does give them some purges, it gives them some hard lockdown against the Storm Spirit, and it is a hero that Zeal has done quite well on in the past. Is this enough? Can they rely on the Legion Commander to bring them that a little bit of additional, the 5% or the 10% that you need to try and get one over on LGD, like we saw them do in Game 1 in normal League play?
I think it's going to be a little bit difficult. I think there is a lot of comfort here for LGD, and I don't know. I think the person to focus on is going to be Planet. You got to see what he's going to do with Earth Spirit, and that's really where it's going to fall for me. Does he play well in the early game? Does he get it done? Who knows? I'm
so
still
2 LGDs basically.
Yeah.
I think it sounds like 2 LGDs from y'all. We'll see if we're going to get something different. I'm going to go for EHOME. Planets, the green behind me. I'm going to be backing this Earth Spirit. Let's see if he can make it happen with the opening game in the China Regional Finals. PSG.LGD versus EHOME. We've got Back and Bleakop on the mic. Take it away, boys.
Right into the game. Look at us. Look at that. Just one transition draft right there. Boom. We're in. Right, Black?
Yeah, just like we're used to, right? In, out.
Yeah. In, out, ready to go. I honestly, I was watching your stream. I think that Ogre game got to you a little bit.
That game was so good.
You were just yelling 4 times. I can't believe it. I'm just watching you go nuts.
Did you see that damage? I killed full HP heroes.
Yeah, because you were just getting 4 times on every ignite. It wasn't fair.
It was way too much fun, man. That's how Dota can be fun, right?
Yeah.
No griefers, play an ogre. What else can you do?
Was that ogre off?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Might have first item before boot.
Yeah, that's my 5 position. Come on.
I know. That's why you always lose. Except today, apparently.
Not me doing it. I've been playing 4, but the 5 position. That's what I'm playing with. Is always first item Midas. It's very discouraging.
Of course. And if it's you, you don't do that, right?
No, I would never do that. I don't play a lot of ogre anyway. Although I watch your stream and I kind of want to do it.
You do it on AA though.
No, well, I've been holding back. But God King gave me the approval, so.
He said mid AA.
True. And that was
anyway, enough of our pub adventures. We are just scrubs compared to these players. You said LG is gonna win, cause too much comfort, right?
I think there's a lot of comfort here, and I think there's a lot of like what we've seen them do in this draft time and time again. And they can open it up for Ame. I don't think Ame necessarily needs to go anything fast. Like he's already got Battle Fury queued up. Like I think with these 4 heroes, once you hit 6 on Beastmaster, Inkswell with the Weaver, and obviously, well, Jinkyu's going into an urn right now. I'm very curious about what he's gonna do with his build because it has been greedy, you know, at times.
But also not greedy.
Yeah, that was the odd one when he went first item Maelstrom.
That was glorious though, and then they lost straight after. I was so happy to see that they lost because otherwise everyone would have done it.
Yeah, you got punished. Got punished hard.
I'm actually surprised that Arm is going into this slower item though. Because with this Storm Spirit together, like if he goes Orchid first, which he probably will against Ember Spirit, you do want to be able to take the Roshan fast, and Maelstrom helps you a lot with that. So maybe he'll change his mind, or maybe LG just plans to play a much slower game, as they like to. They're very calculated in their gameplay always.
Yeah, very meticulous, very calculated, and sometimes we see them go a little bit off the books, but we really haven't seen them do that much. And it was something we talked about in the draft where it was just like, have we really seen LGD have like fun? Not fun in the sense that they're beating up on everybody else, but fun in the sense that their drafts are a little bit different. Like, we have been seeing some Nothing to Say Tinker, which I think is him having a little bit of fun, but like they aren't giving these odd heroes and these different heroes to some of the players that I thought they might be doing.
Yeah, I mean, now it's like time to be 100% serious, right? Like, you had your first big Tinkers out of the way in the regional league, but now it's time to really play what you're best at. And they show that straight away with like Beastmaster and Weaver first 2 picks. Can't get more standard than that right now in the patch. Also suits their playstyle very well. So yeah, like LGD is gonna go all out here, 100%.
Damn, Planet's got a pretty quick earn.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Did he just go into
Yeah,
regen in the lane? I didn't catch
no, I
it.
think
He's
probably
already
like
got
one
the
lead.
earn.
Always keeping middle.
Yeah, you're gonna look for the roll coming in. Boulder smash on to Nothing to Say, and they're see if they can get this kill. They've got the Searing Chains. Y coming through. Looking for the Inkswell turnaround, but Nothing to Say will fall for first blood, and there should be a turn here for Y to get a kill. So 1-for-1 mid. Meanwhile, you've got the Bane over by going down to Faith Beyond and Jinku, who are playing very aggressively, and that's something that we've seen them do quite a bit. With the Boar level 2, you've got Jinku moving in. He does quite a bit of damage on this Weaver early. They can play aggressive on this Bane if he's not too careful.
It's a nasty lane, honestly. Like, once you're slowed by a Boar and you got the Weaver bugs on you, like, you just take so much extra damage from all sources, including the Boars, while you're slowed. Like, there's just nothing you can do. And yeah, like, if you ever caught out the position, you're just dead. Has to be very careful on the Bane. One of the worst support heroes, honestly, against that Beastmaster. Because you can't really clear out the Boars at all.
Question for you that chat will ask. It's definitely not my inexperience, but can you pull the Nightmare off with the Boar? Or this should be a chat question. For all the people in chat, I got you guys. You know, we're gonna be a noob friendly stream. I definitely knew the answer to that, obviously, and yeah, I mean that's what makes it so hard for Bane, right? Like, you want a Nightmare to slow them down, but at the same time, it's like, oh, I've got 2 Boars. One will take the Nightmare off, and the other one will slow you down and help me get a couple of kills. And he's also stacking with the Boar too. That was impressive.
Yeah,
I like that.
Faith Beyond is just, he plays so many summon heroes. At this point, he's probably like the top 1 or top 2 summon heroes players. The other one that comes to mind is Ice, of course. He loves his micro heroes as well. But yeah, Faith Beyond has been owning on Lycan, on Beastmaster. He played one more.
Zeal getting a little bit low. He was rooted for a second. You've got Planet getting the kill on a Jinku with 3 heroes down over bottom, and that's why they were allowed to get aggressive up towards top and then get this kill onto Zeal, as Ame will find it. So a kill on both ends of the map. 1 and 1. Now 3 and 2.
Bunch of fucking roots.
Oh, roll in,
again.
and that's gonna hit. Geomagnetic Grip, Boulder Smash, looking for the kill and Nothing to Say. They just don't have the damage. Oh, can it get that Invis rune to fill up the bottle? But instead, Nothing to Say. He picks it up, and he didn't have his bottle on him. Inkswell, Geomagnetic Grip, that lands. They've got the Urn on Innocence, but he's gonna survive. He gave the bottle up just so Jinku could get the rune, and then gets it himself.
No, what was supposed to happen is that he thought he TP'd him from the fountain to refill the bottle, which he didn't. And then the bottle didn't get refilled, and then he took the invis without the bottle. I think he just griefed him super hard. He was probably hoping that he has to go to base, so he can take mid lane. Oh, that was funny.
I'll take the bottle, and then it won't get filled, and then I'll
Can Y do it?
Get my experience.
He did it.
Yeah, he's got him. That's a real support.
Yeah, he won't do him dirty like Xingqiu. He's like, and now he goes to stack the jungle, Xingqiu. It's like, damn it, my plan has been foiled.
Dude, they're stacking all over the place. Look at these stacks in the jungle. There's so many.
Like, now this Battle Fury makes so much sense. Like, if he gets it up to a good time, they have to be careful though. Like, if TA gets out of control and she can steal those stacks somehow.
Ooh, Nothing to Say is gonna grab him. Okay.
Yeah, like, don't for sure, but the ancient stacks you gotta protect. because TA will be online just a little bit faster than a troll.
Are they made any stacks in their own triangle? Yeah, okay, they stack each camp once.
Yeah, but of course you want to get much more than that. At the same time though, like if you get this fast battlefield on troll and you lose map control.
Oh, planet. Oh,
we're
Jinkyu,
close.
he was trying to step in front. That would have been impressive. But he's still the stack, so now you gotta clean it up.
Yeah, now you gotta protect them. But honestly, it's not easy for the Radiant to invade either, right? Like their team fight is not that strong early on. Legion Commander is quite shut down in the off lane against the Troll, of course, who is pretty close to his battlefield already. Just 2k gold away. He's gonna have a very good timing on it.
God, 8 minutes in, and he's got the perseverance and phase boots. It's not like he waited and just went like brown boots, Battle Fury. He's just having a really good lane.
Yeah, I'm a little bit scared for the Ember Spirit perhaps, because he didn't have the best lane. Well, at least he maxed Flame Guard, so he will be able to catch up. But it also means his offensive capabilities aren't as strong.
So 1k lead already for LGD.
Again. Yeah,
Not
good Y.
really too surprising. There's the roll onto Y. They've got the Boulder Smash, puts him under the tower with the Geomagnetic Grit. They're trying to get this kill. Inkswell before he dies, and that's on a creep that ends up stunning the Ember. We've got the Nightmare on, nothing to say. They get the kill on his ZZQ. The Ball Lightning looking for a +1, trying to get in front of Planet, but he rolls over the side. They look over with the duel, and they've got themselves 3 again. Troll coming in to try and get some help here. Ball Lightning in on a Planet. Should be able to get this kill in return, but no, he just gets the roll off. Eventually, nothing to say, will get the kill. And 70 came in. So he's hit with the Vortex. He's pulled back. Press the attack comes out from Zeal.
Oh,
They have the silence with the Phantom's Embrace. Tries to run it off, and, well, he tries and succeeds.
That was
A little bit
so
of
close.
a sloppy fight from both sides.
Yeah, would have ended even worse if you got 1 or 2 rules on the Ember there. But luckily for EHOME, that didn't happen. But still, I would say a win for LGD, like the Troll with the Battle Fury, is reading it up quite hard. Any even exchange you can take, you're happy with.
Smoke coming
TA,
out.
2,000 away from her Desolator. That's when she will be able to clean up those stacks. Yeah, where are they going to? Just waiting in
Straight
the water.
mid on 70,
right
Phantom's Embrace. It's gonna follow.
no way.
But yeah, quickly
But once
killed.
that Remnant is out, there's nothing you can do really. Like it takes about a second for the Phantom to even reach. Like if you can't react there, you know, you got other problems to worry about.
Minutes into the game, and man, like Troll is not only keeping up, but he is ahead. And as I said, he's probably gonna fall behind the TA for a split second. Yeah, and he's now only 800 gold away from finishing off the Battle Fury. Like this is gonna be a very quick pickup for him, and they need to slow him down. And that's exactly what they're gonna try and do. They've got 6. They have Fiend's Grip ready, so they'll go duel into the Fiend's Grip. Should get the kill. And they're going to bring a 4th. Wow, Remnant up top. So they really want to make sure Ame slows down a little bit, and that's exactly what they're going to do. And, well, now TA ahead by about 300 gold.
Yeah, this is generally why carries want to, you know, sort of go away from the safe lane as soon as enemy heroes are missing and just start pressuring the enemy safe lane, because then these kind of plays just can't happen. And a little bit unfortunate. I think he was about to leave the lane, actually, Ame was. They caught him just in time. Like, if Legion wasn't there to duel him, he would have been out of there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're kind of invading the jungle, but I think it's with hopes that they were still stacking to maybe set something up for like TA or Ember or even Legion to try and take these stacks. But unfortunately, those stacks have been taken. They haven't been remade, and they're not going to really find much more value out of the jungle than just the normal camps.
Yeah. That kill on the Troll, though, was absolutely massive, so they're going to be pretty happy with it regardless. Look at the gold difference suddenly between TA and him. 1,400, because he can't farm his own ancient stacks. Like, he loses a lot of value.
Crazy.
Yeah, his battlefield was just delayed by like a minute and a half. Just with that one death. Otherwise, he would be literally the same net worth as TA, or maybe even a bit higher, because their stack is a bit bigger.
Yeah, I was just saying he's ahead by about 100 gold, and now he's down by 1,200 gold. Like, that is some farming efficiency, and I believe that came off the back of some stacks over in the triangle for the Radiant. So it's a lot here for the TA that basically gives Shiro the Deso. If nothing to say, doesn't get a kill on a Shiro right before, which would slow it down just a split second. They got the Swarm coming out, the Ball Lightning coming in, the Vortex, the Phantom's Embrace. Overwhelming odds on to 3. Inkswell pops, Sun's up 2. They've got the duel afterwards. They already killed off Shiro. They'll end up losing Y. Seal doesn't get the winner chicken dinner on that one, and he won't even survive. 70 coming over, trying to get a kill on a nothing to say he has the Searing Chains. The damage, though, is not going to be enough. They'll dying. I think Jinkyu was ready with the Shikuchi right on top. Now nothing to say the trap damage.
Probably still not worth it though for the Ember Spirit. Like he definitely. Wait, Bane? Is he gonna try for the solo kill?
They have Fiend's Grip, so he can hold this a long time, but he's gonna be in the creep wave and by a tower, so I wouldn't suggest it.
Yeah, he would not have had enough damage to solo kill him there with the Fiend's Grip.
And then
but
you just have Fiend's Grip on your stab.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscalculation by the Ember Spirit there. As they're very, very happy. The Troll was just farming the entire time while the TA died. So LG is very happy with this, now 2k ahead. And Storm Spirit is going to the fast Orchid, as he said before he would. And he's about 300 gold off that. Look at Ember Spirit. Being forced to go Yules first on Ember Spirit is like the worst feeling in Dota. And he doesn't even have it yet.
Also, it's going to be a double Orchid timing for LGD, because you've got Jinkyu building an Orchid as well, and he's already got himself one Oblivion Staff.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, to be able to cancel the Bane and also just control the Legion Commander so he can't save anyone. I actually quite like that pickup. Can backfire though, he's only sitting at 900 health. Like anything and everything can kill him this game.
I wouldn't really be surprised if we ended up seeing him just go like Orchid Ags and constantly have the save potential. One with the silence and one with the time lapse. He's been greedy in the past, but we'll see. I feel like he goes like one greedy item and then kind of calms it down a little bit normally. At the same time, he's also gone all greedy.
Yeah. I mean, you know, the more there's on the line, the more serious he's gonna play though, I'm sure. And now the Orchid timing is up. They want to smoke. Got some smoke and smoke action.
5-man smoke, Inkswell with the Ball Lightning. They've got the silence on to 7E.
And now you're in this, as we like to call it, problem city as Ember Spirit. You don't have your Yules. Even after you have it, it's gonna be like minute 17, minute 18. And then what's your game plan from there? You don't have Maelstrom to catch back up. Like your game is gonna be incredibly slow throughout the entire game.
Immediately a nightmare, but pulled off. Like, there's not much that ZZQ can do, and Zeal and Shiro kind of come over thinking that they can get something out of this. They'll pop the huge traps. Time lapse into the duel. They've got the Soul Bind on both those heroes. They get the duel victory. They kill off Planet. They've got the Primal Roar on the both of them. They'll finish off Zeal, go for Shiro, take them both out, and it costs them just a Weaver. And that is the perfect turnaround, and maybe a little bit over ambitious from EHOME.
Yeah, it will cost them the Roshan too. Like, they had some really good traps, 2 4-man hero traps, but you don't really have follow-up damage. Herb Spirit got a very good magnetize on 4 heroes as well, but he gets silenced by the Phantom. You can't follow up anymore. He dies, and he's like the whole teamfight damage they have, because Ember Spirit was dead already. And now this game is snowballing out of control for LGD. Storm Spirit with that fast Aegis, as we said in the draft as well. And how do you stop this guy now? You have so many problems to address.
Yeah, definitely, and it's going to be a big issue. He's got that Aegis, he's got the Orchid, he's going into the Kaya Sanj. Weaver, Jinkyu, top of the net worth in the support area, and honestly kind of kicking it close to Zeal. Close enough where it doesn't really feel that great, but obviously you don't get to see the net worth charts in-game.
Yeah. He also just picked up a Dominator, or rather Helm of the Overlord on Beastmaster, so you have an additional problem now to handle as well. And the Frenzy Troll is going to take down towers in seconds. Yeah, it's going to be rough to come back into this game.
Yeah, it's very tough to teamfight, especially when you've got Soulbind and the Primal Roar ready to go, because that's almost a guaranteed, with how close these heroes need to get, it's almost a guaranteed double Primal Roar.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be Roar. It could just be a double Electric Vortex. Same effect, really.
Radiant's
Well,
bottom tower
Glyph has already been expanded by the Radiant, so the tier 2 bottom is gone. He has duels this time.
I don't know if he's still going to get out, but they will turn their attention over onto ZZQ. The Nightmare onto Ame finally gets pulled off, and eventually they do get the kill here onto the Bane, and they'll look over at the bottom tier 2, take that too.
Radiant's bottom
So
tower has fallen.
they're pushing high ground already. This is crazy. This is 18 minutes into the game, and they're thinking about pushing the high ground. Zeal marching back and forth, but Frenzy Ame? What are they going to do?
They know that he has no TP on Ember. They can play really aggressively. Tower's already gone. They might just lose the Rex here.
Rax might go too. They've got an Aegis to
So what's
work
the
with.
counterplay?
It's so scary to go.
Okay, those couple of Sideblade spills, they also saw the BKB on TA. He's actually still incredibly farmed, even though he died twice. So they're gonna respect that. You know, 7k lead. No need to throw anything away, just build upon that lead. And kill that Earth Spirit.
Oh,
Goodbye.
gosh, mid. Yeah, Planet really not having the best of games. He's 1-3 and 4. We've got the Inkswell on the Thunderhide that's coming through. They've also got the Soulbind out. The duel comes through. Trying to lock up, nothing to say, and they will get the victory, but it's only going to be the Aegis. They get the kill on a 70. They'll take out Jinkyu, so they lose the Weaver, but the Inkswell looking to pop right on top of the Bane once again. He avoids it with the Nightmare, but it won't keep him alive. Silence out onto Zeal. They'll kill off the Legion. 4 heroes dead. TA's BKB is not going to last much longer. It's a 3-man trap pop, but it really doesn't end up doing much for them. They got the victory on the duel, but he had the Aegis. They kill off Jinkyu, but that's it. Again, it costs the price of admission's Weaver's life. They don't really care.
Yeah, they don't care at all, especially because Armin was still farming throughout it all as well. Now very close to an 11k gold lead. And like you're running out of tools really to fight with. Like Ember Spirit just keeps getting locked down. He can't really get many spells off. Even if he does, you don't have the Maelstrom to empower your Sleight of Fist. Like you did like maybe 100 damage with it. It's nothing at this point in the game. Like Beastmaster auras are too strong. And you're gonna need like a miracle fight on the back of this TA.
So the Fist Searing Chains, ball lightning through, look for the silence on to nothing to say. They do get it. It's actually a silence on the Jinkyu as well, but they've got themselves the Vortex, the Lockdown, the right clicks all coming through in the Shiro. Shiro doesn't have his BKB, and they're gonna get themselves Shiro and Zeal. They'll run after 70. The roll comes down on a Jinkyu, and again, is the price of admission gonna be this Weaver? It might be. The Magnetizes out on a 5.
Take it down.
He had a Geomagnetic Grip, silence, and Jinkyu, he's gonna survive. All right, so this time they don't have to pay the price. They just get it all for free.
Middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, see if they want to pressure high ground again or just go back. Looks like they just want to go back. Yeah, like honestly, at this point, I'm not entirely sure what they can do. Like even if they all 5 go on the troll, like he is so incredibly tanky. Look at his armor. He's sitting at 35 next to the Beastmaster. He's getting plus 14 from that Berserker rage, as we said previously. Like the entire TA effect is already negated, and there's just one hero that you can't like do anything to. Like you didn't even address any of the other heroes yet. The Golem is just running at the Bane. They don't have any answer to that, because if TA focuses the Golem, then they have no damage to kill the other heroes.
Yeah. Weaver's also got the Orchid ready to go. He's going into a Mage Slayer. Not an item we see picked up that much.
For what? They have no spell damage.
It looks cool. Remnant, Sleight of
Trolling
Fist,
a bit.
Inkswell. You're going to get close and you might get stunned by the Inkswell. Remnant forward once again. They're looking for
out of
why.
mana.
Soulbind. And yeah, he doesn't have a lot of mana, so the Soulbind, the Orchid comes out from Jinkyu. They've got themselves the Primal Roar. And press the attack's not going to matter. He ends up dead. 70 dies. Planet goes down. The ball lightning all the way through. Looking for Zeal. He's got the Shadow Amulet. Trap down. Silence there. Damage out. And there's the kill. 3 heroes down to the side of EHOME. And this is really just getting out of control. And I was like,
Now
all
pick
right,
up.
I'm done chasing. I'll farm bottom.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
It's
go
not
for it.
supposed to be a flame towards EHOME, but have you ever seen in the entire season that we just casted, have you ever seen EHOME beat this, like, you know, chanceless? Like they can't do anything. They just look completely lost. They look like a tier below LGD, you know? They have like no chance.
It almost feels like a different EHOME. Like,
Yeah, or a different LGD.
yeah, because coming into the season, I liked EHOME's chances of being middle of the pack. And I guess where they were, yes, technically they are middle of the pack, but they did make the major regional finals. So
They did.
I think that was exceeding expectations. And I kind of this game, and it's just one game. I don't want to completely throw it out of the realm of possibility that they do reverse sweep, but it looks completely different from that. Not only them, and like you said, like LGD as well. It's crazy.
Yeah,
Completely.
I mean, Dota's always a game, like, LGD is making them look bad, right? It's not that they are bad, but LGD is just playing so well right now that anything EHOME does, like, it just bears no fruit at all. Now
Yeah.
another quick smoke after killing the Ember Spirit. They know they can't fight without the Ember at all. But probably what's gonna happen is they're just gonna wait for Roshan to finish the game.
LGD make everybody look bad at times, and Zeal's just gonna go down real quick. They've got the silence out, and Bane will go into a shadow amulet.
Yeah, screw that. Roshan is for the weak. We are LGD. That's probably just gonna be 2 sides down.
Maybe even a GG call, because they are diving. They want to feast here, and I believe the Fiend's Grip was used and immediately
Half a
orbited.
second, yeah.
And less than that, and they've got the dive bomber that hits on a Shiro that allows them to get the soulbind off. BKB gets popped, the Venom's Embrace comes out, they've got the double primal roar. BKB or not, you're still locked down, Shiro. 70's gonna go down, they'll get the kill into the Ember, he's gonna buy back immediately. They go for Zeal, they'll take out the Legion. Dead for 70 seconds. They look over at Shiro trying to run into the base, but unable to do so. Ame is unstoppable, and so is LGD as they take a very quick game number 1.
That was
A
brutal.
slaughter. They
Yeah.
took him
Like, there was no chance.
out of the barn
They already
and
gave
slaughtered
him
him.
the early game looked decent, Nico, but there was nothing after. Like, after,
It
what,
looked good.
7-8 minutes, it's all LGD. Like, the only thing they had during that entire time was 1 troll kill.
Wow. I mean, that's just the power. Yes, there. Yeah, please. That is the power of
That is-
LGD. That is so
That-
rough.
so-
I mean, you watch it, it's tough.
How I know that LGD is one of the best teams and arguably the best team in the world is before the game, Black is talking to us and saying he hopes and prays that Ame goes for this more aggressive tempo tile build so he can play in the same time frame as the Storm Spirit. He doesn't need to. He's good enough that he can just go straight for Battle Fury, get it at 12 minutes, be
Oh my
up
God.
on net worth the entire game. I mean, this entire game, only Shiro, it felt like, on the side of EHOME was allowed to play Dota. 7E got
Yeah.
nothing out of it. You mentioned, Black, that he had to be forced into building Yules. That didn't matter. By the time he got to the Yules, there's 2 Orchids in the enemy team, plus the Grimstroke. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah, plus the roar. like in this kind of game, really, if you play Ember versus Storm and you lose the early game as either of those heroes, like whether you're Storm or Ember, you are going to feed.
Mm.
It's just like they counter each other too hard.
It
that
was,
was
I
rough.
feel like PSG.LGD just counters everybody too hard because they took a resounding game 1 here in the China regional finals. And the way that they played JB Cup, right, it's not just that they had a far superior draft, right? The draft was good, but they completely choked out EHOME. Black was mentioning how up until 8 minutes, that's like the last point a game could be played. They got that 1 great kill on Troll. Then there was, for me, there was that fight on the top lane where they almost killed Storm Spirit. Nothing to say, was on like 100 HP. 7E zipped back to try and go for the aggressive play, died instantly under the tier 1, and it felt like the whole game just fell apart afterwards.
Yeah, and I think it was falling apart a little bit before that too. I think you gotta expect that they're making a bunch of stacks in the jungle. They never really invaded to try and take the stacks away from LGD, because nothing to say he farmed up a bunch of triple, quadruple stacks, and like I don't know, EHOME looked lost, whereas LGD, they looked like that moment where you're finished building your computer and you press the on button and it boots up and you just go, yeah, everything's working as intended, and it works so well. And it just, I don't know, that was a whole different LGD. Yeah, that was nuts. That was everything working on the same cylinder. They were one voice right there. They might be a hive mind. I don't know. It could be.
It was kind of incredible to watch. I mean, we've become accustomed of late to not expect soulbind combos to always land in a fight, but it felt like on this game they were doing it on command. I saw double roars. I lost count of how many times I kept seeing that happen. And Black, what could they have done differently on the side of EHOME? You mentioned that 7E was kind of screwed. He had a bad, after you lose the lane, you know that the game's going to be a bit screwy, but Shiro did everything he was supposed to do. Unfortunately, we didn't see Zeal be able to match that same tempo. We didn't even get to the Blink Dagger on this LC. Super late Blade Mail. Was it the hero, or did things just go that catastrophically wrong that it's just not possible to play this draft against a team like LGD?
I mean, I think just too many things went wrong. Like, you lost your mid lane pretty hard. Like, nothing to say, just outplayed him. And then Zeal has no chance in that lane because you're playing against a troll. And you're losing 2 lanes already. And the Beastmaster is still getting all his farm. You know, he's getting his fast Dominator. And you didn't really win any lane. And if you don't win any lane in Dota, it's just really hard to make any plays happen. And I'm really impressed with Planet usually, but Earth Spirit this time around also felt very just powerless. It was because if you play into the LGD draft, right? Like, you have to roll in, but you're rolling into Beastmaster aura with the Dominator as well. Like, you are going to get shredded in a second, and it's happened every fight. Like, so I don't quite know why they picked the Earth Spirit into this, because you don't want to roll into 5 heroes and die in 1 second. You want to keep reapplying that Magnetize. You are your only team fight if Ember Spirit is that weak, and if you get taken out instantly every fight, there's just no damage.
Absolutely. Fight after fight, we just saw them lack damage on the side of EHOME. Even when setups would be decent, they just couldn't make anything happen afterwards. And unfortunately, this problem certainly not present for PSG.LGD. They were just jumping heroes on command. And one of the things that really impressed me, how many times have we seen teams in this dominant a position make a silly mistake trying to push the high ground? But PSG.LGD, not even caution, it just felt like they understood exactly when and where to go for these high ground pushes. And it works out for them. So now the question is, gentlemen, is there any hope? B-Cop, you mentioned in the draft that EHOME felt not just that they lost this game, but they felt off-kilter. They felt rattled by how the game actually played out. Will this have an effect on their confidence for the second game? Or will they be able to make that rallying happen around, just say, GG, go next, we can play better than that?
I think sometimes you do, like, just going to go to the next game, right? You don't want to let that mentality, you don't want to sit in a game like that for 5-10 more minutes than you need to. You let that game kind of end, you get out of that, you shake it off, you go outside to get a deep breath of fresh air, and then you come into the next one. I think you need to focus a little bit on Planet kind of getting a better hero. We talked about how he seems to be the backbone for EHOME, and he needs to be able to do more, I want to say. I don't really like him on the Ember. I don't know if it was just it was the draft in general too. Like, it wasn't just he was uncomfortable in that position, but it wasn't really like he was comfortable around that draft either. And I think for EHOME, there's always a chance for them. And that's the great thing about the Chinese region. I truly do think that every team in this region has a chance. Obviously, there's only 4 teams playing in this regional final, but I think that EHOME, not many people would have given them a chance to be here, and here they are. So to give them a chance to come back and do more, yeah. Okay.
Ban Beastmaster.
Right. But then you got to ban more from Faithion. You ban Beastmaster.
Fan base like it. Okay. Don't give him this tempo.
He plays like it. That's it.
Yeah, but every time LGD crushes, it's when they play Lycan or Beast, right? The game is so fast.
Yeah, it's not fair.
To buttress your point that, like, they have 100% win rate this season with Beastmaster, and they have a 71% win rate with the Lycan. So anytime those heroes are present, this is probably the result. Well, now it stays 100% after this resounding victory. So definitely some focus for some bans here. One thing I want to talk about, though, we talked about Ame on the troll. Okay, we see this hero come out. Ame hasn't played troll since last year. Why did it feel like he's been playing troll every single game? This was... Honestly, you're a carrier player, Black. How on earth did he pull this off? Like, seriously, like, how? What happened?
Believe it or not, Ame is a very good player. Like, I see him play tons of pubs every day. Yeah, crazy, right? In what world we live in. But like, he played a lot of trolls in his pub. So actually what happens is, right, a lot of heroes that he doesn't play in official games, I see him grind out in pub games a lot. And troll was definitely one of them. And you can see why. Like, obviously, he knew, screw that Maelstrom, I'm just going to go Battle Fury, time into a much stronger mid-game timing, and then, we just overrun them anyway. What does Black know? What do I need a Maelstrom for, fool?
You
Damn
just need to.
noob.
You don't need to buy items like a Maelstrom. You just need to be army. If you can be army, you can build practically whatever you want for any game.
Yeah.
But honestly, I want to see from them as well something that we've seen before from PSG.LGD, which is a bit worrying. Bcop is the fact that even if they beat you with a specific draft, the next game they'll draft something entirely different. So you might not be able to even learn and adapt to what came from game one.
It's not fair. That's like when the teacher's like, all right, guys, here's the review for the test. You come in the next day, you're like, all right, I studied. I'm so ready for this test. Boom, pop quiz. These are all different questions. I wasn't prepared for this. I don't know what's going on. This is my last test of my senior year. I need this to be an A. Like, you can't do this to me. They're just gonna play something completely different, and it's not gonna be fair. They'll be like, "Oh, we'll ban Beastmaster," and then LGD's gonna be like, "All right, you ban Beastmaster, we're going Tinker, and we're gonna go something ridiculous like Lycan, or maybe we're just gonna go Tide with Faith Beyond. We don't care. It doesn't matter. We're so good at everything. We just like it's so crazy. Like it's not fair. It's just not fair. I don't want to play against it. That's what I keep my rank low on purpose. I keep my medals low on purpose, so I don't have to play against stuff like this, where I think I'm ready, and then I am so wrong. Like, keep me in the lower brackets. Definitely the reason why.
I mean, nobody.
Yeah, of course.
Speaking of lower brackets, it's beckoning now for EHOME. And one of the great things about the regional finals, everybody's in the money just for being here. You get that nice little chunk of change. However, only the top two get points. If EHOME somehow manage to get into the top two, they will be more than tripling their points tally that they gained from Tour 1 of the DPC. So for them, Black, we spoke about PSG's pressure, where clearly they actually don't even care, whatever, they're the best in the world. But for EHOME, right, you could potentially see this not actually contributing to your road towards TI, right? Is that going to increase the pressure on them, or do you think it'll fire them up so they play harder to try and ensure that they skate in as closely as possible?
It can really go either way with young players. Like the perfect example for where it goes the perfect way is Sumail, right? Like, he's really young. He comes. He doesn't care about any pressure in the world. He just beats me up. I'm like, okay, I just lost to like a 16-year-old kid. Damn it. But then there's also other examples where it completely backfires. They're like, oh my god, there's so much pressure. Or they start sweating. They have all these tissue boxes on their table, and they just can't seem to perform. And honestly, EHOME in game one looked like that, but it could also just be like an off game, and maybe they recover for game two. But a loss like that can be very devastating for a young team like EHOME is.
Yep. Part and parcel of being a professional player, though, is dealing with losses. So before we get into the second draft, Bcop, give me your over-under. Are we going to at least get a more competitive game from EHOME? Even if you don't necessarily think they'll win, do you think that they'll at least bring the game more to PSG.LGD?
Before I answer that, I just got to say, was that a Sylar reference with the tissues on the table and everything? I'm just going to try and bail you out on saying tissues on the table like crybabies. That was a Sylar reference, right? Like, he's just putting it on the mouse and everything. Right?
That's
sure.
a lot of players. That's Silers. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think EHOME have a chance. It was crazy because, Snare, you said 27 minutes. LGD, we're going to win the game. Didn't even need to take that long. Like, it didn't even get to that point. I was like, Snare said 27 minutes. We're 20. No, we were at like 18 minutes. They were pushing the high ground. I was like, this is out of control right now. I think LGD, they can play slow drafts fast. That's what worries me. I want EHOME to be competitive, but I worry that LGD just hits 7th gear. I know some cards do that, but I'm just saying they hit 7th gear. Normally 6 gears. Oof. They're in 7th. They might hit the 8th.
Well, we're going to see if they have what it takes to unlock that 7th gear, if they have that additional drive in the engine, as we are getting into the second and potentially final draw for the series. It's game 2 of PSG.LGD versus EHOME. Let's see some heroes here, boys. And EHOME already off to a much better start. You go for first pick IO. You make me happy. And also, this is one of the heroes overall that has the highest win rates, but we haven't seen that much IO from EHOME. So what do you feel about this here, Black? They haven't played it at all this season. This is their first time whipping it out. Is it going to be a similar dynamic as with Ame, where despite not playing it, they still crush with it, even though they have to play it into AA here, Black? Let's go!
AA Storm against IO. Yeah, IO is not going to have a whole lot of fun here. But it's an incredibly strong hero for the laning phase, for mid and late game. Like, he's just strong at any phase in the game. But as you said, we haven't seen him play it a whole lot. But if everything is on the line, you gotta be able to play what you pick. And I don't think they just picked it on a whim, right? It's like, oh, if we don't pick it, they'll pick it. Like, they definitely thought about this, and hopefully it will work. But yeah, like if you're an inexperienced IO player, you play against Storm AA, you are going to feel very sad.
I'm
I
a
think you're
big
sad
fan
no
of
matter
Ancient
what.
Apparition.
Oof.
I'm happy with
It's AA
that.
hero.
Oh, so great.
Are you happy with them going back for Ember though? With the confidence from EHOME, do you think this is? I mean, it's again.
Hello?
For like Grimstroke, but still rough. Still rough.
Agreed.
And
Yes, because what's up?
No. Everybody went super silent for a second. I was like, oh, my internet just went down. And that was like one of those scary moments where you go, where it's like you're live on stream. Then do you say hello? Do you like, do you give up the illusion that your internet might have gone down? And I just had to say hello and I figured it out. Yeah, so I had to do it. But speaking about that Ember pick, I just want to talk about the fact that they let Ancient Apparition through with the IO pick because they're focusing banning Faith Beyond right now. The first 3 bans are all against Faith Beyond. It's what we talked about. If you don't go to the Beastmaster, you go to the Lycan, and if you don't go to the Lycan, you go to the Tide. Well, all 3 of those are gone. So let's see what they bring out here for Faith Beyond.
So you're telling me it's Visage time?
Yeah, it might be. He used to play that a lot when he played for EHOME. They loved playing that offlane Visage. It was great.
Visage.
Yeah.
Like one of these heroes that is often, yeah. I hate seeing the hero come out because generally it always feels like a surprise pick. So if it does emerge, we might see it a bit deeper in the draft here. What do we want to do though? Because it's very clear from EHOME side that they won't be able to win a farm game against PSG.LGD. So what do? Do you try and control the direction of the draft with these bans, or do you just double down, go all in for fighting, let the chips lie on the table, and don't concern yourself about how late the game might go?
I think EHOME excels at fighting, so that's what I would love them to stick to. So maybe pick something like a Grimstroke, so you have the Grimstroke against a Storm and a very strong combo with the Ember Spirit. So even if Ember isn't super farmed, you still have like damage potential and combo potential there as well. And they go into the Mars, huh? I mean,
All right.
LGD loves their Mars, Faith Beyond, you know. He hasn't played it a whole lot lately, but he is one of the better Mars players for sure. Together with AA also, it's a very scary combination.
Absolutely. The last time he played this was at TI. We haven't seen it emerge from him since then. But, you know, same thing could have been said about Ame last game. Didn't seem to matter at all. And like you mentioned, they have now that very strong team fight, a decent laner, and they have potential to try and scale in damage on a different hero outside of their 1-2 cores. I mean, Bcop, we saw in the last game how difficult it can be if you just run out of damage due to poor lanes. You always want some hero that can do some degree of recovery. And when Mars is playing well, can give you more damage and team fight. But even in the worst case scenario, at the very least, they have some setup for their AA now.
Yeah, they've got some setup with their Ancient Apparition with the Mars. I wouldn't be shocked if all of a sudden you've got like JinQ trying to set up with the Ancient Apparition as well. I'm wondering what they're going to throw in the 4. I'm surprised they banned the Brood. We've seen Faith Beyond on the Brood a little bit, but like nobody's Old 11, and nobody's going to play that Brood in Old 11 style in China, I think. Like Faith Beyond plays it well, but I don't know. I don't know if that's the hero you really need to ban. I'm interested in this Mars, interested to see what Faith Beyond does with it. I'm interested to see how Zeal plays with this Night Stalker. We have seen some Night Stalkers, if they don't have a good start, they feel so useless. And if you're looking at last game and you're looking at this game and you're doing the numbers in your head and you're doing the calculations, that might be some trouble. Because, yes, Night Stalker wants to be the guy to jump in. If he's got nothing behind it, then that's bad. It's not going to be fun.
Sorry, a little bit off topic, but what is he doing? Like on his screen there in the top left, is he watching some streams? Looks like a stream website.
He's watching us.
Yeah.
Check out the stream.
He's waiting for some draft advice. He's like, what's Black got to say? You know?
I did tell them to pick Grimstroke, and they did.
Ooh.
So obviously they're listening. EHOME.
I do love that red keyboard going on right now. And there's the JinQ Snapfire, so I'm not surprised. This is good with your arena. This is could be some setup because Jinkyu likes to throw some really well lined up cookies, and sometimes he likes to get blink and shard and be ridiculous.
Yeah, and the lane is very strong too. You cookie the Mars, and you spear, and you do the what's it called, a little shredder into the rebuke. It's a ton of damage, and most heroes won't be able to survive that. Only
You
question
need
is
a
this is going to
safe
be
that can
for
do it.
IO or Rogue?
It's going to be
What did
an
you say?
IO.
It's going to be 4 IO or 5? I think ZZQ
Yep.
is the IO player on this team.
I see.
I think. I'm not in. Don't quote me on that because when it's not that, I'm just going to say I said the other thing.
Sure. I know, you always do that.
I definitely don't. Don't give away my traits of the business.
He's giving away the
It's
trade
pretty much-
secrets of behavior.
Yeah, seriously.
B-Cops do not want you to know this.
B-Cop, call Armor right now. Tell him to pick PA. Go. Oh, it's
All
banned.
right, I got you.
PS
No,
bad,
no,
PS bad, PS bad, PS bad.
now I'm gonna look
But you can
bad in front of
still tell him-
my idol.
You can still tell them what else to pick. So, with the heroes that are left right now, and it clearly being a carry v carry matchup that we're looking for at the end of the draft, what are we looking for here, gentlemen? What's gonna allow EHOME? It looks like they want to play a lot faster. What gives them that pace? And for PSG.LGD, what helps them do whatever the hell they want because they're PSG.LGD?
Yeah, you do EHOME, I do LGD.
I'm doing LGD. I'm calling Ame. Bring, ding, 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 ding.
No, you tried that last game. Now you have to call EHOME.
I gotta call EHOME.
Yeah,
now?
it's not
Alright,
you.
well,
Yeah,
hold
you
on.
got
I
to
gotta
call
put
EHOME. Yeah, let's swap it around.
All
Let's swap it
right,
around.
I'm putting the number in. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You don't know what to pick? No. Okay. So you're gonna go. Oh God. Drow. We're gonna go with the Drow pick again. Yeah, there we go. It doesn't
Drow
look good here,
IO?
but
B-Cops gonna
yeah.
keep asking for Drow.
are they gonna go Gyro Iro? I don't know, man.
Last year, yeah, I'll do it.
All right, Black, save us. What do we got?
If
Who
they
you
go
calling
Drow, I'm gonna
on
gloat
for Army
so
this-
hard.
I have to go draw. Medusa.
Ooh,
Medusa.
for
Ooh,
LGD.
that's an
Promise?
interesting one.
Or Ida.
I think
Medusa for either. I could see it for
I would
EHOME
wanna-
potentially, but
I was
I
gonna
like
say
it for
LGD,
EHOME.
yeah.
say
But
I'm about to say, I'm not
LGD.
really- That being said, Black,
I
do you want to play
mean,
Medusa into the AA as well?
Gyrocopter, could be an option. I like Dusa against A generally, but to play against a Storm as well. It's not an easy pick. Ursa! What?
Yeah, I
the hell?
called it.
They instant picked Naga, man. They didn't even think.
Dude, I told you they said Ursa.
Dude, they instant picked
Let's
the
go into
Naga.
Naga.
It could have been a hard counter with
Naga's-
Naga. They would have picked Naga anyway.
PSG.LGD clearly have full confidence in that last pick Naga, given how quickly they picked it, like you said. But for EHOME, Shiro here, he played a pretty decent game on the TA. Obviously, couldn't do enough by himself, but now that he has this greater fighting capability as well on this Ursa, he might not necessarily be able to find himself keeping up with this Naga in the latter portions of the game, but it does mean that the intent is shown from the side of EHOME, right? They want to try and at least fight their way out of it. Like you mentioned, that they are a team that's good at fighting. Does this draft give you the butterflies in your stomach, the good feeling that this is enough of a fighting draft from them?
It's a very strong fighting draft, but that last pick Naga is actually pretty genius. Like especially into the Ursa. But like Night Stalker, his strongest item timing is BKB, right? But if Naga gets an Axe Scepter, you can just net him through at BKB. Suddenly he's just completely useless, and you protect his supports that way. I think it was a genius pick, and that's gonna sway me in the favor of LGD again. Unfortunately,
What a
I say
twist!
is always-
What a surprise!
Yeah, call him out on it. Bias. I can't
All right,
believe
Peacock,
you
what
go
you
for
got for me?
LGD. I'm going for LGD.
Convince me, Peacock. Oh, wait, what? Ah,
Yeah,
top
wait,
10
you think I
anime
was gonna go
betrayals.
the other
What the
way?
hell
Come
is
on, I would never do that. But I don't know. I think maybe butterflies potentially there for EHOME. Butterflies in the sky. They can fly twice as high. Maybe it's in a book. Maybe it's reading Rainbow. Who knows? We'll see. I have no idea. I think it's going to be LGD. That's the ultimate betrayal right there. I'm sorry, I had to do it.
Wow.
I couldn't.
LGD. Come on, y'all. We need to make this exciting. Everybody came into this one expecting PSG.LGD will just sweep everything. They have the kind of heroes, to be fair, that can allow them to do that, right? They have this Ame Nightstalker. This Nightstalker can't play Dota because you're going to be playing into Ame's Naga Siren. She just stops every single fight. The high tempo. I mean, you don't get helped out by popping in rage as the Ursa running into a Naga Siren. Doesn't really do much for you. And they just have so much less jump. They're so reliant on the Night Stalker. Ember Spirits, I think, will not be allowed to play too progressively.
Wait, Snare. You're supposed to talk up EHOME, not LGD.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
You're betraying us now.
I'm getting all the bad news out, right? The bad news is out.
Okay.
But
It's a long
not the good
list.
news is, right? The good news
This is a
is
short
that
list.
often when we see teams losing and in bad positions, right, the next game they take no risks. They do everything cookie cutter. They go completely into their full comfort picks, right? Not exactly the case here from eHome. So it shows that they didn't pick this draft cavalierly. They had an idea of what is supposed to happen with these heroes, and they have enough belief in themselves to pick this up, even after a game like Game 1. So I'm still going to stick with eHome because I think that this is a young squad that can make something happen. Definitely, I think it'll be a much more competitive game. And even though LGD, I think it's difficult to say that they aren't favored in this particular game, I don't think they're going to walk over eHome in the same fashion. So specific predictions for timings. Y'all think LGD is going to win, right? How long will it take? Given that they have so many peaks throughout the game where heroes get strong. You have this Naga peak, you have the Storm peak, you have the earlier Mars peak. When do you think that they're going to win this game here, Pickup?
Man, this feels like the TI compendium. So I think they're going to destroy in between 50 and 100 trees. I think the game is going to last 29 to 35 minutes, and I think First Blood's going to go the way of Jinkyu. Those are my 3 answers right there. I know there's 4 questions, but not enough time.
All right, we are out of time, as he says, because the game is now underway. We have EHOME taking on PSG.LGD. Game 2 in these regional China finals. EHOME has one shot back in this one. Will they have it? Let's see with B-Cop and Black. Take it away, boys.
Boom. Right in. Why?
Yeah.
Faith Beyond, all talking to Zeal. Zeal said,
Wait,
good
Pickup,
luck,
wait.
have fun, nothing to say. Yeah, I'm waiting.
Thank you, Snare. We always thank our host, remember? We have to do that.
Unless it's Nomad. Thank you, Snare. I don't know if Nomad's watching.
Arigato. Merci.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Oh, Ame.
Oh, that was pretty hype.
Yeah, I don't know if you got it on purpose.
Cool.
He couldn't see him. Nah, that was not on purpose, man.
Dude, come on, benefit of the doubt.
He couldn't see him. It was not on the vision. He's like, I think Grimstock is about to. Ah, I knew it.
I knew it. I called it. Dude, he's that good of a player. Oh, look at why. That's the way Ancient Apparition should look. All 3 immortals on him. Bam, easy. He looks
Where's the
great.
book?
No book. No book.
The book is.
The only book that matters is the Book of Shadows.
It looks so bad on the book. No offense to the creator, of course. It looks really cool. What do you think about no region on Ame? He
Risky.
says, why? Buy me more region.
Are you coming with a salve and 3 tangos? Those are mine.
Buy more. No. Oh, this is so greedy. What about
What
Shiro?
are you doing? I don't know if region.
At least Shiro bought his own region. Oh, Io falling really low already. There was just one little shredder and one God's Rebuke.
Looking at all 3 lanes right now are trying to.
You don't have to be
70, nothing
ISO.
to say. What, the same matchup as before and nothing to say won it last time? Did he buy him more
He
regen?
crushed
Yeah, he
them.
bought. Why bought another stack of tangos?
And you have to. If your carry is like this, you know, there's no choice.
So greedy.
But I quite like it though. Like the Naga pick into Nightstalker makes a lot of sense. Just in general, they don't really have a whole lot of wave clear on the Radiant. Ember Spirit with Maelstrom. And potentially Ursa with Battle Fury if he goes for it. Maybe Grimstroke if he maxes his stroke. But like Naga doesn't really care about that after one item, you know. So it's gonna be incredibly hard to get the lanes out. And Storm Spirit will have a lot of space to pick up kills around the map. Like Naga Storm is one of my favorite combos in the game. Storm wants lanes to be pushed out. Naga pushes out lanes.
So sharing some tangos. Taking a look bottom. Shiro with this ZZQ IO. Overcharge with the Ursa. Is it gonna be enough, you think, to get any kills in this lane? You really don't have much lockdown.
I don't think LGD can die unless they overcommit, but the killing potential of LGD is quite high. Like if they catch the IO or Ursa out of position, could be a quick death. They need more levels for that. Yeah, like level 3, level 4 maybe. And then we can see some action. So actually this game in general doesn't seem like a whole lot of killing. Like even Naga and AA doesn't, like it's not a killer combo early on at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe first nighttime. Yeah. Unless you're playing with you, of course.
Vortex. A little bit of a back and forth. Water rune pop in. He's got 2 bottle charges if he wants to make the move, but
very balanced. Just tank the whole creep wave and the hero and still win because you have 6 armor on a range hero. Cool.
Ooh. DQ. Oh. Spear.
Ooh, he almost died.
Zoning.
Yeah.
Oh, it's perfect spear.
It
Zoning
worked.
Spear.
It worked.
It did its job. It did its job.
Yeah. I'm just gonna be keeping a look on the mid lane here this time around because Ember needs to have a much better game. Oh, he's fine. Fake hype again. What did cast this?
It's
I thought
so
maybe I
hard,
would've cooled
dude, to not fake hype sometimes. And it's not even fake
thought
hype.
it played
You're,
well.
you're like excited. You're like, ooh, kill.
If he doesn't have Flame Brother, he's dead, okay? So there's a 50-50 chance he's dead. I lost.
50. Yeah. You've been up on the odds, like we were talking about. The Ogre game, it was all about the odds and the RNG.
Yeah.
50-50 all the time. Jeez.
save
Faithion
Dion.
just cutting the creep wave? That's not
He has to
max.
pull the wave. Yeah, they can't lane anymore. Too much region from Shiro and ZZQ. Kale, we all have our kale shakes. If you had a kale shake, what would you put in it other than kale?
Well, I am gonna take out the kale. First step, take out the kale. And then I just made a smoothie today because I've been eating really healthy recently. And I don't know, I'm probably gonna say all these ingredients and people in chat are like, "No, it's not healthy." But it's been
Okay, say it.
mangoes, peaches,
That's not
pineapples, yeah, strawberries, blueberries, raspberries, all
Where do you get all
frozen
these
with
berries from and stuff, man? You're insane.
some bananas or some frozen banana, and then some Greek yogurt and milk. And I blended it all
That sounds
together.
actually incredibly good. And Shiro just solo killed
so good.
Synq.
Synq going down. First blood for Shiro. I didn't really think that they would get the kill potential there, but I guess the Fire Snap Cookie doesn't exactly take you that far away where, like, if you are low enough, you are going to die.
Yeah. Ursa is also a very speedy hero. But, you know, Synq wanted to die to refill the bottle of Nothing to Say. Like, he was complaining a bit too much voice. Yeah. Makes perfect sense.
This time he is refilling the bottle. It's not a debate this time. Oh, it'd be a shame if that Invis rune was just not filling your bottle again. Ooh, Shiro. Really far under the tower. But there's not much punish for that.
Yeah, you gotta play this way though if you play IO or Ursa. Like, you have this much reason to work with, you gotta bully them out of the lane. And how's the farm looking? Faith Beyond. A good 500 behind the Ursa, courtesy to that first blood. I'm actually surprised that Night Stalker is beating Naga Siren in the top lane. Didn't expect that.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, he's just like having a pretty decent time. Fire Snap Cookie, they want to go and they'll not land the spear, but he's still under the tower. Regen is difficult to deal with. And he just TP's out. Okay. They didn't follow up on Shiro. I thought they might try and just get this Ursa.
Well, maybe they thought just bringing him low HP is gonna be good enough, but there is an IO, so he's not gonna be low HP for long. They're going on him again?
Yeah, they want to go. This time the spear does connect. They've got the little shredder, they have the minus armor, and the damage not enough just yet. Shiro's still on the run. The pathing a little bit of a problem there for Faith Beyond. And it looks as though now Sinkyu's gonna die. He's got nowhere to go. He's body blocked by ZZQ. They go for Faith Beyond. They're still trying to turn it for 2. And Shiro, okay. 3-0 and 0.
For Shiro. Yeah, he definitely needs more mana on the Mars. Like if he has a God Rebuke there, he's dead on the Ursa. He just didn't have any mana, no mangoes, no magic stick, nothing. And now it's up to Nothing to Say to save that bot lane at some point.
That's not gonna be great. Nothing to Say though, he's level 6. Didn't exactly have the dominating lane as he did in the previous game.
Yeah, EHOME is looking much better in every lane.
And he's doing all right. This is definitely a hero he's a lot more comfortable on.
Yeah,
And I like the step up on the Grimstroke. I like when he's in the 4 and not playing 5.
Hey, bye bye Ursa.
And they'll catch him this time with the help of Y. That leaves Ame alone. And knowing that Ame's alone, you'd expect maybe they'd make a move, but I don't really know if they can. It is nighttime at the moment, and if Ame does go a little bit too far forward, he does maybe get dropped, but it's not looking likely.
Yeah, and it's also just a Naga, so he can just retreat into the jungle relatively safely. And yeah, as we said before also, Night Stalker can't really pressure Naga Siren at all once these illusions are out, a little bit higher level. And well, as I said though, Zeal...
Remnant forward. They're gonna look for Ame. Ink Swell. Oh, it doesn't land. And he's just not getting any help. He's gonna try and get away, but well, the TP is not gonna work.
My Storm is massive though. Oh, 70's out of mana. Yeah.
Hey, it's got nowhere to go. The damage from Nothing to Say. The DD. Wow. Okay.
Yep. Double damage Storm. Finds creation. Oh, now Shiro is here in the lane against the DD Storm. Is like, no. Denying all the creatures in front of him.
This is a mistake. This is a mistake.
Get me out of here. No, Nothing to Say is absolutely massive. Like, he's gonna have a very strong Orchid Threads timing this game. And what is 70 going for? He doesn't even have phase boots yet. He might be forced into the same route again. 1.1k behind Nothing to Say. Oh, that feels bad. Well, at least Naga is controlled, and well, Faith Beyond is not really controlled. He's actually third in the net worth above Ursa.
A little bit of a stack, triple stack, I believe, here for Ame right over to the side.
Is he going to farm it though? Because you need to micro a little bit, and maybe he's just too lazy to do it. Goodbye, Y.
Yeah, Zeal. Help a planet.
Yeah, he wants it a nightmare for A to be in this game.
Shiro? Oh, missed the spear. But Shiro's still taking a decent amount of damage. Faith Beyond drops down the arena. And a lock Shiro out, keep ZZQ in. But they've also got the help of 7E. Faith Beyond trying to find a way to survive. Does land the spear, and that means, well, they can't kill him.
And CQ also TP'd out. Friends forever.
Can't believe they both escaped.
Well, that's the problem. Look, Ember's only level 7. Level 7. he has no steering chains because of that. Like, what level is Storm? Almost 10. He's almost 3 levels ahead.
Looking for that quick Orchid.
Yeah. Like, Zeal, actually, I like this Blink Dagger first quite a bit. He needs to shut down the Storm Spirit, and the only way to really do that is by a Blink, pop your Nighttime, and Blink on him with Silence.
What's Naga going? Manta first? Okay.
Yeah, always. There's really no other item anyone goes for ever. Unless you're a support Naga. In which case it would be Meteor Hammer.
That's still viable?
Yeah. It is.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Still works the same way too.
Maybe I'll give it a
Click,
shot.
click, no.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Smoke immediately broken. Ball lightning all the way through. That's gonna put Nothing to Say in a little bit of a risky position. Nothing to Say gets the kill there, but they've also got the damage on Nothing to Say. Oh, no way. Oh my God. I thought he was gonna survive for a second. 70 gets the kill and Nothing to Say. But they still got 2. It'll end up being a 2-for-2 trade. That was very aggressive from Nothing to Say, and he almost paid for it dearly. He still does lose his life, but at the same time, he gets away with double murder.
Yeah. I mean, it's really important right now that he makes plays on the map because the Naga Siren has to catch back up and farm, of course. Doesn't really want to fight anytime soon, if you can help it. But Faith Beyond probably wants to get involved a little bit more soon. 300 gold to his Blink Dagger once that's up. Good to go.
Fire Snap, Cookie, and the Spear stacking the stuns. They've got the arena down. Faith Beyond taking a lot of damage. The Ice Blast is out, and Mortimer's Kisses is in. Zeal in some trouble. These Kisses a little bit too spread out. It's not looking like it's going to matter, though. They get the kill into Zeal. They'll look over at ZZQ. The ball lightning in on a 7-8. He will escape. ZZQ now under the tower. Faith Beyond is here. They'll finish off the IO. They've got the Soulbind on an Ancient Apparition, as well as the Storm. That's going to be Nothing to Say as well as why. Searing Chains on a both of them, but they've got the Cold Feet. God's Rebuke will get a freeze over, and he does. They have the follow-up damage. Not really. Shiro gets the kill on a Y. They look over at Faith Beyond, though, to chase them back up the steps.
Thanks be to you.
Could be the end of that one.
It's all according to
back and
Keikaku though for LGD. They killed the Night Stalker again. Who's really like the driving force for EHOME, at least he will be for a while. Nighttime in 2 minutes, he died twice already. Like, his really good start is now slowed down by a lot, and Naga got a lot of time to catch back up. A lot!
That's going to be on the greatest hits CD. How am I? I'm great.
I'm happy to hear it.
Fantastic. 1K lead for LGD. They're probably feeling pretty great at the moment.
Yeah. Like, it could be better for them, of course, but nothing to say. 50 gold away from the Orchid. What is 70 going for? Yule's first item. And he's even slower to get it than he was last game. And last game was already horrendous. Like, he has to be really careful he doesn't die a bunch more times. Needs 800 gold to finish. Orchid's up now. Cannot afford to die. Probably even a single time, honestly. Yeah, even if you do that, though, you're setting yourself up for Mass Spear, potentially. You know, Faith Beyond is not a guy to miss those.
Yeah, not really. He's missed a couple, but he's got the blink. He usually puts it together towards the mid to late game, and this is where we're probably going to see Faith Beyond really get it together when he does have that blink dagger. He's showing up front in the mid lane while Smoke is on Q and Nothing to Say.
Where are they going to catch this time? Not the Ember again like last game. Yeah, he has a blink, though.
Ooh,
oh,
where are these kisses?
He just did it for vision, actually. Smoke popped, he was like, oh, where's the hero? Really lucky for EHOME that Zeal broke that smoke. Into an immediate smoke, they know there's no kisses. Nighttime in 10. This is the fight they've been waiting for, potentially.
Ooh, Faith Beyond, though. He's in a good spot. He's behind the tower. There's a blink dagger on the Night Stalker, which is a little bit different than what we've been seeing on some Night Stalkers. I feel like I've been seeing Night Stalkers skip blink, or at least pushing it back an item. I like the blink on Night Stalker early. Yeah.
But this game is absolutely mandatory because the storm is so big. And it's going straight into the pit. There isn't really a whole lot they can do. Maybe Naga Sleep if they knew about it, but they don't. Now they do.
Ice Blast is coming in. Ball lightning.
What is that?
Rose steals the kill, though. Faith Beyond gets the kill on a ZZQ. Cold Feet, it's going to be broken, and they'll get the kill on Nothing to Say and take out Faith Beyond. The damage out is actually more than LGD can handle. They got 2 real quick, and it doesn't end up mattering. Ooh, the Fire Snap Cookie lands onto Zeal. Wow. Xinq's still going to die, though.
And so is Y.
Yeah, that
Radiant's bottom
Why did he do that?
tower is under attack.
I don't know.
But it looked really cool how they blasted the Ursa off the planet. See what I did there? But yeah, Naga Siren didn't even come to fight or help in any capacity. Maybe a Naga sleep there, you know, could have saved the hero too. But Armor's not interested in any of those shenanigans. He just wants to get up his next item, which we'll see what it is. It might be a Diffu, might be an Acceptor, might be a Skadi as well. And the next Naga item is gonna tell us exactly what they want to do.
I still getting the wrong hero. I was like, yay! For all those items you named that I think would be, yeah, it was Faith Beyond I was clicked on.
Yeah. Who has a Perseverance on Mars and is not using it to go into any other item. Very interesting. Not something I've seen before, I think.
Could be good stats or good regen for now, and then what? You just take that into, say, a refresher or something like that later on?
Yeah, but usually you want to go like Soul Ring into Ring of Health, if anything. Like Purse is a very interesting purchase. We'll see. Doesn't strike me as more regen than Soul Ring. Maybe he's just got a bit lazy, you know. It is. Looks fancy. Looks nice.
Yeah. He can hold his purse and be like, "That's my purse. I don't know you."
Radiant's middle
And then just hit him with the
tower is
purse.
under attack.
I got good news for you, B-Cup.
Yes.
Dire's top
Ember
tower
Spirit
is
is
under attack.
back into the game after the last fight. He got a nice triple kill, all the gold in the world he needed, close to his Maelstrom now. So he won't feel bad this time around. Which means we might see game 3. Woo!
Might. It's in queue. Spotted. And very dead. Very dead.
Bottom tower is under attack.
That's unfortunate. Gets caught. EHOME though. Now looking for the extra. And they're going to come through over mid. And Ice Blast does hit the two of those heroes. But they've got the Sleight of Fist Searing Chains out onto Faith Beyond. God's Rebuke keeping them away for a second. 3 seconds till they go back. But it's not going to matter. Zeal finishing them off with the Void. I said reverse sweep was possible.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I did
It
say it was
is.
possible.
He's going Orchid actually on the Naga as well. Double Orchid.
Has fallen.
I don't know how much I like
Radiant's top
that.
tower is under attack.
Last time I saw it backfired massively. Like it helps you solve your mana issues, but you're not very survivable at all. You're gonna be sitting at 1500 health. And you already have an Orchid anyways. We'll see. If it works, you're a genius. If it doesn't work, don't go to Reddit.
That's the wrong move to make every time. If you you know, throw or build something different.
That was the biggest mistake I've done when I was still competing. After every win, I go to Reddit. You know, I'm like, oh, Black is so good. Oh, mid lane jump. Ember's
And
gone.
Vortex misses, and it's a quick kill with the spear. Faith Beyond doing
Anyway,
what he
let me
needs
get back
to
to
get that kill.
Oh, Black is so good. Wow, he's so damn good at this game. I'm like, oh yeah, you know it. And then when I lose, I do it too. It's like, oh, Black's so fucking shit, dude. I'm like, ah, where did all my fans go?
They're gone. I can't
I
believe
love
they picked
that.
anti-mage for him again. It's not even in the meta.
That's the only how to play one hero. Oh,
He's got a hero puddle.
bucket at that point. Oh,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
is a
Okay,
bucket
look at
deep
Snotty.
or a puddle?
Puddles. It depends where the puddles form, but most probably puddle bucket. Bucket's
What's
bigger.
a puddle in this? Like, is there like a certain size, or is it just like kind of estimation? As I said, in mid
Rules?
lane.
Okay. They got the slight. He avoids the spear, but this is just. Yeah.
Very chaotic.
All right.
I Yule you. I arena you. Okay, I dodged the spear. Alright, let's leave. Let's be friends.
I like what Y's doing up here. Farming, getting away from the action. He's actually okay. So he's going 3-4-1-1.
Yeah, you always want to max the second spell, the strongest. And Chilling Touch doesn't really do a whole lot after the laning phase, so... What?
Don't.
Are you telling me that you max the Chilling Touch?
I definitely don't go 1-1-4-1.
What a bounty!
I definitely don't do that.
Okay, pick up. If anything, it should be 1-4-1-1. Just for your future games, if you want to win some MMR, trust me.
I've been winning MMR, dude.
Yeah, not with AA though.
No, actually with AA.
Yeah, okay. Just do what I tell you. Thank you.
Dude, I'm 135 and 120 with Ancient Apparition. It's decent.
That is not terrible, actually. I expected much. Alright, let's get back to the game. Almost Skadi down on Naga. Well, almost.
He's farming a lot.
Still 2 all the way from it. Yeah, but
Smoke
Shiro's
up
actually keeping up.
from,
Going for the Battle Fury. Has his BKB.
He did.
Oh, they're like, Naga Tyrant's here. Bully him out now. No. And they're like, nah.
Oh? Ooh?
Radiant's bottom
Oh boy.
Goodbye.
Catch him. They got him.
He
Ame's
gave up.
dead.
He didn't walk anymore.
Hands off the keyboard. You know you're dead.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
It's a big kill. What a Storm. Oh, no, at least Storm is very close to his BKB. Just 50 off. And once that's up, he is going to be a big problem.
Over here now.
Can I tell you the
I still
worst
can't
part
believe-
about... What were you gonna say? Sorry. About
you
my
go ahead.
Ancient Apparition. No, because now I'm thinking about going 1-1-4. I also go Ward Tango's double Sage Mask.
Yeah?
Is that bad?
I mean, if you want to spam your third spell, it's alright. On Cold Feet, it's not terrible, you know? But you generally don't want to waste any skill points on your third spell. Because the Vortex is just so broken. Look what it does. 30% slow, 24% magic damage increase. It's a lot of damage.
I'll have to give that a shot next time.
Yeah, it's really good. It lasts for 16 seconds too, only 4 seconds cooldown, I think. Yeah. That's good.
Nothing to say?
I have to say. Hello.
Maybe not where you want to be on that one, but they've got the Motorburst Kisses as well as the Arena 70, CZQ, and Planet all in some trouble. The Ice Blast lands on a Planet. They'll go after this Mars. They've got the Root of the Searing Chains. They also killed off Nothing to Say. That's 1, 2, and 3 heroes gone. And now make it a 4th with Y dying. Eventually, Planet will shatter. They're going to relocate in front of Ame, who's forced to use the song.
That's a cool cosmetic for the song.
Actually, looks like he's in the water.
Generation.
Yeah, but a massive, or 4-0? Okay, 4-1, just the Grimstroke dying. But yeah, nothing to say. That engagement, watched it quite well. He jumped in blind, has to like panic activate a BKB, jump up, and then he still dies with more than half his mana pool left. Because Shiro just bursts him down. But
Is
yeah,
that-
it's
I was gonna say, is that a move you make after you won game 1 the way you did?
maybe. Also, like, he should be unkillable with that BKB, but he activated it really late, like after he was at 300 health, so he couldn't really stay after that fight. He did anyway, and then Ursha just 2-tapped him with overpower in like half a second. And that was definitely not the BKB he really was hoping for.
Definitely not. Although,
Believe it or not,
Ame,
yeah.
200 gold away from having the Scotty.
Yeah, but late game I still think I would give it to LGD. So.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not if
Light
I'm
of his Searing
though.
Chains, Ice Blast. That's gonna come through. It actually lands on a 70, and I believe kind of touched Zeal. Oh.
Yeah.
Are they?
This time it's LGD lagging. But yeah, like, look at the positioning from Y. Like, that's why he's a top tier support. Armor would have been dead there if he wasn't there. And if you lose your Naga just before the Skadi, like, that might just be another opening for EHOME to take some tier 2 towers down. But look at the map, Bicop. They're 19-9, right? Don't even look at the gold. Just look at the map. They
Okay.
only have 2 towers. And it's just because Naga is pushing out all the lanes. They don't have wave clear on EHOME. Not enough wave clear, at least. Like the lanes just keep getting pushed in. Storm Spirit is doing the same. Mars pushes out lanes super fast. This is a problem they will have throughout the entire game.
Ooh, Faith Beyond getting spotted by Shiro. And well, he's got the ult. They have the Stroke of Fate. They'll get the kill.
Dude, did you see what he did though? He lasted that range creep to buy his BKB. That was perfect amount of money. So sure he died, but he did the best out of he made the best out of the situation.
By the way,
Very smart.
Tsinkyu going for his shard.
What's that again? Oh, the scatter blast.
Yeah, it's the scatter blast, and then what? Probably blink after that.
Yeah, Blink Axe perhaps. Tsinkyu is definitely not as farmed as he usually is. Like he's having a little bit of a slower game.
Does he hold off on buying the shard and potentially get second Roche? They give him the shard, then he buys Blink.
I think you want that shard on probably Mars or Naga. So he's probably. I mean, he's holding off gold for now. So
Radiant's bottom
maybe that's their
tower
plan.
is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
No, he's going to Solar Crest.
Interesting. Okay.
Oh, just buff up.
Middle tower is under attack.
Fabian has BKB this time. Nighttime pop.
Tsinkyu. Oh, spear lands. That's going to stop Zeal. But now they're coming with Shiro with BKB. I don't know if it's going to matter from Faith Beyond. The God's Rebuke, he's trying to run the Sleight of Fist coming through. Shiro trying to keep up with him. And, well, Faith Beyond's BKB is over, and they're going to get the kill here on a Faith Beyond as well. Tsinkyu, they'll take out two. Shiro now unstoppable. Zeal dominated.
I did not expect EHOME to be the ones running over LGD. Sure, the gold lead might not be that big, but you know, even being able to contest LGD like this is this is the EHOME that we saw, right, in the regionals. And I'm really happy to see that they didn't give up after game one or were rattled or anything like that. Just a one-off game. And now Shard Aegis going into the hands of the Ursa, one of the strongest Ursa timings in the entire game. But the same problem still persists. They gotta get these lanes in somehow.
Now Shiro's got the shard. That Earth Shock is going to be even more deadly. This is...
Yeah.
Rob, it feels like they're just... Like, Ame's farming, and I just... I know that LGD aren't fighting with him, but how long can they really wait?
Dire's structures.
Like, he was sort of involved in that fight in the triangle, but not really. All he did was run.
Yeah, it's they gotta start making use of his network somehow. You see now why I said this Orchid is very hit or miss, right? He didn't use it a single time this game yet, I think.
Dire's top
Yeah.
Like if instead you build the Skadi into like an Axe or Diffusal or even Butterfly, like he would be so much scarier now. But now you just have this 4k gold item in your inventory that you haven't used a single time, which could just be, you know, an item that actually lets you scale better into the mid-late game. And like they're not very scared of him right now is the problem. He's going to the Butterfly next. Once that's done, it's probably going to be a different story because Shiro won't be able to just fight him that easily.
Right now, EHOME, though, they've got the Aegis in their hands. They're looking to get something done. They'll look over. Sleight of Fist doesn't land on a nothing to say. Zeal doesn't want to go up to the high ground without vision. They'll drop down the arena, and that's going to be a whiff. So immediately, nothing to say. He's trying to TP out. He gets stopped by Zeal, who blinks in and throws the Void. Now he goes into the BKB, but he's stunned up. Ball lightning, and that's right over to Shiro. They let him right there, and he fell for the leash. They drew him right over.
Basher. Night Stalker, Ursa, both with Bashers. BKB isn't all that helpful anymore. Because, like, EHOME knows, like, this itemization is very smart. The only way for LGD to play right now is cut waves and then TP out with the BKB on. But if you have two Bashers, there's, like, literally 0% chance it can ever happen. Right?
Did Ame
So
not
the only
just see that? I don't even know if it's gonna matter. Faith Beyond's just getting spotted, and he's gonna die. Ice Blast comes in, but again, there's no follow-up to it. It's a level 2 Ice Blast, which is okay, but it's really not great when there's nothing to follow it up.
Yeah. Now, what's your game plan with this Naga? You haven't used the hero yet at all. combos to fight with or anything really. And Butterfly's up. It's a good purchase.
But he lost the courier. He almost lost. He would have almost lost that talisman if he wasn't careful.
Yeah, it's also really hard to 1v5 carry a game like this. Like Ember Spirit is one of the best heroes against Naga in that mid-late game.
The boon of regeneration.
With this Butterfly, I do think they will start to somehow claw their way back into this game. Look at Ursa's net worth though. He's 3k ahead of the Naga.
He's going Silver Edge next. You think anything else would be better than the Silver Edge? Let's say if he went for like, say, Ags or something else.
I'm not sure why Silver Edge actually, like he can't really break anything.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I thought Abyssal Blade might just be, you know, better. Against the
Zeal has a
BKBs.
gem anyway.
Yeah. Very interesting itemization from Arm in this game. We'll see if it bears any fruit or not. But doesn't strike me as particularly useful, especially against the Night Stalker.
Remnant forward, and it looks like they'll at least get Sinkyu. They've got the silence, they have the damage. It's just a matter of time until they get this kill, and it will be Planet who cleans them up. While Nothing to Say goes down to Shiro. Nothing to Say, again, getting caught.
Yeah, he got killed by one bash, basically. Shiro jumps on him, bashes him. Follow-up also from Zeal, and I don't know if he got another bash or not. There's just too much damage coming out right now. No bite on him either.
Finally onto the Ursa, and now Ame goes into the mirror image. They throw the Ice Blast forward, but look at that. Ame, he's just gonna get silenced and killed. He never does anything. He doesn't even get the song off. He doesn't have buyback. They kill off Y. They've got the spear. They'll pop the BKB. The arena's down, but the kisses don't do much. This team at the moment doesn't do much. They're gonna look to finish off. Ooh, 7E, and Faith Beyond does get the damage. They're gonna relocate back this IO, and that's, well, it's gonna be with Zeal. The Aegis expires, the Scatter Blast is there. Ame gonna buy back into this fight. They've got the silence from the Orchid as well as the ensnare, the tether over ZZQ and Shiro. Have they gone in a little bit too far? He doesn't have the Aegis. Ball lightning all the way to the backline, looking to finish off this IO, but actually ignores him as the spear comes out of Shiro. They've got the lockdown. He's trying to jump up to the high ground, and the Earthshock won't let him leap up. They'll let ZZQ live, knowing that they got the kill into Shiro, and that is a little bit too deep there from EHOME. It cost them the Ame buyback, though.
Yeah, like there's really, like I really hate to see this most of the time where you like blink into tier 4 towers for no real benefit other than to get like a support kill, you know? Like whether you get the kill or not, it doesn't really matter. You could have gotten the Rex instead, not die, and just have a massive lead because you already forced the Naga buyback. You know, like, but now Naga bought back and actually killed the Ursa, so the gold he spent on the buyback is back in again. And it's just an unnecessary risk that you never need to take. But at least they did force that Naga buyback, so they do have a winning condition now. They kill him one more time. The game's pretty much just over. And that next time is probably going to happen at the Roche pit.
Roche is a little while away.
Yeah, about 4 or 5 minutes. Huh.
All of a
Going
sudden,
to the
it was
act now.
11K, and now it's 7K.
Yeah, this is one death. Yeah. So I'm saying you have to be so careful when you play from ahead like that.
Ball lightning, but they've got the root. Trying to do something with that shard, trying to get that lockdown. Ice Blast lands on a 7E, but really not intending on following that up at the moment.
Oh, got the Dark Portal now as well for the Naga Siren. It's a very strong tool. A magic immune Naga Ilu that deals 50% more damage. Because they don't have any way to counter that evasion, right? Like Shiro's going in the MKB, but Naga won't do that. Now it's the big reveal because...
What's the big reveal?
What is Naga playing? Pick up. Like, no way, right? Is he actually going Silver Edge? Nah, BKB.
BKB.
Okay, that makes more sense.
5-man smoke.
A blast in a creep wave, like a Giga Chat.
Doubt's done.
The smoke is very telegraphed though, because nobody's pushing up bot or top lane. That's why pushing a lane is
First
so
one,
important.
refresher. Wow. Refresher orb, everybody. You say the smoke's telegraphed, but Faith Beyond, he might just die. Ame might just die. Everybody just kind of walking into this fight. You know, look over. There's nothing to say. He's able to pop the BKB and ball lightning away. He'll go all the way into the lane to try and TP out, and they all end up surviving. That is BKB down here for the Storm.
Oh, shot already! Already spawned. They didn't check it.
And very early Roche. Ooh, Mortimer's Kiss is coming into the relocate. Ame moving over. Faith Beyond getting low with the ball lightning coming over. Ice Blast. They need to pop it off. They're finally going to look over. Faith Beyond gets the arena down, but they already got the kill in here onto Y as well as Faith Beyond. They look over at Ame. Ame, Fire Snap Cookie, BKB. That's going to be okay for 7E. 7E still continuing to move forward. They've got the Stroke of Fate coming forward out onto these illusions as well as the creeps. They've got the vision on the Zeal. Shiro popped his BKB, has the refresher if he needs to pop the BKB once again.
The Naga Ilu killed the Mars from 100 to 0. And his Grimstroke act it's such a strong ability.
Now.
Radiant's top tower.
That's another chunk of gold. Another 2,800 gold going into an item that you're not really using that much.
Yeah, I mean, Bloodthorn at least is a very nice addition if you can get on top of a hero. And now they're just going to Roshan has Axe Blessing. Axe Blessing is probably going to go to who?
Oh, Zeal, he is looking. Shiro moving in, and there it is. Dead, nothing to say. No. Oh, BKB, Ball Lightning. They didn't get the bash, and he's able to TP away. I expect that they're doing Roche with a positioning there, and I don't know. There's nothing to do for LGD in terms of stopping them from getting that. They just can't.
That's quite lucky, isn't it? 2 heroes blinking on top of you with bashes. None of them get the bash.
No.
Ice Blast?
No. Ag's Blessing. Ay. This is a big lead for EHOME, and if you're an LGD fan, this is not looking good for them. But EHOME, after this first game, this is what you wanted to see. Like,
Not
very much
over yet,
so.
though. Like, Naga can still carry this game. They also have Axe on Storm. Well, not completed yet, but once he has that, the combo potential between him and the Mars with the refresher orb at that time is going to be absolutely massive.
He'd really like to get it, though.
He's going AC on Snapfire? Man, CQ is such a Chad.
Look at why trying to farm out this Ghost Scepter in the enemy jungle. He has
actually
the
cutting
shard,
waves.
too, so he's cutting the creep waves. That's amazing. This is what I like doing. God. Rolling out the ice carpet.
It's cost him 800 mana.
Yeah. That was a lot of mana. Not 800. Certainly.
How many was it? How many casts? Like 8?
I think it was 6 or 7 or 8, maybe 6 to 8.
Wait, let's do it again. 3,
1, 2, 3,
4,
4,
5,
5, 6, 7.
So that's 420 mana every time.
Faith Beyond. He's fine.
Hello, Faith Beyond here. How can I help you? He's going
Faith
in?
Beyond? He blinked in.
Dude, 70 was so mad. Did you see that? He was so mad. Like he. Oh, he's still going for him.
All right.
Faith Beyond.
But Zeal's gonna come over and. Oh boy!
Oh!
Oh!
Faith
0.4
Beyond, you bad man.
seconds. Faith Beyond, you played with fire.
I
No
was
way! Stop! Okay, Remnant forward. Oh my God, Faith Beyond, stop! You're playing their heartstrings. Spear again. Now 3 heroes. Inkswell finally comes through. Faith Beyond eventually dies. That's a lot of time.
It is. I mean,
It's not into a Bloodthorn and also looking for an axe as 2,200 gold.
Naga is big, but he's the only one really.
Storm's not getting any closer to this Axe. I swear he was at 2200 like a while ago.
Yeah, 200 gold made in 3 minutes.
I could do this.
It's from the passive gold. But it's because why cut all the creep waves in the mid lane? There's no money coming in. And now he's pushing our top lane. He's taking so much money on the AA right now.
What you need to do.
Dire's bottom tower is
Gotta get that gold, gotta get that experience. A level 3 Ice Blast, like 1 and 2 don't really feel that strong. Ooh, kisses.
Yeah,
Planet. Sync you. Oh, courier. Ice Blast hitting on the 2. And now they've got the Bloodthorn. Damage on the Sheer with the BKB being popped. They've got the Tether over. Song.
Oh,
This might set up pretty well for them. We got the Song on a Bolt. Fire Staff Cookie doesn't land, but they get the kill on the CCQ. They'll look over at Seal, see what the BKB, but the right click coming in, and he's dead. Meanwhile, Y's gone to 7E. That's a big win there for LGD.
yeah, and one of the main reasons why Naga is such a good hero in this game still, like, they don't have easy ways of really killing him. Like, the only times he died this game is when...
Does he have? He's got the Axe?
Yeah, the
and
Axe.
1600 gold? What is going on?
Of course,
His
it's Naga.
farm is out of control.
I mean, you're saying that, but look at Ursa. Sure, he got the free Axe Blessing,
Radiant's
which is
middle
6k
Yes, but
gold.
I just said it to you. I just said it to you 2 seconds ago. He was going for Axe. That's what gets me. When
Wait,
my
what does it do?
concept of time evaporates.
Allows ensnare the target spell immune. Yeah, I know that. Reduces the ensnare cooldown. 6 seconds
It's now 8 seconds.
from 14. That is insane. Like, it's almost half. And then cast range increase
Oh.
also.
About the right math. Close.
I
One
said
number away.
almost half.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying you were wrong. I'm just gonna
about
say
to.
that's some NA math. I'm just saying.
I'm gonna reach through the screen soon because we're gonna be careful.
Stop. I'm scared, and we're 12,000 miles away. 12,000?
Ish.
Maybe. I don't even know.
If you send me your address, I'll do a Google check.
That's
Ah, okay, you don't trust me. Alright, I see how it is.
Orchid now for Planet. Gosh. So Dark Portrait, 35 seconds. Inkswell at 10.
I mean, Octarine.
What did I say? Orchid?
Yeah.
I meant Octarine.
I was like, Orchid? Grimstroke Orchid? Wait, so what's the
Sorry,
cooldown on Dark Portrait?
Octarine. 35.
35.
dire
Is it
are
updated?
scanning.
No. It's not updated.
I want to say Octarine is the one item that sometimes gets that bug where it just doesn't update.
Yeah, so it's almost 100% uptime now on the portrait, right?
25-second duration.
8.7 seconds reduction-ish. It's like 2.5 seconds downtime. Not bad. Soulbind also only 37 seconds cooldown. Not bad, I'll take it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dude, Inkswell.
Yeah, Dark
what's
Portrait is
sep-
27 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so weird that it didn't update.
Faith Beyond. Again?
I say,
We've been here before. Naga going Lincolns. Oh, all right.
70,
Arena, ain't nothing to say. They get the kill on the 7E. They're going to look over. They've got the Soulbind, though, and now this is troublesome because they have the double Abyssal, and they have the damage to get both these kills. So not really worth it.
at all. Yeah. Like these kind of plays you can't really make against an IO lineup. Sure, you get the kill, but you lose two of your most important heroes in trade. And it's only because IO is there. Like, if you want to make these plays, IO somehow. Why did you kill him? Nova Fire also, so the Ghost Scepter is practically useless. It's a tough game. Like, I gotta say, I really don't like what LGD did so far with the Naga turn.
Kisses.
Yeah, but Shiro just
Okay.
Giga Chat.
And her shot. Now the silence with the Bloodthorn. They've got the Soulbind. He's gonna back off.
Are fortified.
They do have the Glyph though.
Middle barracks are under attack.
All right. And then there's the Dark Portrait. Abyssal Blade comes out. Song used, but they've got, well, the illusion. So that'll kill off Sinkyu anyway. He's dead for 106 seconds. The Courier goes to pick up the gem. They've got the Ensnare out onto the Ursa. They need to be careful. They dove in a little bit too far last time. Nothing to say up in 3 seconds. And they've got Faith Beyond, but they don't have Sinkyu. Sinkyu has got no buyback. He doesn't have the gold. He's nowhere close, so he's not going to be back into this fight. They've got the tier 3 down up towards top. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. That's going to get the root out onto the Mars. Whoa. Bloodthorn once again. Inkswell on the illusion once more. There's still no real way into this. Stroke of Fate comes in, and they've got the silence out of the back lines. Ghost Scepter. They're looking to get the kill into Zeal, but Zeal's going to be able to blink out away from this one. The Inkswell lands on the mirror image with the BKB being popped by Ame. Abyssal Blade follows it up. Ice Blast coming across the bow. They've got the Ball Lightning back with the silence out onto the IO. Now the arena's down around Shiro. Doesn't land the spear. It's actually just the fire on the ground that's burning him a little bit. They've got the refresher. They're looking for the spear, but he misses again due to the BKB. They have the Nullifier. They get the kill in a while. They'll drop down the arena around onto 3 of these heroes with CCQ left out, but he's also tethered. They look for the damage on it. Nothing to say. They'll go over and Ame trying to run. 4-step out. Sleight of Fist, and they're still, well, alive. Everybody here for EHOME. They've got the gem on the deck. They'll get the kill on a Faith Beyond. They're going to try and get him with the Bloodthorn, and now Ame's dominating. They've got Ember buying back into the fight. They'll look over, nothing to say, and now they've got the song once again. That's going to stun up 2 of these heroes, nothing to say. Well, he's going to have to regen a little bit. The Sleight of Fist, the Searing Chains comes out onto the Ancient Apparition. Y gets caught. They've got themselves the relocate with the Vortex. Back the IO. They've got the Cold Feet. They get the kill on a 70. He dies back. They look over at CCQ, and they'll take out the IO. So again, they do get a set of racks, but it costs them dearly again.
I mean, a little bit over-ambitious on the buyback, perhaps. And now he also just buys back on the IO. They definitely want to contest at Roshan. Oh, that was the worst time into dieback, actually. This might be the way back into the game for LGD. They got 2 Rexes up, but it won't matter if you just lose the game now on the back of that Aegis. Oh. See what happens. Does LGD even know it's up? I don't think they do.
They're smoked up like they know they need to make the move over to the Roche pit, and they're gonna try. It's 4th Roche, so it's everything. It's Aegis, Cheese, Shard, and the Ag's Blessing. They're gonna come through with the Abyssal Blade. Oh, Faith Beyond just caught well out of position. They've got the Soulbind on 2 of these heroes. If they can follow that up with the Abyssal Blade, that'll lock them both up, but it goes to the Nullifier. They've got themselves the Soulbind running out. Venom's Embrace, that gets cut off. They'll use the Ensnare. It's not gonna land. And now they're without the Mars for 109 seconds. It's still a minute without 7E, though. Going into this once more. They have the song. They go to the little shredder right on top of the Ancient Apparition. Fire Snap Cookie that lands. Do they have the damage to get the kill here on the Zeal? They look over at Shiro, but the Ghost Scepter once again focuses his attention out on a Sinkyu. Sinkyu goes to the 4-step. He gets onto the high ground. Now they look over at Planet. They get the kill on the Grin Stroke. They look over at Shiro. Shiro trying to run. He's got that enrage. He's cold feeded up, but he's not going to freeze over. They're looking for the real.
Oh no!
Roshan! Roshan gets the kill on a Shiro. He's going to be forced to buy back. They've got the Soulbind coming through. That's going to be out on Ame as well as the Insane. They go to the Song. They've got themselves the Aegis in the hands of this Storm Spirit. Song.
IO can't
good. They've got the Vortex out onto the IO. CCQ in a little bit of trouble. They've got themselves the Inkswell. Now they look over the Ancient Apparition. They get the kill on the CCQ. They look over now at Zeal. Zeal trying to run, but he goes over the cliff of the Roach pit. Inkswell lands. Mortimer's Kisses is in. They get the kill.
Shiro, you bought you can't die here!
And he's trying to fight Ame as well as nothing to say, but he's got the BKB, he's trying to run, he's got the aim, so that lands up to the Fire Step Cookie, lands on the Shiro, but he's got the range as well as the silence. That's the Bloodthorn. Zeal coming back in! Zeal coming back in! They get the kill here out on Ame. They'll take out coming back in. Nothing to say. He's got the Aegis. He'll Ball Lightning all the way up, but they've got the Remnant following it up. Nothing to say. Oh, they got the Yules. I can't believe it. They put him on the end. They're going to look over to try and get this kill. Zinkyu's going to buy back, but it's not going to be worth anything to save this Storm. As they buy back on 2. Ame has no buyback. He's short.
Oh, he has no money for it. He bought out. No. Wait, they're not going for the
EHOME
GG. They don't know he doesn't have buyback. They don't know.
Yeah, EHOME are playing safe.
Oh, they could end the game right here.
That's a minute
Oh, they
and a
must be
half
feeling so
without.
scared.
They all bought back. They all bought back. I can't believe it. They're not pushing in. They might want to just set up megas. They've got a minute. They're not really setting up megas. They're going back to base. They've got Planet, who's level 25, by the way. He took the Inkswell radius, which helped so much in that fight.
It's massive.
Dire's bottom
It's so big now, actually. 550.
bottom tower is
I can't
Snapfire
believe
looking
they're
to
not
get
trying to
25,
force
but
a
he's
bit
not
more.
there yet.
Like, this game should be over at this point.
Yeah, they
If
should
Naga
just won on
respawn,
that.
they should have a fighting chance again.
Dire's bottom tower
They have to hold out for 35 seconds. They've got the glyph.
structures are fortified.
30 seconds. Honestly, I don't think they're going to give up, even if they give up megas. The Remnant's close. Scatterblast comes out onto the illusion. They're going to ball lightning in, looking to cut the creep wave and looking to land the Inkswell, but they're not going to land it. Nothing to say. He's able to get back, but Zeal now jumps
jumping
in
into
out
the
of
hole.
the apparition. They've got the Nullifier. There's the arena down with the BKB pop by Zeal. They go to the side of Fist. They don't get the kill. The Ice Blast's going to follow it all the way up. It'll be on Shiro as well as 7E. They take the tier 3 tower with Zeal over to the side. Zeal sitting there with Planet over in the trees, and they now have Naga Siren up. No mega creeps secured.
I can't believe how little they got out of the Naga dieback. It should have been at least megas, if not even the, game over. But yeah, EHOME is definitely feeling a little bit scared after the Roche, where they all bought back. Like, they, of course, didn't know that Naga didn't have buyback, but at least you gotta try to force it.
So who picked up everything in that exchange? Did Nightstalker get the Ag's blessing in that drop? It looks like it, because he's got Ag's blessing. So he's got,
Yeah, I believe he did.
so he's the one who picked it up. And then, I mean, everything else was used. Refresher shard was used. Everything was used. Full
I know.
team, full game smoke. Ooh, I might be the one walking into this.
Oh, you didn't need him.
Yeah,
so
okay.
timid. They're so timid.
They're so scared. They're teetering on the edge of a loss here, 2-0 going down to the lower bracket, and I think they're scared.
It definitely seems that way, yeah. He actually finished as a Soul Crew as 2 on Snapfire a while ago.
And he's
I
going
did not see
Scotty
that item
next.
on that hero.
I can't believe it. He's holding his 25 as well. Arena of
Oh,
Blood
Wolfie
grants
shot Scotty?
180 HP regen for the team.
He went
7E.
for
Oh,
Crystalist.
7E. He's in some trouble. Faith Beyond, God's Rebuke, Sleight of Fist. They're trying to land the spear, but it's going to be a long Sleight of Fist. That's not going to be able to land the spear. They've got the Sleight of Fist as well as the Searing Chains. They get the kill into that.
We got rooted.
Look over.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Arena Refresher, the
Fine.
spear, it lands. They get the kill into 7E. They'll trade.
Support for the Ember. Definitely not worth
Why-
it for EHOME, but
Wise down for 60 seconds. He's got buyback available in 60 seconds, so he'll at least have, if he gets back up, that life and then the next one.
yeah, but
That's
surely he's
Naga
more
losing.
valuable than an AA, right? On that Ember Spirit. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ember, he's a minute away and 400 gold away.
I can't believe they're posturing so aggressively now. Like before, when they're 5v2, they're scared, and now 4v4 with Ember down, they're like, yeah, we can do this. Regain the composure. Crystal is also picked up on Snapfire. He's going into the Daedalus instead.
Gold remains.
And to think that that fight and Shiro forced to buy back because, you know, some teams for a 6-man, they go to a coach. LGD, they ask Roche. And Roche becomes the LGD 6th man.
6. I mean, Roshan isn't really a man, though. He's more like a... What is Roshan? Is it a golem? Or like a gargoyle kind of thing?
I'll give you Gargoyle. I'll
Like,
I'll
what is
message.
Roshan actually?
I feel like Slacks would know that. That's a loregasm answer. By
Like
the
in
way,
Dota 1,
level-
Roshan was just a purple golem, right? Or pink golem.
And level 25. Syncue
Who?
3 times Little Shredder.
Yeah, of course. If you go for Crystals, you gotta take that down.
Yeah, that's gonna be wild. 4-man
Oh, they're
smoke,
sneaking up
Ame
from
coming
behind.
around the back. They're gonna look over potentially for Shiro. Now they've got the silence with the BKB pop. They've got the ensnare that's with the Axe. That means it goes through BKB. Faith Beyond gonna jump in with the BKB, and he's looking over to the side as they've got themselves the Night Stalker out onto Y. He does have buyback. He'll use it immediately. The ensnare comes out. The Fire Snap Cookie that's gonna be dropped down out on the Seal. Seal in some trouble. They've got the arena down as well as the Spear. They get the kill on the Seal. Sleight of Fist, BKB looking over. He's got the Refresher, so he's staying out of this fight. He's staying kinda invulnerable
for
on this
balance.
one. They're looking to get the kill here on a Syncue. Syncue trying to run, but he'll eventually be killed by the Sleight of Fist. They've got the arena down, but the Remnant away. The BKB's gonna be popped here by nothing to say. They got themselves the tether with the
What the
soul
heck?
behind Faith Beyond coming in. They get the kill on the ZZQ, and they'll take out 70. Big creep
1
wave
minute
coming
until
in
Night to go
top.
buyback. Oh, this Axe on Storms are so strong. Once he has a refresher shot, or a refresher orb rather, it's gonna be so hard to team fight. Double arena, double storm vortex, Naga throwing nets at you. This Ursa can't fight anymore. He's getting kited.
Snares.
Double damage,
70.
Naga.
Apparition missing. Oh god.
If they don't buyback here, they lose 2
Finally.
sides.
Are they willing to give up the 2 sides just to hold the buybacks? They're up
Oh, they're going
12,000,
for
and Ame wants to force it. Ame wants to force the buybacks. The question is, do they stay? We've seen EHOME make multiple mistakes inside the opponent's base, and now it's a question of whether LGD are going to be TI8 LGD or the recent form of LGD. Shiro moving in. He's looking to make this kill. They've got the stun coming out from the song with the BKB pop by Faith Beyond. Does he drop down the arena? He doesn't have it for 12 more seconds. He doesn't have the refresher for 65. Inkswell once again not going to be lined up here and catching Ame, but Ame trying to run with Mirror Image. Shiro going in, but it's going to be out on an illusion. They've got themselves the BKB. Nothing to say, looking to keep himself alive with Ball Lightning out. They look over 70 ensnared. He's going to be forced up into the air with Stormcrafter, I believe, but they've got the catch on Ame. Ame with the BKB. He's getting bashed up. He's in some trouble. They've got the stun out on a Faith Beyond. Bloodthorn. Oh, he's got the Phantom's Embrace to get the kill on Ame. He's going to have buyback. They'll look over. Nothing to say with the silence coming through, but they've got the Nullifier out of the Storm. Shiro going in and gets the kill. No buyback available on Nothing to Say. He is short the money, but it is up in just a second. So now it looks like it's going to be a 4v5 that they're going to have to hold on here for LGD. They went tier 4s and they paid for it. And Roche up in 2. Oh! Illusion.
You gotta be so
catch
careful
it.
when you make these plays. You gotta be so careful. Like as I said before, like why do you go for this tier 4 now? You know they have buybacks. The time already elapsed. You know, like you gotta keep tabs on it. LG is a very strong team. They will do that. I think you're gonna deal with mega creeps now. Maybe you won't lose the game, but you're gonna deal with megas.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the case. Ame trying to throw these illusions out. They've got this illusion from the Dark Portrait, trying to clean up the illusions that are coming through from the mirror image of Ame. Shiro, well, he's being pushed back. They've got the Bloodthorn. He is using that flicker and trying to avoid everything that's being thrown at him. They've got a double wave coming in bottom, so that might push into tier 3. Faith Beyond waiting over to the side with the BKB pop. They've got the Spear that's going to push him back, but he misses the rack. Oh, Ice Blast comes in. Now he's got the Refresher with the BKB, but the Spear's going to miss. So Faith Beyond, uncharacteristically, is going to make plenty of mistakes in just those couple of moves alone. It's still giving time here for Nothing to Say to come back into the fight.
It shouldn't be enough though.
Bloodthorn
I'm so
once
surprised
again.
they're still
Inkswell,
holding.
There it is. Yeah, they haven't given up the
40
racks
seconds.
just yet. Faith Beyond throwing the Spear. He's got the arena up in 60 seconds. It's so long from him being able to get that arena out. They throw the Nullifier on a Syncue. Syncue trying to, well, be the backup that they need, but they've got themselves a Soulbind. The Fire Stop Cookie with the BKB Popeye Zeal. They go to the song, trying to keep alive Syncue, but he ends up dead. He does have buyback. Now looking to throw the Remnant away. They've got the Ice Blast coming out from Y. Zeal coming over, cold feet on him. ZZQ running away with the Remnant all the way back to the racks. They've got themselves at least the melee rack. They look for the range racks. Planet gets the kill there on a Faith Beyond. Faith Beyond gonna be dead for 98 seconds. He does have buyback, but he doesn't have the arena for another 25. Lotus Orb, that's out with the Solar Crest. That's gonna be bounced back. The Inkswell pops and Shiro running away. They finally get themselves mega creeps. Ame trying to chase to get themselves something, but they won't find anything. They TP back 7E. And now, Syncubi is back. That's going to be a 5v5 with Roche up. This is 5th Roche, and the 60-minute items are available.
Yeah, FaveBN and buying back immediately. Holding buyback doesn't mean anything if you lose the game. And Force Boots. Wow. Oh, that's a good one.
Mirror Shield.
Mirror Shield against the web.
The Dire need to get their 5s. Oh, Apex first one. Oh, Shiro in immediately on nothing to say. He's dead. He's gone. He's just dead. Never even got close to the buyback amount of gold, and that's going to be a quick kill there. That is very big. Well, now trying to run. They've got the silence to look for the spear with the BKB. Popeye Zeal are going in on a Faith Beyond. They're looking to get away here on Ame. Ame with the BKB. The Ice Blast coming in. That's going to land on the Zeal. Zeal, he gets hit with that one, but the damage coming out from the side of Fist as well as the owner's proccing. Why trying to get away, but he won't be able to do so. They're going to go in the Ancient Apparition. Ame's got the strong. Ame, though, what can he do? He doesn't have buyback for 4 minutes, 30 seconds. He's not really getting out of this one quickly because he doesn't have boots, and he's trying to slither his way out. But they've got the side of Fist. They have themselves the Searing Chains. That's out on a 2. Ame drops. He's dead. EHOME will take this game and even it up at 1. Wow.
Great game by EHOME. Yeah, they're not out. They're not dead.
Wow. Played that really well.
I mean, they were really scared on EHOME's side, but they do take the game in the end. It was, you know, sometimes sloppy Dota is the most entertaining Dota. Both teams had their ups and downs this game, let's put it that way. Yeah. But yeah, very entertaining game at the end. I'm really surprised that, you know, Naga didn't work out at all.
Nope, it didn't work out at all. But I told y'all EHOME is a team that's got this. It's a team that can come back. And not only did they come back, but honestly, it is a credit to LGD that this game took as long as it did because it did not look close for a while. You know, for a while, I thought we were going to have flashbacks to game 1 because we had the one death on Naga in the jungle at like 8 minutes. Immediately afterwards, 7E dies to Storm Spirit. It's starting to look like, oh gosh, everything's going wrong. He doesn't have his Yule Scepter. The Storm Spirit is running away with it. But Beaker, you wanted to see 2 things. You were happy to see a 4-position Grimstroke and you wanted to see Planet pop off. You definitely got your wish, didn't you? 21-minute Aghanim Scepter, 27-minute Blink ads on this Grimstroke, and he was involved in 70% of their kills at like 25 minutes. Incredible performance from him, and honestly, it felt like he enabled the game so much by getting all these items as quickly as he did.
Yeah, it was something that Black talked about, that there is no way for them to deal with the illusion, and it really felt like LGD were kind of lacking a little bit. And I still question the Orchid pickup. It was 4K gold that didn't do anything for a majority of the game. Even when it was a Bloodthorn, it didn't feel like it did enough. Maybe that's me missing out on what it was adding in the late game and the ultra late game, but honestly, it felt like if that's a different item, maybe a little bit of a different build from Ame, LGD still take this game with the way that both teams kind of played, because it was both a little bit sloppy from them, but EHOME, they took advantage, and that is exactly what they needed to do. And now they're 1 game away from being in the upper bracket final. Like, that's big for them.
It is absolutely massive for them, and they fought really, really well. Like you mentioned, there was some sloppiness in this game. It was a bit of a wild ride, but nonetheless, they had the quality to get over the finish line. And Black, this moment that we're seeing in the highlight here, 7E, this double kill, the comeback, immediately his game changed. Before this, he was making a long trek towards trying to get a Maelstrom, but after this fight, he gets a BKB minutes afterwards, and suddenly he can play Dota again. It feels like the laning phase didn't matter as much.
Yeah, he didn't even have his Yule Scepter when that Roche fight started. Like, if he dies there again, and they get the Roche on LGD, it's just like over right there. But interestingly enough, Naga didn't even want to join that fight at all, and that was arguably the fight that lost LGD the game. You know, that's why I'm saying this Naga pick, like, Ame plays a great Naga, like, don't get me wrong, but as a team, they really didn't utilize the pick at all this game. Like, they didn't set up any fights, they didn't bait each other out with it. He was just kind of there, pushing in waves, right? Like, it didn't really feel very cohesive from LGD this time around.
Beacott mentioned that itemization was a bit of an issue, but earlier in the draft, when we were talking about how this Naga is going to play into the game, we were all super bullish on when the Aghanim's Scepter timing hits to allow him from that point onwards to deal with and help control this Night Stalker, who we expected to get the early BKB. The early BKB came from the Night Stalker, and Zeal went on a tear across the map. Do you think he would have been better off on Ame instead of going for this Orchid? Rushing the Skadi and then bringing up the Aghanim's timer a little bit faster so that you wouldn't have... I mean, this happened very rarely in this game where they would set up from the Naga songs, but most of the time it's just EHOME being free in the game. So would you have preferred an earlier Aghanim's pick instead?
Definitely. Like, I spoke about it before also, like you set up with the Naga sleep, right? Like Axe also allows you to set up with the Naga sleep because you can net through the Axe sleep, right? Like you can do that on an Ember, or even on the Night Stalker as well, and it's just pretty much a free kill. They didn't have great ways of dealing with BKB at all, and he got it at the end, and it was so impactful. Makes you wonder what would have happened if he had like third item.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
It felt like Ags could have been a big deal there, whereas Orchid, you're not getting involved as much, and you could see once they had Flicker, like it made that the ensnare very difficult to feel meaningful. Like, that's at a certain point in the game where I know Ame had the farm to have an Ags. Like, he bought an Orchid, so he definitely had the farm to get an Ags way earlier in the game, and that could have been a big game changer. I know we're harping on Ame a lot in his build, but I want to say, uncharacteristically, Faith Beyond struggled this game. He did a lot good. There are a lot of times where it felt like he botched and he dropped the ball on his spears, on his arenas. It felt like he just wasn't what we expect out of him. And it's not to say he had a awful game or anything, but when you watch Faith Beyond, I think you're always thinking that he's going to be top notch every single time.
What did you say, Snare? TI wasn't last Mars game? Definitely showed a little bit of rust.
Yeah, it's a bit rusty there. Yeah, the last time he played this hero was at TI, so the fact that it didn't work out here, I mean, one of the things that also seems like in this game that not only did Faith Beyond not have the best game, but we also saw some struggles from Nothing to Say. And this came from a incredibly dominant game 1 on the Storm Spirit. And game 2 started really, really well, Black. What happened? What changed? Because it also didn't feel like it necessarily was that he was hard counted from as early. He got the decent timing on the BKB, but he just didn't seem as crisp in the execution. What do you think happened between game 1 and game 2 for that to change?
I mean, honestly, like as soon as he picked up BKB in game 2, I was like, all right, this game is going to be really hard for EHOME. But then he uses it, jumps in blind into like 3 heroes, pops it late with 300 HP, and Shiro just blinks after him and kills him anyway. And that was really the fight where they were already behind at that point because of the Roche fight. But after that fight, it was almost impossible to get back into the game. Like Naga almost made it happen because the pick was really strong, but like they just allowed themselves a little bit too many mistakes, all 3 of the cores this time around.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, with that, we have demonstrated now that EHOME are good for the money. We're in game 3. Not necessarily a game that a lot of people would have expected to see. You know, there were 2-0 predictions all across, but EHOME definitely showing that they are a team that shouldn't be counted out, right? Zeal was talking about this in his interview coming into this tournament, that he's anticipating top 2. He didn't mention who he thinks is going to get top 1, but he certainly is anticipating being able to perform at the very highest levels. So from this, right, we were speaking about before this game started, whether or not EHOME have the mental fortitude to come back, right? Do PSG.LGD, because half the time we see them, when they win series and they lose a game in the series, it'll be game 1 that they lose, and then they'll come back for the reverse sweep. It's very rare that we see LGD lose game 2 and then go on to win the series. So do you have some concerns here, Peacock, about the mentality going into this next game?
I think that loss is a loss that brings them back down to earth. Like, I think they played that game a little cocky. You have nothing to say going in with that BKB in such ridiculous positions. And I think that caused them to struggle, like the way that they were playing a little bit in that early mid game. I think it's also very hard to draft against LGD. You may have this game win, but again, we talked about it in game 2. There's so many things that you have to make sure you're doing right in just the draft against LGD. Maybe you don't ban the Lycan, and all of a sudden Faith Beyond's on that, and you match that up with, say, the Troll, and now Ame is getting bit by Faith Beyond, or you give up the Nothing to Say Tinker. Like, there's just so many aspects of a draft that I think you need to really think of. And if EHOME do it, I think that's a big stepping stone for them, because that guarantees them what, top 3, and puts them 1 series away against RNG and Aster from a final. So if EHOME get it done, I think mentally for them, I think you can beat Aster and RNG. Like that's just a given. Like you beat LGD, you know
Yeah.
you can beat the rest for sure.
Yep, definitely the case. But we've also seen in the past that this is the most competitive region for a reason. That how many tournaments? I mean, B-Corp, you've costed these tournaments, right? Especially like the tier 2 scene. Oh, the top teams should win every single game, but then upsets happen all the time. So, but if you are eHome, definitely you are feeling very, very bullish about your chances. The one thing though I am
Yeah.
concerned about from what we saw in that game is Black. I'm concerned about their ability to close out that game. They were in a dominant position for a long, long time, and things started to change a little bit when the Ags came out from the Naga. But EHOME could probably have made that game a lot shorter than it actually ended up being. So what's the solution? What's the fix to that to make sure that you can close out your game before LGD has a chance to come back?
I think it was really just nerves for eHome. Like you could see they were visibly scared of losing. Like at the Roche fight, when they like all had to buy back, they weren't even trying to force the Naga buyback, who at the time didn't have buyback. If they went for the GG, the game would have actually just ended. But they didn't even
Yeah.
try to poke, you know? They were just like, okay, I'm gonna go back to my own jungle, farm some creeps here. Then they realized, oh, maybe we should do something. Naga's still dead. Then they get a tier 3 tower, but that's all they got, you know? At least you need to get megas, force a buyback, or potentially even end the game as a whole, you know? Like you have the chance to do that, you gotta be able to do it. Like LGD, maybe in game 3, you know, they won't slip up again like that, maybe won't have another chance to do so.
Speaking of LGD, we had some Mars not picked since TI. We also haven't really seen Naga from Army in quite some time as well. So going into this third game, B-Corp, are we going to see comfort picks from them where they say, all right, we ran the experiment. We tried, like you say, they were a bit cocky in the second game. But now is the cockiness off? Is Xiaoban serious? Is he back in business mode? We're trying to get ourselves into a final.
I think the draft's going to be a lot more connected. Definitely. I think LGD, they fall into these third games and they're just like, all right, we're gonna settle down here. We're gonna put it all together and figure it out. And actually, something I wanted to talk about was just like what you were saying is these underdogs that do make it far in China. Like we've seen it before. LGD has been on the losing end of that. I think we already talked about it on this series. Blaze knocking out LGD when the patch just dropped with neutral items and knocking them out of a qualifier. LGD was on the back end of that. You have teams like IGV, maybe not a lot of people expecting Paparazzi when he was with that team to do a lot when they were together back then. Or you've got teams like, Hyper Glory team that have come out of nowhere. You've got LGD Forever Young that have kind of come out of nowhere. And Serenity was a big, I think Serenity and this eHome team kind of feel a little bit similar because Serenity, it was a lot of veterans who had played for a while on a lot of different teams, and now you've got them playing like Zinq. He's playing with OGD. I think they made a big run. They went to TI, and I think eHome here kind of feels a little bit similar, where like they can be good enough to beat LGD, which means they're good enough to beat anybody. The question is, do they get the victories at the right time, and does it fall into position for them to secure a TI spot? Because getting first place, like you said, 3 times the points that they got in the regionals in the tour, like that's going to be massive for them. And maybe you take a 3rd or a 4th place in tour 2, tour 3, and all of a sudden eHome's at TI, and you've got yourself another underdog story. Everybody was Team Spirit's the underdog. I mean, underdog OG was an underdog a while back. It's all about the underdog story, and I would love, as much as I'm an LGD fan, I'd love to see eHome put it together because that's the best storyline. It's better than any fandom.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the other teams that you were mentioning, your OGs, your Team Spirits, these have been underdog squads, but the relative strength of the region they were in, it wasn't as crazy as we've seen China be. Sometimes it feels like the lower rated teams have a very high hill to climb to try and gain relevancy in China, but eHome, they did that almost immediately, hit the ground running. Zeal, I really want to talk about Zeal this game. The change up in what this team is capable of doing when Zeal has a good game versus when he doesn't. It's night and day. Last game 1 was pretty bad. Like he couldn't do anything. But in this game, practically everywhere on the map, if you were dying, Zeal was probably there. If it's not Zeal, it's Planet, right? But either way, how they set up on their 3-4 seems to be really instrumental for eHome. And the better they get, the more worried I become about how do teams deal with this. We saw in one of the previous games here when LGD, they expended quite a bit of bans on that side of the map, and it worked out for them. But you can't always do that, right, Black? You can't always have to focus on this one player because the team can eventually adapt and find a way to win despite your focus on the particular side of the map.
Yeah, it's funny that you actually say that because even in the last game, I feel like they did sort of focus on that because the Naga is typically a hard counter to the Night Stalker, which even in the cast I also said I was very surprised that the Night Stalker had like 500 more net worth than the Naga. Typically doesn't happen, and that was one of the bigger reasons why EHOME actually managed to win the game. I think like if the game goes as it should, as per normal, and Naga beats Night Stalker in the lane, you know, he transitions into a faster mid game. Night Stalker transitions into a slower mid game, but didn't happen. As you said, Zeal had a good game, and when Zeal has a good game, EHOME has a good game, and when Zeal and Planet have a good game, EHOME doesn't lose.
No, they
Yeah.
do not. So now we have to see if they get that again. I want to hear, gentlemen, about we're gonna get a draft very soon, right? And I want to hear from you, not just who wins the next game, right? But do you think the winner of this game? We've already spoken about how strong PSG.LGD is and the prospect of EHOME if they win this. Do we have a tournament winner coming out of this particular series in either direction?
I would say if EHOME win this series, you do. Because then LGD, I truthfully think they just go through their lower bracket and face EHOME again. And I think we just see an EHOME LGD final. I think it gets a little bit trickier if EHOME go to the lower bracket. Just then you got to win the 2 more series. Like it's going to be tough. But I could definitely see it happening.
Black, what do you think? Where's your mind at about the prospect of a winner coming from this third game?
I know that the second game looked pretty convincing, but for me, the top 2 are still going to be Aster and LGD. I mean, LGD first and Aster second. Honestly, I would even put RNG third over EHOME as well. Like to me, they're still the top 4 team in this particular tournament. But I mean, yeah, if they do win this series, obviously, they already sort of abolished that thought because they're going to be top 3 guaranteed. But even if LGD were to lose here and they had to face them again in the final, I do think LGD is gonna, throughout that lower bracket, receive a very big upgrade. When you play against these lower bracket teams, you get all that momentum. Maybe even a new meta will form. It always happens in new patches too. Still, and if they meet them again in the final, I do think that LGD will still, make short work of them.
That's the very thing that we have to also think about, right? Some of these teams improve after going through a lower bracket run and they just get better, build up over time. Sometimes we actually see the younger teams like EHOME benefit a bit more from that playing time. However, with the nerves that we saw from game 2, I think that lower bracket might be a bit too much for them if they go there this early on in the bracket. They need to relax, go the easy route, go through this top part of the bracket. And another good thing about the top part of the bracket, and Black, you've been a player for a while. You know the struggle when it comes to being able to just reliably get guap and make sure that you're always eating from Dota. Isn't it great that no matter what, right? There's no stress about playing for money. You're only stressed about the DPC points, right? That must mean a lot less stress on the players' shoulders right now.
Yeah, I mean it depends, right? Like the background of all the people is different, of course. Some in richer families, more wealthy ones. Others are like struggling. Like if we don't win this tournament, I can't eat for a month. So they're definitely going to be putting their all into it. But -1 struggle is definitely good. If you don't have to worry too much about the money and just get top 2, top 1 for points, then maybe even get a guaranteed invite if you do well in the second season. That's going to take a lot of the burden off your shoulder for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And, I think that this is probably a team that is quite looking good for getting into the actual TI. But while we're still waiting for the game to get going, right? So let's think about the next major. The next time we're probably going to be seeing these teams all squaring up, right? From what you've seen, B-Cup, from the performance of EHOME, right? Because I really want to focus on this team. This is the 4th regional final that we've had. Already clocked the C region. We've already clocked the European region and South America. How do you think EHOME would fare if they were to play against a lot of these teams that we did see competing in those, and especially against the winners, your Gladiators, your Booms and such?
I would think that they would perform pretty well. I'm always very high on China in terms of where they're at, and I think their 1 through 5 or their 1 through 6 can always make something happen, especially internationally. think a lot of teams fear the way the Chinese play. It happens a lot that these teams struggle. You saw it last year, a lot of top finishes for IG, Vici, LGD. I think those teams might struggle still against EHOME.
Well, we'll see if PSG.LGD are going to struggle once more against EHOME, or are we going to get a run back of game number 1? Because we have a draft on our hands. Game 3, the decider. We will have a top 3 guaranteed team. It's EHOME and LGD. Let's see what we got here, boys. Quap, Tusk. It had to happen eventually. PSG.LGD is like, all right, we're tired of winning. We're tired of losing. Let's just go back to our winning ways. Do what's been working the entire season.
Yeah, Tsinkyu, he loves this Tusk. He had that game where he was Mike Tyson and or Taito Ivasa. It depends who you're a fan of. And he looked really good. And I think he has the proper play style to make this hero feel so strong. Because there's not a lot of teams that really are picking Tusk and like throwing this hero into the wind in terms of in the Chinese region. So I'm interested to see it. And the Queen of Pain, the question becomes, we saw a lot of Queen of Pain from LBZS, where he was a safe lane Queen of Pain. Not really an Ame hero if I think about it, but definitely a mindset where it's like, hey, let's just throw the Queen of Pain in the safe lane.
So obviously Shiro's most likely to be the one to play this TA again. They haven't, both games previously, they picked 7E's hero quite early on. Here, game 1, they picked it 3rd, I think, if I remember correctly. Ember doesn't, I suppose you can still pick it again, right? Doesn't have the IO as the backup this time around to help elsewhere on the map, but do you think he goes back for that black, or is 7E just tired of the Ember? He's like, I'm done with this, give me something else today, fam.
I think it depends on the matchup they see. Like, if they know it's going to be a quad middle, Ember would make a lot of sense, but they don't right now. So maybe they'll hold off a little bit longer, because Quap is pretty versatile, can go off lane. We've even seen carry Quaps as well, so can go 3 different lanes. And I gotta admit though, for EHOME, I'm not the biggest fan of them picking up Shiro's hero this early. Simply because they seem to be doing the best when he gets the good matchup late pick. And yeah, I think the team's success is very, very, very dependent on not just the 3 and 4, but also on Shiro having a good lane. Because when he gets bullied out of lane, very tough for them. Oh, the Planet Rubik against the Jakiro.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Jack. Ooh, okay. Planet Rubik B-Cup. Tell the people why this is so scary. Why are you so terrified? Why did your voice light up when you saw the Megas emerge here for Planet?
I consider Planet maybe the next closest thing to FY we're seeing with Rubik at the moment. They're the only team that's really utilizing this in China, and for good reason. He's playing it really well. He is very, very good at this hero, and it is just exciting to watch him make plays. This Jakiro is probably going to be in the 5, but I'd give anything to see it in the 3. I'd give anything to see Faith Beyond play it in the 3. See what he builds.
The Jakiro?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Jakiro Tusk is a pretty strong lane. Double ice and fire. What can you do?
Yeah, I mean that would be great. That sounds fun.
When you play off-lane Jack, don't you build like Atos, which could be kind of decent against the Void Spirit? Because they don't have that much lockdown for these super elusive heroes right now from PSG.LGD.
Yeah, I mean, even Yules would be a pretty decent pickup as well, but most of the time, if it's an offlane Jakiro, they go for this Witchblade build with the attack range at level 10 and just start hitting buildings. And honestly, I do believe it's an offlane Jakiro because you wouldn't just randomly pick it against a TA otherwise, right? Like, you're expecting it to be a carry TA, so you're picking Jakiro as a response. Tusk protects Jakiro very well, so the lane is very strong together. And Jakiro actually also goes into a pretty strong mid-late game timing with that Aghanim Scepter.
I think they'll reveal probably the direction of this now. We'll see whether or not this Jakiro is going to be played by Faith Beyond or by Y Innocence. Let's see. 44 seconds in the reserve time here. And while they're considering that, where do we think this Void Spirit is going? It could be a versatile Void going off lane. It could go middle. I don't think they've ever played off lane Void before, though. Let's see. They have not. This would be, if they did decide to do that, would be the first time. I suppose, like you said, Black, we want to try and make sure that Shiro has the best game possible, but the way that PSG.LGD are stacking up now, okay, DK, I did not expect this. Where is this DK coming from? I guess there's like a lot more push now.
Wait a second. Did they? Wasn't there a team that played DK5?
Yeah, it was Tundra.
This, yeah. We could
Tundra
just
and
see
OG.
DK. Yeah, we could just see DK5. I'm still on the Faith Beyond Jakiro hype train.
It's possible, but Dragon Knight also lanes really well into TA, so that's not an absurd idea. But yeah, I definitely think Jakiro 3 would still be very strong here. I don't know where the DK came from suddenly. Kind of random, because you already have a lot of tower pressure coming from your Jakiro, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they
A
wanted
little
like
bit
some
of a
instant
curious pickup.
disable.
Yeah, sure. Can work, I guess. I mean, I like DK. I like to play DK, even though it's a pretty boring hero. I like boring stuff because it wins you games. It's very consistent. But it just feels like Jakiro and DK on the same team. They sort of do the same thing, you know.
Since they occupy the same role here, we're gonna have to see how PSG.LGD decide to run these heroes. I'm tending to agree with y'all that I'd prefer this offlane Jack instead of it being the DK, but I think it just depends on, do they want the push from Jack faster or do they want the blink on DK? They have lost overall pick, so hopefully Shaban's plan is all gonna come together. For now, we need to focus on EHOME's bans, because where on earth is Void Spirit and TA going? Are they still gonna pick an offlaner here? Is this the 3 and the 1? Is this the 2 and the 3? What do you make of this here, Peacock?
I'm trying to figure it out from eHome. I'm gonna just go with my heart and just say it's 70 on the Templar Assassin. Or no, sorry, wait, Shiro on the Templar Assassin, 70 on the Void Spirit. It's not the 2-3. I don't. He's. Yeah. I'm gonna sit with that. I'm gonna sit with that. I don't make good calls. I don't make some good calls in the draft, but I'm gonna say that that's the 1-2. I can't commit to anything else. I said Drow twice. I've been wrong too many times.
All right. In the event that this is the 1-2, right? What are we expecting for Zeal in the offlane here for eHome? What do you think that they still need to be able to like bring this 1-2 of the TA Void together?
Like a Legion commander, but it didn't work out so well.
Yeah.
What's for Zeal? Like, what else did he play? I know he plays on Spirit Breaker, Pango, Night Stalker, but that's all gone.
Pango, I'll tell you his most played heroes this season. Pango, Tidehunter, Bloodseeker, Visage, and then the other one, Bloodseeker. Yeah, he had 2 games on Bloodseeker, 3 games on Bloodseeker, excuse me, and 2 games on Brood is the last one. So, but like you say, most of those heroes have been removed as well.
Yeah, what if you do like offlane Kunkka?
Offlane Kunkka could work. Yeah, it's not terrible. But
I like that versus the Queen of Pain.
Last pick, though. If they last pick a troll again against the Kunkka, they're kind of like, we're in trouble again. That's the problem if you last pick your carry. It's such a bully matchup always. Well,
they could potentially. We saw a Centaur during the play of some of these weeks, which are somewhat bizarre. But I feel like they need something that jumps forward, right? I'm a bit worried about them moving into fights right now from the side of eHome. So whatever they pick up, honestly, something that gets there. And well, there we go. LC again. It can get forward, but it's not an easy LC game by any stretch of the imagination. There's the save from the Tusker with the snowball, ice path set up. I mean, it's hard to disable versus Queen of Pain, but it still feels like a challenging game to be playing this LC.
Isn't it just a free troll game again?
Yeah.
Like TA and Legion both get hard counter by the same hero. Why not just pick it again, right?
Yeah, why not?
It's so difficult. Also, Legion into Jakiro is pretty risky because it's a free ice path every time. I don't like this LC pick. I don't know what else they could have picked, but I don't like it.
I'm still gonna go and guess Drow just because I can.
Drow is also very good. Drow is really good too, so I wouldn't mind that at all.
Can we go 1 for 3?
Don't have that much jump.
No.
Wraith King. Ame's actually been playing. This is his most played hero in his pubs at present right now. I think he's played this like 14 times over the last like 8 days or something. So certainly not surprising to see them go for this. And it does seem like a fairly good Wraith King game. You're playing this into the LC, which is always really nice. On the side of eHome, a lot of their damage comes in like 1 round of burst. Only really the TA is capable of fighting for some degree of time. So this Wraith King feels like he's going to have a pretty easy time just moving around the map, doesn't have to worry all that much about his own life. What do EHOME do to deal with this here, gentlemen? This is a very, very, very scary king at the end of the draft for LGD.
Yeah, they kind of drafted themselves in a bit of a corner here. Although they've got the Rubik, so, you know, when FY was up against it all, he would just put the team on his back and make it happen with the Rubik. I think that's what's going to need to happen. And unfortunately, we did not get the Jack off lane. Not feeling that. He's in the 5.
Right? You steal Ice Path, and then Quap ults, and you dodge it with a blink, then you steal Quap ult, and you ult 5 heroes. Like, woo!
You just turn into an anime, and like you're the main character. Yeah, sure.
Well,
Yeah,
they
then-
call him P God for a reason in the team, right?
They do.
They do.
That is true. He is a planet. Well, I'd like to see him upgrade his name to Solar System at some point, or Galaxy.
Galaxy God, the G God himself. That would actually be boss.
Yeah.
So, gentlemen, we're about to get into the last game. Final
like
predictions.
that.
Please don't be boring. Tell me who's getting this third game. Tell me what
I
you're
can't
thinking
pick
about this.
LGD. All right, I'm picking LGD.
No, you're not allowed
Fine.
to.
All right, fine. I'm going to EHOME. I have to. I've been told what to do. I can't do
Well, I'm
anything
a rule
else.
breaker, so I'm gonna go LGD.
This
my
guy.
goodness.
Can't work with
I
him
am gonna
over
go with. I'm gonna go with us all winning because we're about to see an incredible game of Dota 2. Game 3,
Aw.
PSG.LGD versus EHOME. This is gonna be for all the marbles. Winner of this, guaranteed top 3, guaranteed $15,000, and one best of 3 away from guaranteed DPC points. Will it be LGD? Will it be EHOME? Let's find out together. B Cop and Black for the final time today. Take it away, boys.
Here we go. Zeal getting a lot of all chatting once again.
No, nothing to say, and Seal, they have been talking to each other exclusively. They say, good luck, nothing to say. Good luck, Zeal. They don't like
But then
the others.
Everybody tipped him, and then I'm pretty sure Y said it in the last game. He's like, "Good luck, Zeal, big fan."
Well, you know, he is a pretty important piece for the EHOME draft every time, but first game is LC,
The battle begins.
wasn't impressive. Let's see if he can make up for it in game 3. Oh, Zinq with the fast fingers. You don't outclick my boy. He goes. There was the sound of him clicking 1,000 times per second, by the way.
God. Yeah. I mean, that is the sound. I've heard it before.
Yeah.
This
when the
Wraith
mouth
King
puts,
feels
you
like
know,
it's just gonna be so strong.
Yeah. Yeah. Once he gets his armlet up, armlet Desert Timer potentially. It doesn't crush LC in the lane as hard as Troll does, though. So that's the one downside to it. It scales better into the mid-late game, but the
Hmm. 70, nothing to say. Queen of Pain. Difficult to play against. I lost it for a second. But now I'm worried. He's being quiet on purpose.
Hello?
I have a feeling. I can hear it. I thought you were just
can?
trying to mess with me. Why?
What?
Taking some
What do you mean?
damage. What?
I've been talking all the time.
Yeah, I know. Well, I couldn't hear you on my end.
Nah, screw you. I'm gonna refresh, baby.
Dyer's
All right, ZZQ gets out with the Shikuchi, and well, both these
Hello?
5 positions just fighting back and forth. I can hear you once again.
Okay, very nice, very nice. Don't do that again. Otherwise,
I'm a little
I'll...
upset. It's Faith Beyond DK. I don't want to hear what you're gonna say to me. I'm gonna cut you off right there. I'm cutting you off when you say you're gonna mess with me. I don't want you to get those words out.
Well, they still have to secure against the TA, though. That's what we wanted, right? So at least they have that going for them.
Yeah, they
But
swapped
you can
lanes.
tell why is not a +4 player. He lets them stack the small camp. What +4 player would ever allow that, Becop, huh? Do you think Faith Bean is flaming him right now?
I never let that happen as a 4
Of
position.
course not. Yeah, you would have a sentry ward there, right?
Yeah. I usually throw a sentry there, but it gets dewarded very quickly. I feel like people are just... Obviously, it's easy to be aware of it, but I'm not good at hiding it, so they miss it with their first sentry attempt.
Yeah, but that's why you get a second sentry.
True. Yeah, but I'm using my gold on 2 Sage's masks. I don't have time. I don't have
Very
time for
important for
that.
maxing your killing touch.
Yeah. I don't know. Maxing chilling touch. Who would ever do that?
he built no region again on Wraith King and easily got into his helm, which means the lane is now pretty damn safe for him. How is the mid matchup looking?
A lot. Top lane. Shiro in trouble, and first blood there for Y Innocence.
TA is so miserable against Sekiro. He just can't do anything.
Can you even swap the lane at this point? Is it even worth swapping the lane?
It is so tough to swap the lanes at this point. I think you just gotta stick with it. And they will. But yeah, Jakiro is such a hard counter to the TA. I told you before, like picking TA first phase, I really never liked it. I still don't.
They do it a lot.
They do. What do you think made them go back to it after they got crushed with it in game 1?
I think comfort, third game, playoffs, maybe nerves.
Yeah, just look at the Jakiro, look at the TA's farm. 1400 gold. DK 700 ahead of her right now. And the lane is not going to get easier as the levels go higher. Just harder.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Give them some confidence here. What can we do? He might just be dead again.
You ask what can they do? I'm not really too certain. Although dual breath up in a second. I don't know if they really want to chase this. That's not going to feel too great coming into this one.
Dual breath is a lot of damage at this point. Let's
Yeah,
do the math.
level 2.
200 damage. All right. Very balanced. It's actually such a strong ability. People underestimate it all the time.
Nothing to say. Going down over mid, and now they've got the Dragon Tail. Breathe Fire, Shiro in some trouble. And gets the refraction, but still gonna die.
It is so miserable. He can't do anything, Vico. But
Yeah.
at least nothing to say. Overplayed his hands in the mid a little bit. Planet's rotation killed him, but they're still up 1k this early into the game. And the lanes are just going wonderfully for them.
Yeah, it's really going wonderfully. Now 7E getting caught by the snowball and trying to, I believe, deny himself
Where
to
was he
neutral.
going?
But
Why was he there?
at least it felt like that. I have no idea where he was trying to go, but he was you know, a little bit too far, that's for sure.
Just a little bit though.
Oh no,
I'm so
keeps
worried
here.
about the TA. Oh, he changed that again. No, because
And
he back in the
again,
lane.
there's no way. And he just TP'd back. That means he has to take the sad walk all the way back top.
Is he even gonna go top at this point? Or just gonna go jungle? Honestly, it might be
Can you
only play.
even jungle? It just feels so bad.
ZZQ
This is, everything feels really bad. That's another kill. ZZQ not gonna get out. He tries to Shikuchi away, but it won't be in
3K
time.
lead.
And they're just gonna take the top tier 1. This, I mean, game 1 and now game 3. It feels like LGD are on a whole nother level.
Dire's top tower
It's 3k lead in 6 minutes. I haven't seen that in forever. What the hell is happening?
They'll bring Planet and ZZQ top, so the supports will share the farm up here. But I don't think that's gonna work out well if they keep
They
all
got the
3
tower.
in.
has fallen.
Wow.
Why would the liquid fire got the tower lasted too? So all the rotations are basically useless as well. And now the map is open up for LGD even more. Jakiro dipping bot lane.
Did they have Ice Path? No, they went 3-0-2 on the Jakiro. I kind of want to play Jakiro 4 now. Early Veil.
Well, why is playing it as
Just
a 5
harass
though?
with dual breath. Yeah, but he's also playing it as the 4 a little bit. Kinda. With the swap. You know what I mean?
He's playing it as a 5 though, and he's playing it as a 4. What?
Tusk is... Wait a second. Wait a second. Click on Tusk. He's going Axe first item.
Nah, it's a debate, man. For people like you.
It's oh, okay. Oh, he's dead.
7E is...
So,
Wah, wah!
Very dead. Oh, the blink forward. Nothing to say. What?
They're
Why?
very greedy.
He's gonna get dueled.
They have a duel.
Oh boy.
No, they have no damage right now. They have no damage right now.
Yeah.
They have no damage.
Get it? Oh, nothing to say. Stop.
Radiant's middle
No way. All right. Yeah. Now he's dead. Nothing to say. What do you? Did he click the minimap wrong or something?
No. He thought the wave might not have been enough. He didn't do the math.
I guess.
He didn't do the math, B-Cup.
They've got
Worse than
macro
any
fire
math.
now. We're not good at math. Oh, wait, what? Overwhelming odds? Zeal? Macro Pyre with the
He's burning big.
with the help of ice shards. It's the snow is somehow not melting, and well, the Zeal Legion Commander melts instead. Snowball, and that won't land because he's got himself the Dissimulate. But the damage on a Faith Beyond, they'll get a second. They'll lose ZZQ. 7E in some trouble, and 7E doesn't have an Astral Step. You're gonna TP in one more to try and help out. That's Shiro coming through. 7E ends up dead. And I'm gonna say Blink's behind them, leaving Y to die.
Okay, good kill spree for the TA. So he's back into the game in a little bit. But
Yeah,
look
Y's got a
at
kill
Rave
spree.
King pushing bot towers down already.
Ooh, they caught this stat. They know it's there.
Yeah, he just goes back again to reaffirm. Yeah. It is
there, I
indeed
think
there.
We need to do something about this. Or
Not too late. Already found it.
you blink in and scream.
Just randomly
Or
blind and full HP, and you're like,
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under
Well, mid tower's gone, two bot tower's gone, top tower's gone. What tower isn't gone at this point, B-Cup?
I don't know, but they're gonna try and fight. 5 heroes setting up over mid. Telekinesis, that's gonna be out. They've got the Macro Pyre down in the middle of the fight. Faith Beyond, he's hit with the 8th Remnant. They get the kill there onto the DK. Oh, thinking about going to the Sonic Wave. Nothing to say, looking to throw it. Liquid Fire, Zeal moving forward. Zeal was looking for the duel. Nothing doing just yet. Ame was sitting around. He's got the armlet. I want to say if he wants to fight, he might just do so, but he might wait for that level 9 so he's got the extra point to potentially drop in the reincarnation.
Yeah, he has to be a little bit careful too on the Dragon Knight. He has had a fantastic start, but these 2 consecutive deaths do hurt him quite a bit. He wants to get up to his Blink Dagger ASAP.
Still on the blink.
Ooh.
Could always help
I
get a
think
kill.
he much
that
rather
way.
have a better spell though. Like a Scream would be really nice. Or even Dual Breath, honestly. Like Dual Breath on Rubik deals a ton of damage.
Faith Beyond bottom trying to farm. He's got double bracer going into the blink dagger, but if he gets killed here, that'll slow down that blink and slow down the initiation that Faith Beyond really wants to have for his team, and he's staying. So he'll probably end up dead. And they've got the Dragon Tail stolen. They have the Aether Remnant, the lockdown, the Breathe Fire. Faith Beyond trying to run. Telekinesis locks him down, as well as the Astral Step. So 7E gets the kill.
That's the 3rd death in a row. This game is getting slowed down a lot. Nothing to say. What is he going for? Kaya Sanj, cookie cutter stuff. And Arm still didn't really get involved yet. Which is
Nobody's
something
top of the net worth.
you know. Yeah, but last game this is kind of what ruined them, you know, that they didn't really involve him in any of their plays.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
7E. Don't boost travel. Finally, a game where I feel like he hasn't totally been sacked out, but he's still kind of struggling a little bit.
Yeah, going like straight into travels on a voice speed is pretty unusual. But hey, like look at the game, it's stabilized. In fact, EHOME is pulling back gradually. But it is expected from a TA lineup, right? Like you want to be ahead actually, not even or behind. It's sort of like an alchemist in that regard, where you just flash farm so fast. If you're not ahead, you are pretty far behind.
Hmm. Is he still going Ags? Oh, he debated me. Thank you,
Of course he
debated me.
debated you.
Damn.
He was probably gonna look at the view and he's like, ha, that guy.
Got him. I'm sad. Because I would have loved to see that. Oh, you're gonna duel him?
Yeah, well, nice.
Okay, get kicked.
Under attack.
Or against the TA, brings him with BKB, kick him out. Yeah, but you need that blink dagger, of course, on Tusk, like, no matter what. It's too good.
Yeah, but the axe is so much more fun. They blink in, he gives them the walrus fada, and all of a sudden, like, what do you do against that?
Yeah, do you even get it though before the game ends is the question.
I guess not. Now he's got the blink dagger though, so
Now
now
he's
he
going
can
for
blink,
Axe
walrus
again.
punch. Now he's going for axe. Hey, there we go. Blink kick to the team. Come on,
Under attack.
give him the old walrus pizza party.
Ooh,
For the
still
duel.
got-
Blink from Faith Beyond. Okay, Ice Path stolen, and they don't get the duel damage. They still get the kill on a Y. Q, he's got his blink ready to go, and will well, no bottle the haste on, nothing to say. Astral step moving forward. There's the snowball for the save. Going after ZZQ. They've got the Walrus Punch to follow it up, and the Sonic Wave to get the kill on the ZZQ. But 7E moving in, trying to get the kill here on the Faith Beyond. They've got the 8th Remnant as they lose Q, and they finally lose Faith Beyond. 3 heroes dead. The screams out. They get the kill on the 7E, and all the while Ame is bottom, just continuing to farm.
I actually can't believe how, you know, like what kind of attitude
Ame?
Ame has towards the game. He's like, yeah, you guys do whatever the hell you want. I'll join eventually.
I'll
He's
be
0-0-0 as a Wraith King, minute 15. He has a Desolator now though. Before the TA has hers, which is pretty ridiculous, but
Yeah,
you
now,
gotta,
now he's strong. He's fine. It's fine,
you
man.
gotta use the money. Oh man. If Ame loses this, don't go to Reddit, man.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, he hits hard. Like, who's he gonna one hit this game? Rubik? And no, Weaver's pretty survivable.
He might one hit the Weaver.
Squish the
There's a
bug?
chance.
Or they're going to Roche Pit?
Yeah, why not?
Alright, easy I guess.
Ame's not gonna die once. He's got the 2nd level in a reincarnation finally, and he's just not gonna die.
This Roche is falling so fast.
It is Wraithfire Blast, ZZQ, half his health gone. They got the stun out. And now they're gonna look over. He has the time lapse to survive a little bit longer. They dropped on the trap. It goes out on the Ame. Now Zeal looking for a dual target. That's some trouble for him with a Walrus Punch coming out on his Zeal. They get the kill on this Legion Commander. Macrofire down, Reincarnation pop. Nothing to say. Coming in, the Ice Path lands on a Sheer with Wraithfire Blast following it
Oh,
up.
Shiro, you can't
Look
die, yeah.
at this kill onto Shiro, and they'll finish off the TA. 2 years dead on the side of EHOME. Look for more, dissimulate down onto the low ground, but Sinkyu's right there with me. Dragon Tail's there, nothing to say, gets credit for that kill. He's got a killing spree, and Ame the whole time was still in Roche. There's a big difference between the Ame Wraith King and the Erica Wraith King that we saw earlier. Snowball out, ZZQ, no. Okay. I'll give him credit for making an attempt.
Was it just the Roche shot? There's no way.
There was an attempt, man. I'll give him credit. Come on.
Radiant's bottom
What is
tower
that?
under
R/ there was an attempt?
An attempt was made. I have no idea what it is.
Oh, this Wraith King is so ridiculously fat, man.
Got 10K net worth.
Did you see what happened to Shiro? Jakiro basically just solo killed him.
He baited him.
Jakiro is so good against TA, man. It's ridiculous. You think they've been keeping for like game 3. Like, yeah, they're gonna go back to the TA, and we're just gonna pick the Jakiro, and they'll be like, ah, shit.
And instead they're like, oh shit, we're losing. I can't believe this.
No chance, man. He's
This
doing
Ruby
way
has to
too
do
much on the
so
Jakiro.
much. Yeah, he's pretty farmed. And he's going Axe. Actually. Sync still queuing up Axe.
Yeah, minute 30, he'll have it. Don't worry about it. I mean, T2's about to come up. He might get the Philosopher.
Who, Tusk?
Okay, B-Cup. Yeah, of course.
I'm listening.
How do you mount a comeback here when you're EHOME? The first Roshan, you lost with the TA lineup. What do you tell your team?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I tell my team, stop being toxic. It's okay. We got this. No, it's not everybody's fault but your own. Like, we can do this. It's a team game, a team effort. We can do it.
Saying EHOME is being toxic right now.
No, I'm not saying they're being toxic, but that's what I would tell my team, because they're always being toxic.
Yeah, but you're on EHOME right now.
I'm on EHOME, and I'm saying, all right, Shiro, it's okay. I know you've died 4 times. You're not throwing. It's okay. You got this. We're going to pick you back up. You'll be fine.
Radiant's bottom
That definitely sounds like he's throwing then. He's definitely gonna feel like it.
No, he's not.
If you word it like that, he'll definitely be like, what are you talking about? Just be quiet. You're terrible at this. You're terrible at this.
Yeah, that's why I'm not a pro, dude.
It's not being
What do you expect from me? I only tell my team to cocky, low-ranked players. That's the only people I have to pep talk. I have to tell them they're not throwing. It's okay. We still love you. And then I go, kiss, kiss.
How often does that work? Percentage?
It worked 4 times today. Planet. I wish there was follow-up to that, because that was just a 3-man stun that was pretty awesome. And Sinky's still down. Guy's back, and nothing to say. He's really low, but they've got the sun on his ECQ. He doesn't have a time lapse on this one. They get the duel out on top.
What?
Hero. He dueled him, wanted him, and now they're going to try and take the first life out of his hands. They finally do. They get the kill on the seal. They'll end up finishing off the Legion Commander with a double damage in the hands of 7E. They've got the
Shiro's burning.
Telekinesis. The buyback comes out from 2 more heroes on the side of EHOME. They've got the Ice Path down with Shiro. Burning the Stolen Ice Path is not going to land. But they look over at Ame. Can they get this kill on the Wraith King? They can. They never put him in the Snowball. They get the kill on the Shiro. They look over as the Snowball stolen by Planet comes out on nothing to say. Shadow Strike on a Planet. They'll dust up, maybe trying to stop CCQ from roaming around the fight and getting away with a line. But Shadow Strike out once again. Seal with the press C attack. They've got the dust on him. Seal moving in, moving forward, trying to get the kill on the Jakiro, but they've got the Snowball that's going to land on his Seal. The stolen Snowball comes all the way across, pulls in the Legion, doesn't save the life of Zeal though. Now nothing to say. He's in trouble. The shards are out. Applaud CCQ, who's hit with the Swarm and will survive on nothing to say.
Double.
Oh my god, if that hits ZZQ.
Punch.
Oh, knocks him out! Kai2 Ivasa knocks out Derek Lewis. I can't believe it. Oh my god.
So good,
When you thought he was down and out, he gets the knockout elbow up against the cage, face to the canvas. I can't believe it.
He just outplayed him so hard, man. ZZQ. He might be uninstalling after this, man. That was
he still has another series. Double limb.
But it's not today, right?
No, that would be rough.
Yeah, so you can uninstall and reinstall.
Yeah, true. Jakiro, halfway to the axe. Actually, a little bit closer.
Oh, actually, he's so rich on Jakiro.
Meanwhile, Tinku, he's getting there.
Oh, that was glorious. I love it. Alright, Jakiro axe. In case you didn't know, B-Cup, one of the strongest axe in the game.
No, I had no idea. Sure.
Yeah. Once you put it in the Roche pit, it's basically a free Roshan. So he should get it just in time for the next one, actually, because he's getting a ton of net worth. I don't even know. Like, usually Y doesn't have this much priority, but this game, he's owning.
Yeah, you give him priority. He knows how to use the farm. You do be doing it like that. Oh, shards. CQ. Blink. No. On cooldown. Thought for a moment he might try and go for it. Fake hype was there.
He's level 14 on Tusk. That's higher than Faith Beyond. Oh, he's so cute. I love this guy. It's just so enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, ever since his Serenity days, he's been very fun. Although he was on like a
finished
bunch of
Shiva's
teams
God
before
already?
that.
Why? He's so rich on Quap as well. He's now sitting at 2.4k health with Strength Threat and Shiva's Guard? How is he ever gonna die?
Macro buyer burning out some creeps, getting him some gold. 800 away from the Ags.
Dire's top tower is
What's a
under
macro
attack.
pyre? Is it actually like a real word or?
Well, Pyre's probably fire, right?
I know what a pyre is.
There's
Yeah, but
Pyre.
like what's a macro pyre?
And then macro, big fire? I don't know.
I'm gonna Google right now. What does macro mean?
Radiant's middle tower
Macro means a single instruction that expands automatically into a set of instructions to perform a particular task. Probably not that one.
Radiant are scaling.
Photography, a macro lens.
Radiant's courier.
Maybe it's a lens fire. That makes sense, right? It's very condensed.
Or an aimed fire, yeah, could be, I don't know. Ooh, Shiro, he just blinked forward. Blink, Walrus Punch, Dust, Snowball, all coming through with the Ice Path, Dual
Bye,
Breath,
Shiro.
everything out onto Shiro. And they will
And
get that kill.
yeah, he didn't even kill him with his sword, he like kicked him in the face. He's like, take this, bomb! I didn't even know he had a kicking animation.
Yeah.
Did he or did I see wrong?
Animation. Yeah, he's got it. I don't know if it comes from that sword or not. I'm not entirely sure.
I'm pretty sure he just kicked Tia in the face instead of dealing the last hit with a sword. Not worth it, you know?
Tower is under attack.
Tier 2 is going to go down very quickly.
Yeah.
Dire's
Armor already finished his AC, of course, so they might just be going high ground. Shiro dead for 20. That's more than enough time to get to tier 3. Maybe if they're... Oh, it's falling so fast with the Jakiro there as well. And Dragon Knight.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Stolen Dual Breath.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now it's a
Dragon
quad
Tail.
breath. And a
Ice
bomb!
Path, and ooh, press the attack. That's going to be with the shard, so Magic Community's there. They've got the Snowball pulling everybody in.
Deep,
Go
going
very
deep.
far into the base. Ame just trying to arm with Tago to survive. They get the gun as EZQ. They'll get the duel out on a Sinkyu. Sinkyu survives! What? He had a sliver of health the entire
Hey,
time.
Shiro! He can't die from spawn, it's illegal!
Oh my god.
It's illegal! And he has Axe already completed on Jakiro now too. Please just leave LGD, just leave the Jakiro behind. No way, just TP's out!
He just TP's out.
Ah.
Are under attack.
Oh my god, nothing is working out for EHOME. I feel like they kind of had it coming for them though. They went for a very similar draft in game 1, got destroyed, and go back to it after crushing a game 2 with a completely different draft. I don't quite understand what the thought process there is.
Yeah.
And to begin with, I don't think that's the strong suit of EHOME, is it? Like, they like to be aggressive. Pick aggressive carries like in Ursa.
Yeah, they played really well with Lycan Ursa. I really thought, like, they'd stick to that.
Yeah, same. I'm a little bit confused, I gotta
I
say.
think to find success, they should. Well, if they want to get top 2, they definitely need to. Ooh, 70. Don't know if Y's the one you want to go after. We'll have some help here from Ame. Uh-oh. Blink from Zeal and trying to help out 70.
Stuck in the trees. Stuck in the trees. They don't check.
Does Y check? No, Y. Oh. Aether Remnant, now that Assimilate. Oh, stays center on the creeps, which they do end up using the glyph, I believe, and keep the creeps alive.
Yeah, they want to go for the top ranks, but honestly, the more safer option is probably just waiting for the Roshan, which
The
is up at
safest
10.
option is just throwing a macro pyre top.
Yeah, which he will do probably, but they don't have it for Roshan. Oh, there it is, guys. It's gonna last for 30 seconds. Any moment now. What's his attack range with the Talon? 725. But they're not defending at all.
Ame,
Or are they?
silence, and now will finally die in the macro pyre in the middle of the fight. If they want to go into Ame, they got to stand into the fire. They've got themselves the telekinesis. They'll look for the duel and nothing to say, but they finally get the duel as the Sonic Wave comes through. And it's not looking good here for Zeal. Zeal ends up dead. Planet gone. Both don't have buyback. They'll take the top set of racks. 18,000 net worth lead here for LGD.
Yep, and Roshan is waiting for them as well.
CZQ. A little bit tricky because they've got the shard on Queen of Pain. Over to Roche, right?
Yeah,
No?
most likely. No one's checking.
Psychic headband.
Guys? Roshan? Alright, why is like, alright, if you don't want to check Faith Beyond, even though you were right next to it, I'll do it.
Think you're gonna grab this Ags.
Oh, he has it soon. I want to see it before the game ends. We're probably going to see one fight
minute.
Yeah, ish. Not bad, right? That's a good estimate.
Bye-bye. And there we go.
Yeah, so now he has the tool to kick people out or in. I hope he kicks someone in. Or, okay, ZQ, goodbye.
I told you. I told you he was gonna do it to ZZQ.
I didn't want him.
Radiant's courier.
He needed like 2 or 3.
He's still blue.
Oh, sure. What is nothing to say looking for? Oh, he's looking for 7E.
Oh,
Think you got him.
Yep. And he, oh my god.
He's like, get out of the game, man. Bam. Oh, it's so good. 21k gold lead. Like, LGD in game 1 and 3 what happened to them in game 2 then? They looked so disconnected. You think they were just cocky?
Yeah. Truthfully, I think that's what it looked
Fair enough. But this game looks like an absolute destruction.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, they're just gonna go high ground, huh? No reason to stop. No reason to stop. Scotty finishes well. Oh, he has the shot as well, the Jakiro. Double fire. That's so much tower damage. Skeletons, Dragon Knight, Jakiro.
Dire's bottom tower.
Oh gosh. I'm just playing so aggressive.
All of them together as well.
Silence on 270. They're doing some decent damage. Maybe they can get the first life out of the hands of Ame. They want to look over at Y. They get the kill to Planet and CCQ. They'll both buy back the macro fire down to get the kill to Zeal. Yeah, dual victory. And now they're going to look over at Shiro with the BKB, but he's just standing still. He's trying to get out of this one, but they've got the Walrus Punch. They've got the Walrus Kick. Kick him away, maybe even into safety. But nothing to say. We'll get the kill, and Shiro will fall, and so will the chances of EHOME taking the series, as it will end 2-1 in favor of LGD.
Yeah, unfortunately, this game played out exactly like game 1 did. The draft was very similar to game 1 as well. And I do hope that EHOME take away from the series that they can play at a top level, but they really got to refine their draft, because this draft is not working for them. We've seen it twice now, and like, it's sad to lose twice like this in the same series, you know? Like, they must be kicking themselves right now.
Yeah, very odd.
Unfortunately, no. They're kicking themselves because PSG.LGD kicked them down pretty hard, boys. That game it really wasn't close. It was similar to game one, like you mentioned, in how hard of a stomp it was. But also, we got to see PSG.LGD back to business. You could almost sense in that game that they're like, all right, guys, games aside, we're finished now. You had your fun, but let's go win some Dota too. And my gosh, when this team levels up to that point, what's scary to me, boys, what's really terrifying to me, right, is I've seen them play better than this. So this team could get even stronger than this as the tournament goes. But for now, they have succeeded. They are through on the top part of the bracket. They are going to be waiting in the winners finals. EHOME, though, locked down to the lower bracket where they have to fight and try to claw their way back into the grand finals potentially. But the easy road is now denied them. But that also means that now, for both teams that are coming next, right, for Aster, RNG, I'm sure they were rooting for EHOME, right? But now you're like, well, okay, if I win, I play PSG.LGD. If I lose, I go up against the EHOME that could resurge, right? I'm not happy with this third game from EHOME, but I must say, overall, I still think that this team has what it takes. Like you mentioned, Black, they can play at that high level. Just have to figure out how to do it consistently. So is this team a threat now that they are in the lower bracket? Or do you think that they might have had the spirit taken out of them here, Pickup?
I think they're having a little bit of an identity crisis because they play these heroes, and I think it found them a little bit of success at times with this TA in the safe lane with Shiro on it. But where they're finding their most success, and I think this was the same story with the first tour as well, was when they play these aggressive lineups. And I don't know why they seem to get a win with that and then go to what lost them game number one. And that was this kind of draft and the early TA pick. And it may come down to, like I said, an identity crisis, and maybe EHOME need to figure it out, because I think if they play like they did game two with that lineup or similar lineups like that, we could see them go further. They play like they did game 1 and 3, they're going to get 4th place, and it's almost guaranteed.
Yep, that seems like the fear that we are worried about at this point. And Black, given the performance from PSG.LGD, right, they wavered somewhat in game number 2. Do you think they needed that loss? Sometimes we see these big teams falter in the finals and then they have no room for recovery. Do you think it's going to help them in their path that they lost now, recovered, and then went forward?
Yeah, I definitely looked that way, right? They look pretty lost, honestly, in game 2. From what I can see, that's not the LGD that we know at all. But yeah, as you said, a loss like this sometimes really wakes you up, you know, like out of your dream world. We're like, oh, we're the best team in the world. It's like, teams can still beat us if we play sloppy Dota like that. And, you know, maybe they're thankful to EHOME. You know? If this happens like in the final, might be a bit too late. But happening here in the first series is probably the best thing that can happen to them. And in game 3, they iron out all the mistakes. They win all 3 lanes even and just completely crush the game. Like, what more can you want?
Yeah. They did practically everything perfectly. Nothing to say, had a really good game. Shin Q on the task. Pickup, you were mentioning before the game started that he had this Mike Tyson affair. He didn't need to in this game, but still, incredibly solid performance from this task. Really didn't feel like EHOME had any way back from this, so I am now happy that PSG.LGD made it through. They're also my favorite team, what can we say? But having seen these games and having thought about everything that's happened, I want us to try and talk about what was the instrumental thing, right, that PSG.LGD did that got them the dub. Obviously, we can just say they played really, really well, but for you, Bcop, who would you want to isolate as, or at least a key player, a key moment, or even a key person who made this victory possible here for PSG.LGD?
The key moment was the decision to throw Y against Shiro, no matter what. And I think that makes his lane almost impossible. That lane goes horribly. And you've got someone in Xingqiu who can secure Ame's lane anyway. Like, when the team's thinking on a level basis and they're just keeping it all together, they're fine. It's when they start to get a little bit cocky, things get a little bit out of hand, and they maybe overplay themselves a little bit too much. But I think when they're thinking serious 95%, 90%, they're good to go. And it all stems from making that decision to swap the lane. So it's a whole team ordeal there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing in all of these replays and highlights that Innocence, his only target is Shiro. That's it. He focuses only on the TA, prevents her from playing her game out the way she wants to. Wonderfully done from Shiro, or rather from Innocence. Black, what do you think? From your perspective, did you see anything that you were like, oh wow, this play was so great? I feel so bad for ZZQ. He just had a really rough game, this third one. Just everything kept going wrong for the poor boy.
Yeah, I think you played out of his mind this game. Honestly, it's very hard to just single out an MVP, so I'm gonna go for the cheesy, cheeky answer. I think the coach was wonderful. The drafts in game 1 and 3 were an absolute important piece of the puzzle. The Jakiro pick, EHOME never saw it coming. Salba is my MVP.
Well, Shaba, as usual, finds himself being the MVP here, and through the draft and some leadership has been able to find victory. So PSG.LGD waiting in the winner bracket final. However, they need an opponent. You know, we see them rinsing
Opponent
through
or
and
victim?
bodying EHOME here. I'm kind of wondering now, they must be feeling on top of the world, but I'm wondering what their opponents must be thinking about them, right? So with these upcoming teams, Team Aster, RNG. Earlier on, Black mentioned that he might rate RNG higher than EHOME and Aster definitely number 2. B-Cup, who do you think is going to be the best competition? Based on what you've seen here, RNG, Aster, do you think any of them are capable of beating an LGD in this kind of form?
I certainly think Aster is. Aster have shown that they can do it before, and I think there are a lot more. Like there's LGD, big gap, Aster, big gap, RNG, EHOME. Like there's just a massive gap, and RNG, I love them. They are just too inconsistent for me to back them at the moment. I think they've had a little bit of trouble here and there. God King, I feel like is finding confidence still, and it's all about getting that chemistry down. I think we're going to see a lot of changes to what we think about these teams come Tour 2 when we're in the new patch. Because that's when we're going to see God King innovating, God King doing his thing, and maybe finding a blank slate of confidence to work with this RNG lineup. But if right now it's LGD, then it's Aster, but by a big margin between those two too.
Even in this matchup, we've had some surprises between PSG, LGD, and EHOME. We'll be seeing in the next series what more surprises we'll get. But for now, we can just all just watch. Sometimes it's difficult to explain why PSG.LGD is special, but when you just look at the replay and look at how they execute, it's like magic, honestly. It's beautiful to see. And there's a reason why they are highly regarded as one of the best teams in the world. And there's a reason I'm still salty they didn't win TI. Let's not talk about it. So with this best of 3 done, one thing I also want to ask both of you here is we didn't really see anything different with strategy all that much. Obviously, we saw both teams play heroes that they haven't in a while, but there wasn't much deviation from the overall game plan that we've seen from these teams. Is that going to change or is that going to remain constant over the next 3 days? Given how close we are to the next patch, given how accustomed the teams are to playing this version of Dota, is it too late to try any kind of experimentation?
I think everything's kind of been figured out for the most part, unless you think of something completely different and new that nobody's seen. I don't think you're trying it unless you have a 1-0 lead, and even then, I don't know if they're gonna risk it for anything like that.
Yeah, I want EHOME to change. Or not change, but just discard that first draft. I think they play best with drafts like the second. It doesn't have to be the second draft, of course, but just similar. Like they're the best when they play aggressively. Pick Shiro an aggressive carry. Could be like whatever, a Gyrocopter, a Juggernaut, or Ursa again. Like there's so many aggressive. A Wraith King. Like just don't pick him these super hardcore late game carries that don't really, want to participate early on.
Yeah. Absolutely not. You want to be able to fight. I mean, we saw in game 2 what can happen when they do fight a lot and they do make all that action happen. So, unfortunately, EHOME, as they drop down, we prepare ourselves for the next series. So, RNG taking on the side of Team Aster and a B-Cup. Unfortunately, you might not be on camera for the next game. So, give us your prediction of how that series is going to shake down. Because I know Black will ask you just now. So, B-Cup, what you got for us? Tell us the future. Predict for us exactly what we're going to be seeing.
Truthfully, I think Monet has been pretty solid. This Aster lineup, they were towards the top, and RNG just have a little bit too much inconsistencies. Unless they're throwing God King in something he's a little bit more comfortable for, but still experimenting like he always does. I just don't. I don't know if I see them winning. It'd have to come off the back of Somnus, and I don't know. Aster just seems such a step ahead of RNG, and then that's saying something when I think LGD is 2 steps ahead of Aster. So it's going to be rough. I think it's 2-0 Aster, truthfully.
Do we have time for quick questions though?
Oh, yes. We should have a little bit of time for questions.
Okay, I want to just ask B-Cup if he thinks that You know, it seems like God King is actually scared to experiment. Like he had his Bloodseeker idea with the Battle Fury, right? And his team like completely shut that down. You think he's actually scared? Because it's one of his biggest assets, right? But now he can't do
Yeah.
that.
Well, he said in that interview we had in the middle of the season that he just didn't like the experimentation was over. But he wasn't confident in trying things. He just like you
Yeah.
could hear the confidence was just gone. And obviously they
Yeah.
struggled in the beginning of the season, but at the same time, like I don't know. I think he needs a new patch, and we'll see them maybe second place. I have no idea, but right now I think Aster just have such an upper hand on them.
Actually, another question on that, Cup, right? Because we saw him, or the RNG in particular, when they came in, they suffered that early shock loss to LBZS, which made it seem like this team washed from jump, right? And they kept improving and improving, but it feels like a lot of this has been on the back of Somnus, and he just feels like a god again. I think one of the things we've seen in the past with the God King is he tends to do a lot better when the team is centered around him. Do you think that part of the struggles are with having to share a focal point with Somnus now, more so than he's ever had to do on any team he's played before?
Maybe a little bit. I feel like he's always been the go-to for the teams that he has played with, like you said, but they're opening up a lot of space for him. They're setting him up for success. It's not like Somnus has been really putting God King in these uncomfortable positions. I think it's just I don't really know what it is because I don't have what Black has in terms of knowing that professional aspect of it or knowing what the mindset is coming into something like this. But I really do think that like Somnus sets him up for success and he doesn't take advantage of it. And it feels like he's struggling. And it may be the mindset. I don't know. When you talk to him and when we interview him, it feels like it could be the mindset. I'm not sure. But I think when you've got someone like Somnus, you gotta take advantage of what he gives you coming out of that lane and out of the space that he makes for you.
What do you make of this, Black? Like Bikov mentioned, you've been in these environments, right, as the carry player. So similar situations, similar scenarios. How does he handle this and handle what's happening in the team and still rise and actually perform at the level that we know he's capable of, but he just hasn't been able to show when he has other superstars around him?
Yeah, that has been really worrying to me too, because I've seen God King many times. I've even copied some of his builds because they were very strong. But this season in particular, he has not been himself at all. He had like 1 or 2 standout performances, but very inconsistent. It's usually just a Somnus show. And yeah, as B-Cup said, like Somnus is doing a lot for the team. Like, and it just feels like every time God King fails to carry, they fall back to, all right, we've got to pick Somnus Storm, some greedy mid hero. We can't pick him a puck anymore because he can't carry on that, you know. And the team dynamic just seems pretty off right now. And I don't know if God King is just like, you know, out of his zone because he can't do his like experimentation stuff, because the entire team is like, no, don't do that. You can't do that. And like, yeah, I really don't know, because I know he's a great player with or without experimentation, but maybe he doesn't see himself that way, you know. It might just be like a mental kind of like block that he has to overcome. But I really hope he does, because he is one of the greats in China if he can.
Yeah, definitely one of the players who I think is, in my opinion, you know, you see like in other sports, this future, you're like, yo, this player should actually define the region in years going forward. Sadly, right now, I think was the time where we were all expecting that this is the perfect circumstances. You're playing with all the best players in every position that you could possibly find at the time, and we still didn't have it. But what we have now, we are going to be speaking to Shin Q, winner right now from PSG.LGD. Shin Q, welcome. Thank you so much for making time for us. And please tell us, what's the team atmosphere like right now? How are you all feeling after such a up and down but exciting series?
恭喜你拿下比赛的胜利，感谢你接受我们的采访，能不能分享一下现在的心情，尤其是在获得了这么一场跌宕起伏、让人激动的 BO3之后。
happy.
Sometimes that's all we can want, happy, right? So tell us, Shinkyu, right? We saw some interesting draft picks coming out of the team. The Naga Siren, the Mars, heroes that we haven't seen as much in recent times. What is the thinking in the team that led to that direction of the draft in game 2? Was it specific for that game, or were you guys trying something new after a game 1 win?
就是我们聊聊第二场比赛的班选，有一些最近见的比较少的英雄，比如说小纳加和马尔斯，你们队最近拿的比较少。那当时的话是什么样的一个局势，导致你们想试一下这些英雄呢？
就在我们的一些游戏理解上，觉得那个英雄比较克制，对面啊就选了。
By our understanding of the game, we think those heroes are good counter picks to them. That's why we pick those two heroes.
Okay, that makes sense. B-Cup, I know that you were quite interested when we were in the draft itself about exactly how the team is going to be, or what the decision was about approaching this Templar Assassin, right? I was wondering as well, Shinkyu, in the game itself, and especially game number 3, there was a point where you guys had control of the whole game. Every single part of the map was under control, but you didn't force the issue. Was this a considerate conversation that you had amongst yourselves to be more patient, or did you not feel ready to go and push the game on the high ground just yet?
感觉你们队对 TA 这个英雄做的准备还是非常的多的，尤其是第3场比赛，当一个 TA 出现在1号位核心的时候，中期有一段时间你们是占据了场面的绝对主动权，但是也没有选择去很着急的进攻。当时是已经想好了吗？就是要打的这个更稳健一些，还是说你们已经觉得胜权在握了？
当时就有一起讨论，就是不要冲太凶，因为那个陷阱不是很好反嘛。然后就等那个库隆安灭，把他们逼到那个肉山去打。
We had a discussion in the team. We decided not to go too aggressive because it's hard to take off all the Templars' traps, and we just decided to wait till Raskin got his Dazzle, and we forced them to fight us around the Roche pit.
Okay, Black, B-Cup, gentlemen, do you have any questions to ask our champion winner here?
Yeah, definitely. You guys seem to have your drafts being very serious. Coming into the upper bracket final, are we going to see you guys get a little bit more loose? Potentially see you back on the techies anytime soon? I'm a big fan of your techies, by the way.
其实今天第一个 BO3 感觉 BP 都是选的非常有板有眼嘛，但是之后的话，到了这个后面一场上半区的比赛，有没有可能再拿出一些比较轻松的英雄呢？我个人的话是你这个炸弹人的粉丝，我们有机会再看到炸弹人吗？
最近打路人就没什么机会选到，就是看一下打路人好不好用，再打比赛吧。
I've been playing Paps recently, and I didn't practice my techies. If I have chance to play techies in my Paps first, I would try it, and if it's good, I'm gonna bring it to the game.
Really hoping I get to see that that techies come out sometime soon. Is there any hero in particular you wish you could play more in these games? Because you seem to have a pretty set slate of heroes that you've been playing recently.
有没有就是其他一些比较想上场的英雄？因为最近看你的4号位上选出的点位都是比较固定的。
那个新英雄吧，对，马西。
Yeah, I want to play Marcy.
Oh God. Oh God. Speaking of Marcy, I mean, that's a hero that we have to all think about, right? She might be involved in the coming patch. Tell us, Shinkyu, is your team excited at all about, or what changes do you think that you want to see coming into this next patch? Because this is the last time you're going to be playing on this one. So what are you expecting? What are you hoping for in 7.23, I think? Yeah.
就是谈到马西嘛，下个版本可能要出现在 CW 比赛了。你们队伍的话，对下个版本感到有兴奋吗？然后你们包括自己最想的看到的下个版本可能会遇见的一些变动是什么？
蛮兴奋的呀，就是一直在等这个更新，然后想看那个就是现在比较热门的英雄被削弱吧，然后一些比较弱势的英雄被加强，就是可以选的英雄更多一点。
Yeah, we are very excited for the new patch, and our team has been waiting for it for a long time. And yeah, I really want to see some OP hero get nerfed. Also, I want to see a lot of underpowered hero get buffed. In that way, I can play more heroes. There's more heroes in the hero pool.
Black, as the only person on our panel right now with former playing experience, I give it to you to send out Shinkyu. Do you want to ask the final question from former player to current player?
Okay, the last and most important question. First, who do you want to play next? RNG or Wait, who are they playing?
Team Aster.
Sorry, yeah, RNG or Aster. And then the most important question: who do you think is the second best team after LGD, of course, in the tournament?
之后要问一个问题，首先就是想问你之后你更想跟你觉得会跟 RNG 打还是 Aster 打？然后最后一个问题就是你觉得除了老干爹之外，这个第2名的队伍会是谁？
哈哈哈，就他们2个，就是不管是谁上的队伍，肯定都是比另一队伍要强的呀。就是这个问题就谁上来就比较厉害，我们都不太好打。然后我们也就不用票选冠军啊，就可能也会1轮游啊，就很正常的。
So to answer the first question, whoever wins that series, gonna play us. Whoever wins the series is a stronger team, of course. So that's the answer for the first team. And for the second question, we are not the champion yet, so we probably will lose. We can lose and go out as well. So I don't know.
Okay.
That is
Keep it
championship
humble.
mentality. Yeah, I mean, that's what champions do, right? You keep it humble. You make sure that until you've actually grabbed the W, you don't celebrate too early. One thing, though, I want to say is just thank you so much, Q, for the time you put in, for how much Dota you've played that has made people just happier to be out here. So is there anything that you think that people don't know about you just before we send you off? Anything that they don't know about you that you'd like to share with us before we say goodbye?
再次感谢你接受我们的采访，但是在你走之前，我想问问观众，因为我们也一起看了你打很久时间的 Dota 2，你也为大家奉献了很多精彩的这个游戏。有没有一些观众可能还不了解你的地方，你想跟观众们分享一下呢？
可能需要就是更想了解的人自己去主动了解吧，我自己也不知道分享什么，但是就是别人来主动了解的东西会真实一点。
I don't know what I can share to the viewers, but but it's fine. If they really want to know me, they can approach me. I'm those kind of type of person. If they want to approach me, they probably will find something interesting.
Definitely, we can believe that. Openness and humility from our winner right here. Shinkyu, thank you so much for joining us for this here interview. And thank you so much for the time you've put in and off the pitch. What a legend, what a hero. That's him right there. Shinkyu, TI runner-up. Should have been TI champion, but we'll talk about that in the future. But of course now, as we have mentioned, we have spoken about, we are gearing up for the next series. Team Aster are going to be taking on RNG, and one of those 2 squads goes up against PSG.LGD in the winner bracket final. We're going to be taking a small break to get that game ready and rearing to go. And when we return, we continue with more Dota action. We continue with the China regional finals, and we will continue with some amazing presentation. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Dota. This is Tour 1 finals of the DPC, and we will be right back. B-Cup is waving frantically. He's waving frantically. Welcome back, everybody, to the DPC China region finals here to round out the first tour of the 2021-2022 season. We've already seen today the side of PSG.LGD defeating EHOME to progress into the winner bracket finals here of our 4-team extravaganza. And because the Dota is coming thick and fast today, we have no room for intros, no room to wait. We're directly into the game. Team Aster taking on RNG. The winner of this gets into that winners final as well, trying to compete for those all-important DPC points. I'm Snare, your host, and we are still with Black, but we have swapped out B-Cop for Ricky, our Cryptic. What's going on, OG? Welcome, and how's your day going?
Yeah, it's going pretty well. Hopefully you can hear me. I actually have no idea. Am I coming through right? You guys hear me?
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
Okay, good. Nice. Good to know. Yeah, no, I'm excited. I just got to, watch the last series, and now I get to cast what is arguably one of the funniest storylines in the DPC in all regions, but definitely here in China. So very excited for this one.
Absolutely. These two teams, they went at it in the normal league play. RNG took that game in a very unexpected surprise. And then Aster took it back when it came to actually playing the tiebreaker. So very interested to see how this one is going to pan out between the two teams. And deep into the draft already, got a couple of picks that are out. No surprises from what's emerged so far. We're always going to see this Weaver. There's always going to be a Bane. There's always going to be a Snapfire. Black, what do you at least tell me something that's going to be different from what we saw this morning?
Probably not going to happen because the patch has been around for so long that the best heroes are just pretty clear. Sure, there's still some playstyle differences, but RNG, what do they like to play? I would still say, okay, they go straight into the Storm Spirit. Okay, we've seen it last series as well, countered up by the Ember Spirit. Well, quote unquote countered, but it's still a very strong hero. It's one of Summon's best hero, and he carried many games with that before.
Yep, they're still sitting pretty on that 80% win rate with this year Storm, so not really surprising to see them operate as early in the draft as possible. At the same time, what's kind of shocking is after 15 games of this Bane for Aster, they're still sitting at a close to 75% win rate. So kind of shocking that they didn't first to ban this, but that being said, Spirit Breaker, Monkey King, you just can't leave these in the draft, and you're playing up against Monet especially. And the Spirit Breaker, there's 3 Spirit Breaker players on Aster, so I'm glad they removed this. So where do we go now, Ricky? What do we want to see from the side of RNG? It does feel like they're the slight underdog, so I would like to see them being a bit more comfortable. What do you think helps them to experience maximum comfort with the 3 picks that they have left to pick up?
Honestly, I don't even know if they are too much of an underdog. That I will agree that Aster has looked like a more consistently good team, which is something that we've talked about a lot. But the fact that RNG took the first series that they played, Aster takes the second series that they played, both series going 3 games. So these are 2 very evenly matched teams. I think a lot of it comes down to the draft. So these last 3 picks are going to matter a lot for RNG. I like the opening. The Storm Spirit, Snap, very much in their wheelhouse, but something that Black was mentioning earlier is God King and his hero pool, and whether or not they're going to let him do something that's more God King-esque or something that's more on meta, I think.
Yeah. The God King. What do we want?
I'm very scared. I'm scared for them, man. Because the team is so hit or miss with God King. God King himself is so hit or miss. He can be a god, as his name would imply, or he can be quite the opposite and be a puny little mortal. If anybody saw Avengers, that's basically what happened to him. A lot of games just get slammed into the ground and has nothing to do.
Want to see him really actually be able to play a game. When they do well, it helps if he's able to contribute as well. Invoker taken out by RNG, so we're denying Aster some incredible team fight from Ori. Yo, real talk, Ori, that guy, I think I'm really glad he's starting to gain. I mean, people already respected him, but I'm glad in recent times people are acknowledging just how good Ori actually is. It's been that way for a long time, but glad to see him get a bit more shine now as he goes back for his Lina here. A hero which has overall been very, very good in general, but also one of his best heroes. He's played this 6 times, 4 wins, 67% win rate. Life is already looking quite good here for Aster because they only have comfort picks here, Ricky.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything is right up the alley for Aster here. They got to feel super comfortable. They get the favorable mid lane matchup, which I think is most important. We see, these 2 players they definitely tend to pop up. I would say more often than not, Somnus has been kind of like the ace in the hole for RNG. So him having a good lane, I think, is really important. And right now, you have a huge advantage on the side of Aster with that Lina pick. So I think that's going to be a pretty big deal with this matchup.
The Grand Magus, another Rubik game. Decent spells to steal, and of course, decent ways to be able to cancel out the Fiend's Grip if you do get close enough with the telekinesis. But I don't know if I'm fully on board with this hero, Black. Generally, when I see the Rubik, there's usually a purpose and a reason why I'm like, oh, that looks crazy strong. It makes sense to me. But I'm not sure if we've seen enough from RNG with Rubik being played by Felix to make me feel like, yes, this is definitely the hero for him to go for. Hasn't played it at all this season. Unless it's on Rubik Specialists, lately the hero itself has also been somewhat underwhelming. What do you think the rationale is behind this hero coming out, especially as the third pick for them?
I mean, it looks like an amazing Rubik game, right? So they're putting a lot of stock into Felix and his Rubik, because if he pops off this game, there is an abundance of great spells to steal, and he can single-handedly carry a bunch of these team fights. So that's probably the main reason why. I do agree, though, that even in the hands of a specialist, sometimes it feels really underwhelming still, but other times it feels completely broken. You know, it's like a very hit or miss hero. Do you feel yourself that day or that game in particular? If you do, you're probably going to do great things. If you don't, probably not as much. But Mars Rubik is a very strong lane, so that makes sense. Yeah. And Aster doesn't respect the Rubik at all. They just pick a Tidehunter into it. Like, all right, dude, do whatever you want.
Maybe it's that thing of we overload you with spells to steal, then you can't steal everything at once, right? You gotta pick your poison on this one. And like you mentioned,
this grip, guys. Okay, I'm going in.
He already stole Laguna. It's fine. Now I'm ready. They've actually got really good lanes with both for Mars, no matter what, right? Either Rubik with the Mars or Snapfire Mars. Both of them are classics. Both of them are wonderful combos. So now the only question is, will we have Chalice reward their faith? But Ricky, we've all seen before Chalice Mars. It's a 50-50, let's be honest. But when it's hot, it's really, really hot. And this is the kind of game that he's set up to be as sizzling as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I'm pretty much, I mean, a lot of this does come down to, well, it does come down to these last set of picks, honestly. The PA here, I think, is a little bit of a deny pick personally, because it is really strong against the RNG lineup. It is probably one of the best counters into the Mars. It doesn't really struggle too much against the Storm Spirit once you have that BKB. So I think that's pretty much a good call from RNG here to grab the PA. But I'm excited to see, what Aster round their draft out with, because the last pick, you do have potential for like a Faceless Void here, which, okay, they go Troll Warlord. I think both are pretty solid. Troll is just a really, really strong lane hero. And there's not really a big troll counter. Black, like normally when you see troll picked up, it's a lane dominator, but there's always like the fear of seeing something like the halberd spams or different forms of disarm or control, things to kite it out. Do they have that?
Yeah. I mean, Mars could build into a halberd, but it's pretty much it. I mean, the fear with trolls is always that you get kited out in the mid-late game, right? Which they do have some tools, like they got the dagger that slows you down. They got Master Arena Spear, potentially a halberd from him. They got a nice Rubik lift. Storm Spirit can't really get caught by him. They even have Snapfire Cookie, So, and on that front, it doesn't look like the best troll game, but troll is definitely a hero that, like, once you crush your lane, which you guaranteed do most of the games, like, you have a very strong mid-game timing every time.
Yep, we already saw Troll earlier today that if he can get that strong start, the mid game comes really fast, and the enemy team is not always able to keep up with the pace that arrives at. On the other side, though, we have two other heroes, Storm and Mars, that need to also play with high tempo. Before we go into the game, is this last pick PA going to be enough to play at the necessary tempo, or do you think that this draft is going to be a bit faster from Team Aster? Ricky, what do you have for us? What do you think about these with the tempo questions between these two teams?
I think the tempo's fine, honestly, for RNG. Like, Phantom Assassin should have a pretty okay lane. You're going to struggle a little bit just from the chip harassment damage that you have, but she still finds farm against the Mars. Like, you just have Dagger, you have good escape, you're never really, like, in too much kill threat. As long as you buy some, like, basic regen early starting items, you'll probably have to go Treads, maybe a Wraith Band, but you'll eventually get to the Battle Fury, get that BKB, the Deso, and I think once you have that, it's a pretty sick PA game. So I think if they just can get to that point, they'll be feeling pretty good.
All right, Black, 5 seconds. Give us a winner. Who takes game one? RNG or Aster?
Okay, like I like Aster because Storm has too much pressure, because PA is gonna blink in and get gripped and die.
Oh, true.
Fit perfectly in 5 seconds, and we always have a fight. So let's get into it. RNG versus Aster, game 1. Ricky Black, take it away.
Oh my gosh. All right, we're just already going in. Somna's nearly falling underneath the tower. But hey, you know, that's how it goes sometimes in Dota.
Yeah,
love
plus
it.
3 armor from the tower, you know. It's like I'm feeling very happy and comfortable under here.
Dude, the extra tower regen is always a blast. You know, Black, I'm so excited because I get to cast with you. I've never had the opportunity to cast with like a real analyst before.
Yeah, it's the first time. I'm also, you know, hyped to what you can bring to the table. You know, I'm the most seasoned guy ever. No pressure. Take it easy. Let's have some fun with this.
Oh, absolutely. Also, I had to say, I know Neff's watching, and he's gonna vault super hard at that. So, very excited. Yeah. But dude, I lucked out, man. I've been looking forward to this series. I'd love to have covered, you know, my boys of EHOME. Like I've been absolutely enjoyed watching them so much this season. But you know, RNG Aster, this is as good as it gets, honestly. These two teams have been so much fun to watch.
Yeah, and they're pretty evenly matched as well. I would still give a little bit of an edge to Aster, probably, just in terms of team cohesiveness and maybe even a little bit individual skill, just because God King is such a big question mark to me right now. Like, he is so hit or miss. I've not seen it in such a long time.
You know, he is on a little bit more of a meta pick, right? The PA this game. You are correct, though. You just have the Fiend's grip, and there's not really a good cancel to this. It's got to be the Storm's job to try and to deal with it, right, as the game goes on. He's got to be the one that finds the Bane.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, if PA blinks in with BKB on, you are probably going to get gripped, and the Storm will have to react to that relatively quickly.
It's going to be fun, to say the least. Bottom lane, ooh, falling low on X. No, he's going to be fine, though. So, okay, break it down for me. How does this lane go for the PA here? I don't know why I was saying she was against the Mars. She has the Mars, but it's still an easy lane against the Tidehunter. Ooh, Felix top lane, actually. There it is. One more auto attack. First blood goes the way of Monet.
This lane is so filthy strong, man. Bane troll.
It's just
probably
Bane troll, dude. Oh no. He's getting nightmared, whirling axed, and then ran down. We're gonna see it again here as Chalice gets the spear, makes some space, but.
Zappin'? 1 second.
Rain Sap in one? It doesn't have the range, I don't think.
Well, yeah, that's what we saw before, man. The troll just completely free farmed in lane. Got like a minute 12 battlefield or something crazy, and they just couldn't stop the troll timing at all. And yeah, Rain actually take the fall.
Yeah, they get a little bit of a return kill there. He chased a little bit too far. The salve up. Bottom lane X Nova, the target here for the Tide Weaver combo. This is something that we've seen quite a bit, but that's one of the reasons we see the Snapfire down here instead, just because you have that little shredder to get rid of the bugs, right?
Yeah, it's a lot better than the Rubik, for sure. Like, having a Rubik PA against Tide Weaver sounds very miserable. And Rubik Master is also one of the stronger dual lanes, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, how is mid lane looking? Storm is actually out-farming the Lina right now, just in terms of raw CS. Of course, had to get more regen out, so that's hurting it a little bit. Another healing self being popped. This lane is so hard for Storm. You get outranged. The nuke damage is too much to handle.
Yeah, and that's why this was something I was wondering. So I'm not sure if you consider the matchup to be as important for these two teams, but like Somnus has been such a staple for RNG, right? So him getting shut down mid could be pretty problematic, especially, you know, like you were saying, he's got to deal with the Bane. He's got to respond to that hero this game.
Yeah, but there is like goods to this lane of Storm as well, of course. Like, if he gets level 6 fast and he gets like a DD rune or something, Lina doesn't have any way to defend herself. Like, he just jumps on top of you repeatedly. Not much you can do about it.
Yeah. Nice kill here, bottom. They managed to take the Tide as Bobica was busy in the fountain regenning up, so taking advantage of the 2v1. But overall, lane's pretty even CS-wise. The Mars kind of struggling a little bit, but I'm surprised Somnus is doing as well as he is. Like, he's pretty much tied with Ori in terms of CS, a little bit behind in XP though.
Yeah. And there's a double wave pushing in now as well. And Ori is completely out of mana. Has one water rune? Nope. does not have a water rune.
Both teams rotating so many heroes for the water runes. Oh my goodness. All 4 supports coming to the mid lane like, all right, we're gonna help out. And then jokes on them, neither of the mid lanes get the rune.
Well, but Storm is really getting everything he wants. Like, he has raindrops now. Your entire objective as Storm in his lane is get to level 6. Once you're level 6, you can't really die anymore. And honestly, in this game, the only way you can die post 6 is if you make an individual mistake or if Bane grips you. Right?
Yeah, I'm really curious, like, at what point do you think Bane's just gonna walk away from this lane? Like, you can just leave Troll solo up here once he gets, you know, decently high levels, right? Or does he just want to retreat to the jungle? I didn't catch all the Troll game earlier, so I'm curious, like, does he want to stay in lane here, or does he want to go just farm stacks?
Yeah, you definitely want to stay in lane as long as possible. Until you Battle Fury, then of course you farm faster in the jungle. But you want to bully the Mars, who is a big tempo setter for RNG this game. And he is not having the greatest game, but also is not completely shut down, right? It's only 500 net worth behind the Troll, still getting what he wants. He has a Ring of Health already, so won't really get bullied out of the lane anymore. How are we looking at mid lane? Somnus is now level 6. Rune is spawning in 20. So he's probably just going to go back to base and try to fight the Rune, which he probably won't make it in time though. So it should be a free Rune for the Lina, and maybe he can help out his Tidehunter. Because PA is getting way too much right now. He's even out-farming the Troll.
Yeah, she really is. She's doing pretty dang good. The Storm Spirit definitely struggling a little bit. But
okay, he's bottom. That would be the perfect rune to help our bottom. Now, there is a ward, so you probably can't just walk through. Well, he does it anyway. Yeah, and Gorking says, okay, bye. Man, this new Soul Ring build in the mid lane is actually so strong on all of these heroes, on Lina, on Storm. Are there other heroes that build in the mid lane? I'm surprised Lashak doesn't build it, to be honest. Oh, he caught the PA bottom anyway, or what? Laguna Blade? He didn't skill Laguna Blade. Well, doesn't need it.
Doesn't need it, apparently. Just runs him down.
Yeah. I've not seen that in a long time. He just skipped Laguna Blade at level 6. No, Bane is just taking over the mid lane. How's X Nova looking? He's actually pretty close to level 6 already. Or level 5 rather. So his 6 should come well before 10 minutes. Tidehunter Ravage now online as well, so PA has to be a little bit careful. Mars almost has his level 6, so Troll has to be a little bit careful as well. Already pulling back to the lane, retreating into the jungle a bit. And Bane initiated on by Somnus. Should be a very easy kill for Storm Spirit. Or as I say that, Brains up in 1. Gets it up. Oh! Oh yes, he gets the resistance! And Somnus is dead. Well played, awesome play. Same good. Well played. Yeah, give Somnus that tip. Oh, that was crazy. And people say supports can't make a difference, you know? Like, that is all the Bane right there. Are we gonna see a rotation though to the bot lane again with a Ravage? Who is the potential killer? It can only really be the Lina. And Laguna Blade is on cooldown, so PA should be safe for at least another 40 seconds. And yeah, Somnus must be feeling a little bit disappointed with how that went. How are the other lanes looking though? PA still free farming, probably looking at a minute 13-ish Battle Fury timing at this rate. Same as Troll. Chalice. Also, potentially a rotation could kill the Troll. Storm plus Mars can definitely do that, no problem. PA is farming away. XXS already has Hood finished, so with that Hood completed, it's going to be very hard to take him down. Level 4 Anchor as well. so PA doesn't really deal any damage to him. No, Troll just soaring up top, as we expected he would. Going into the face boots for finishing the Battle Fury. So he doesn't go full greed mode, he wants to be able to join the team a little bit if necessary. Someone's just catching up in the jungle, almost has his threats completed. Very conservative play by both of those teams. Didn't use Ravage yet, didn't use Mars ult yet. Have to see when we're gonna start making a move.
This is kind of a big time here, Black, because where they are on the map right now, we saw earlier with the power that can come from Troll, you know, if he's given this free reign. And what do you think? What do you make of it, the amount of space he's gotten right now? He's still playing comfortably out here on top, but at the same time, PA slated to get a Battle Fury not that long after Troll, and she is in a position where she's still in a fighting mood, right? Went for this early Over Corrosion and hasn't really been punished super hard for it. It's not a perfect game so far, but there's still quite a bit of potential, right?
Radiant's middle tower
Oh
is
yeah,
under
for sure.
attack.
And both of them will have pretty comfortable Battle Fury timings, probably around minute 13, both of them. Not as fast as in the last series, but still very, very quick. But I'm just a little bit worried about the Storm. Like, he's sitting at the bottom of the network of the course, and he is going to be absolutely pivotal in that mid game, especially in canceling the Bane. Because if he doesn't do it, the rest is going to have a hard time doing it.
What item does he even go for first? Like, we've seen normally that when these spirits are struggling, both Storm, Void, and Ember, that they sort of resort back to getting that dual scepter. They don't have a huge stack like what Aster is busy farming up now, so they don't get the easy injection of gold. How does the Storm come back? I suppose this will help because we see him smoked up right now, trying to make a move on the map. It's Nova and Felix Sharbat. Nice fire snipe with the stun onto the Bane, and that is going to be a quick kill onto Siamese Cat. That's certainly how you can get yourself back into it, right? A little bit of free gold coming in from the opposing support.
Yeah, definitely. I would just expect a fast Orchid again from the Storm, as he just queues it up, yeah. You just need it in the mid game also, as I said, like, you need to be able to cancel that Bane. He still has an Arcane Rune 2 on Storm, so... Wait, he's actually just going in. He got stunned though.
Caught by an LSA. Laguna Blade came back onto him. He's still alive though. At the same time, Mars Arena with Morty's Kisses emerges. XXX comes in, pops the Ravage, but he's a little bit too late. Everybody's stunned up, but there's no follow-up damage. They've already lost the Weaver, lost the Lina. Now that they're all here, there's nobody to even deal with this PA anymore. All of a sudden here, Black, things are starting to turn positive for RNG. Somnus no longer at the bottom of the court's net worth. He's comfortably getting close towards his Orchid. And if they make one or two more moves exactly like that, the game doesn't seem very favorable all of a sudden for Team Aster.
Yeah, they're playing on a knife's edge though. Like, if that Ravage comes just half a second earlier, the Lina doesn't die and the Storm is just dead. So just a little bit of a mistiming by XSS perhaps with the TP. Maybe, you know, greeted out a little bit too much. Was there a bit later than he needed to be. But at least Troll trades for the bottom tower. So his Battle Fury timing is accelerated again. But a little bit slower than I thought it would be initially. So looking more at like a minute 14-ish Battle Fury. He also went back for the Orb of Corrosion actually. He didn't have that before, did he?
No, he went back for it, yeah. So wanted some degree of being able to still fight a bit, but hasn't really broken out that way. You know, it's been Somnus surprising that's been showing up to some of these engagements, except to decide the Over Corrosion hero. Nonetheless, though, this was going to mean that, as you were mentioning earlier, the timings for the Battle Furies, they're not going to be as close to each other anymore because of that Over Corrosion. Monet is rounding the corner towards having his, and there's still a little bit of distance for this PA to travel. Do we just go standard here, BKB, right after the Battle Fury is finished?
Yeah, I'd say so. Probably for both. Maybe PA can sneak in a Desolator there if he's feeling really confident, because he will be able to one or two shot the supports as well as the Lina. So that could be a play he goes for. But maybe here Mars Arena on... Oh, they tried to catch the Weaver, but he just got a little bit on Boboka.
Middle lane, though, there's going to be a big jump coming in from the Storm Spirit to try and catch Ori in the jungle, and they will be able to do so. However, Fiend's Grip with the Laguna Blade connected onto Somnus. Is there enough to kill him? There's no mana for an escape, so that's one dead Storm Spirit. Felix Sharbat does TP out in front of their faces, but it is going to be a trade here. However, this feels fine if you're RNG, right? You drew 4 heroes into the jungle, you got the kill first, so there's no experience for this Lina. And as well, just before you died, you brought closer to the items for your Orchid. So, are you okay with this if you're playing Somnus right now?
Yeah, I think so, for sure. Because also you died at the enemy like tier 2 tower, so they can't get any objective of this. Like if you die here in the mid lane, your mid tower is gone. But because you play aggressively, you get the kill, you get the trade, and they can't get anything. And as you said, they need like 2 or 3 rotations there as well. So they're not as efficient around the map.
Yeah. I believe that they did end up utilizing the grip in that instance as well. So we'll see what they can do in the interim without having access to that spell. They do have back Ravage, right? And XXX is going for a build I've been seeing a lot more on these Tidehunters, going for this Aghanim Scepter, that big AoE gush, great deep push, great way to keep farming the map and remain relevant for as long as the game goes. But that does mean that they are going to lack a Blink Dagger for a very long time here. So aren't they now susceptible to always having RNG have the initiation with their jump, since they have such easier ways of getting forward?
Of course, definitely. Like they're playing at the mercy and at the pace of RNG for sure now for at least another 10 minutes. Lina went for Travels, Troll went for Battle Fury, and now Tide is going for Aghanims. It's pretty much as greedy as it possibly can be. They're smoking up, but they don't have grip just yet. Still 20 seconds off. So if they run into an engagement too soon, might not be able to use it.
Felix will pop the smoke here, and indeed there is no grip. It's coming back in 5 seconds. However, kind of dangerous to walk into a high ground when you don't know where heroes like Mars are, and they will be cognizant of this danger and end up backing off. And unfortunately, the smoke ends up going nowhere. They just have to go right back to farming. And RNG very happy with this. Somnus in the meantime finished his Orchid. Felix Abba is still just soaking up experience and farm through this mid lane. So Aster, like, that's exactly what we're talking about, right? How do they actually make moves in this game unless they find somebody completely caught off guard somewhere on the map?
It's literally only the Bane, which is something I criticize also with their draft. Like, they don't really have a whole lot of game, or rather initiation. Weaver had to use time lapse.
He is okay. He's dead. Yeah. No. Oh, that. Whoa. Okay. All right. So you buy over corrosion, y'all. Hurts when you go up against a hero like the Weaver. They squished the bug. The time lapse didn't take him far enough back to safety, and they might come into middle here, Black.
Like, Tidehunter not going for Blink, right, is the biggest weakness this draft can possibly have. Like, the reason why I went with them is because I thought Tide was going to go for a fast Blink. They have good ways of initiation with that Bane as well as a Tidehunter, but now he's going X. I don't know how to start fights, as you said. Like, they're literally just playing at the mercy of RNG. If RNG wants to fight, then Aster can fight. If RNG doesn't want to fight, they cannot fight.
Looks like RNG might have a hankering for a small fight here. Fire Snap quickly doesn't get Chalice back into a safe place. When I get connected onto LSA, Lacuna, Ravage, everything dropped. But
There's still Ravage
what?
still,
Felix still wants still Ravage. Oh my god. Alright, hashtag worth. I will trade Chalice's life every day if I'm gonna get like them to use all their ultimates and we still get Ravage here. And they're smoking. What's happening here, Black? Where are they going?
They saw Somnus under the ward. They saw him under the ward. Oh, but he makes it out. Cause you have no initiation, of course he makes it out. You're gonna let your Bane go first.
Sorry. Bane, the
Well,
person who's
goodbye,
supposed to
Bane.
go first, instead gets zipped onto first, and Somnus will remove him from the equation. And there's no punish potential here. He also knows that the big ultimates that can threaten him are down, and if Bane is dead, literally no control for the Storm Spirit. So they just come back to right what they were doing. Chalice is like, cool, I'm here again, boys. We just took the tower, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, and it's still Ravage also on the Rubik, so that's for another at least 2 minutes. I don't know how you team put into this now. Like, your own Ravage is on cooldown. Enemy has it. Like, this should just be free farm for the PA. Troll's probably gonna feel a little bit more pressure. As you can see, also the net worth reflected. He's pulling ahead a little bit, slightly, and he's going straight into the BKB as well. What about the Troll? They're literally just mirroring item builds. Everything is mirrored.
This is how you know that we're probably at the end of a tether of a particular patch, when exactly the same itemization comes out from strong core heroes. Yeah, we can adapt and evolve from here. Right now, the game is still a young cliffing for XXX. I mean, he's happy with this. He can just get the D-Ward. And Morty's Kiss is not really going to bother him. Has the young Hood of Defiance, so just tries to port out. But Somnus says no. Gonna try and make sure he stays there. Gets dragged down to the low ground, but it's a little bit too late. Chalice will find himself getting the kill onto his opposing number. Inside the arena, Baboka is trapped, so he'll also find himself going down. And with both heroes down, Roshan wide open, you already have over corrosion. It's time to go visit the big man here, Black. Give the Aegis over towards the Storm.
Yeah, it's very, very problematic. We've seen in the previous series already how much Storm with an early Aegis that this can do. And there's really no way of fighting back. You have a very greedy draft, and now Mars has Blink Dagger now, so they have even more tools of initiation. I really don't like this decision to go Axe before Blink. Blink into Axe, I'm all for it, but you need that Blink Dagger on the Tide. Like, you just can't play Dota. You're literally just waiting for RNG all the time.
Just have to wait. Just wait all the time. You're never really in a position where, as you mentioned, around that middle lane, that you have to sort of buy into your opponent's framing, buy into when they want to move on the map. They're at least going to get something bottom. Ori utilize the BTs, showing up to quickly bring down Felix Shaba. And that's a big deal because it also removes the Ravage from play for RNG. Does cost the life of the Siamese Cat Bane, but considering that if they walked into a Ravage fight, they would have lost a lot more, I guess you're okay with it, but it feels like for the last few minutes here, Black, everything that's happened, the best Aster can say is it's okay. This is not okay though if they end up losing Monet and he's surrounded. XXX forced to let the Ravage rip just to buy space for an escape. He might have to be the sacrificial lamb, but Chalice needs to find the spear back, and indeed he does. Pins into a tree. They're onto him with the God King. They're onto him with Somnus. There's no way this Tide gets out. Ags or no Ags, blink or no blink. Nothing you can do in that situation. And that is going to be a death on the Tide Hunter. Alrighty, RNG literally not allowing Aster any quarter on the map.
Yeah, it's looking really scary. Also, of course, in the mid or late game, you have this shard on the PA, which means Tide Hunter can just get bursted 100-0 without Kraken Shell at all. Another reason why PA is so good in this game. He's going straight into the bash, actually, no Desolator. Honestly, Desolator is pretty subpar when you play against a troll because he has so much armor, so the basher makes a lot of sense. Yeah, just all things RNG right now. I don't know what Aster's supposed to do. They just use the Ravage defensively. Gotta wait for that cooldown again. Gonna lose it here to tower in the meantime. Storm says Aegis, right? He does.
Yep. Another 3 minutes. And we saw in that last fight that because they have X-Nova always nearby to where either Somnus or this PA is, between the Medallion and the Lord Shredder, potentially they're sort of substituting the full Deso for that. Now they're gonna smoke up, go look for a fight. I see this Lina building into a Silver Edge, and she might be the priority target. This feels like, because there's no blink from Tide, this feels like the only item that's coming in anything resembling reasonable time that might actually make a difference. But that's only if they can survive this fight. Most of the team will. Somnus, deep zip right now, looking for a Siamese Cat. We'll be able to find him. Chalice in the meantime, getting the arena out onto Monet. This troll, can he escape here? Desperately trying to not have to activate the BKB. They steal away some of these axes. Monet going in. BKB is on, looking for Chalice. He's beating himself through the bulwark and will be able to find the kill. Quick buyback onto Siamese Cat might make them a little bit reticent to go back into the fight. But Boca, in the meantime, gets himself caught out on the high ground. Couldn't connect back with his team, so will be the straggler and ends up being brought down. So it's a 2-for-1 trade here, but they brought back on the Bane. They really thought the fight was going to be way bigger than it was here, Black.
Yeah, but as we said, Bane is really the only source of reliable lockdown I have, so without him, it's, you know, no bueno. They have nothing they can do. Ori, oh, he has the DD on Storm. Okay, he gets the Shadow Blade off just in time, so no problem there.
Whew. Just in time. In the same way as our wonderful caster, Ricky, our Cryptic, has returned just in time. Before the game really goes too far. Our Cryptic, you with us?
God.
You out here?
You know, we'll find out, I suppose. You guys hear me? No, it's a disaster. It's... Oh boy, nope.
Oh no. Oh no. Alright, the game's not over yet though, so we still have time. We're gonna figure this out. In the same way that hopefully Aster can try and figure out what to do with their game. There's no one item that feels like the panacea, but the blink will help. Mean little. Ori about to die here. BKB goes out, but God King's already killed him. Somnus now zips onto Baboka. XXX dies almost immediately, can do practically nothing. In the blink of an eye, Black, 3 heroes are just gone. What happened?
Well, that's what happens when you play Lina into a PA. You get 4-hitted. He has a bash that has, like, even your BKB didn't save you at all, and yeah, they might just knock it on the high ground now. No buyback on all 3 heroes. They have no glyph either. It could just be Rex. Ashes VRX at minute 24. I mean, you can't allow Oh, you have this axe on time, but you're dead. You can't defend with it.
Yeah. I mean, normally that's what the axe is really useful for, right? In these kind of situations, to delay these sort of pushes, but absent the Tide Hunter himself being alive, there's nothing to delay. Quick lane of rack taken away, nothing that Aster could do about it. And he's now angling towards going into the blink, but he's definitely going to be too late before it gets there. In complete control of the map on RNG. And you know, sometimes you think to yourself, it's a lane of racks, it might not seem so bad, you know, it's only a 4k gold lead. But when you look at how the map looks for them, sure, this bottom wave is deeply pushed in, but there's still tier 1s in the mid and top lane here, Black. They have no control at all over what to do on the RNG side of things.
Yeah, at least Troll is still farming up a Storm, and he's keeping up with the PA. He's into his MKB soon. Just needs 500 for that. And then they actually have an easy way of killing her in a Ravage, but yeah, like the way you play this game is so damn greedy, and at this point it might not even pay off anymore. Like usually you want to be greedy for it to pay off in the mid or late game, right? But at this pace, it's already like too late to even be able to pay off for itself. You know, like this axe on Tide did nothing so far. If he just had a blink dagger, it would have helped them out so much more, like indefinitely more.
Speaking of items that are a bit off kilter here, look at what Provoker's queued up on his Weaver. Desperate to try and find a farm for an Aghanim Scepter to try to help his team. Go for a Midas here. I don't know about this one.
Might just be a fake out, I'm not sure either. Midas seems a little bit late. Nah, he bought an Ogre Axe, so. No Midas. And Troll finishes MKB. So if ever PA blinks in, gets gripped, he will die very quickly now. This Troll deals an absurd amount of damage.
That's always the one critical thing about heroes like Troll, right? That provided you find just one good fight, you can still buy a ticket back into the game. So it's not completely out of the woods here. Team Aster just have to make sure that they don't bleed anything more unnecessarily. Somehow get to this Blink Dagger. And do you think they should contest for this next upcoming Roshan? Or do you think it's only if they have Blink Dagger should they try and make such a move?
I think they have to contest no matter what. Like, I don't think you can survive another Storm Aegis, and also a free shot for a PA potentially, which will make you tight. Very, very useless.
Oof. Fan of knives. I honestly hope some of these shards get nerfed, if I'm honest with you, Black, next patch. Some of this stuff is ridiculous.
They gotta. Yeah, for 1400 gold, some of these just do way, way, way too much.
What's the most broken one for you right
most
now?
hated one? Oh yeah, I was about to say that. Bad Rider is so broken, man. Bad Rider or Grimstroke. Like, those two shots are ridiculous.
Radiant are scanning.
Grimshot
Why does Grimstroke suddenly apply a harder spell? On a spell that's so strong already, and a 50% heal. What the hell?
Because, you know, maybe, I don't know, maybe Ice Frog lost a bet with the character model creator of the Grimstroke. He's like, fine, I'll buff him for next patch, here you go. Give him all that good stuff.
I just a little bit though. Proceeds to add like the most broken mechanic in the game for 1400.
On top of having Dog Portrait Aghanim Scepter, right? It's not like he has decent upgrades for his spells or anything.
And a silence. But PA, now DD bottled. We're looking at potential one-hit territory here for Bane and Weaver.
Yeah.
Maybe even Dina, honestly.
With the right crit, I think you can actually one-hit the Lina, especially if she's been hit with either a Medallion or the Low Shredder, and you can die like super fast.
Yeah.
We
It
shall
doesn't
see
have the
how it
Desolator though,
goes.
so it's always hard to one-hit without minus armor, right?
Yeah. That's always the difficult part of things.
Yeah.
Right
So if you kids at home want to do a one-hit challenge, always make sure you add plenty of minus armor. Well, they're smoking up
Yeah, minus
just
armor.
before they finish the Skadi, actually. Just 200 gold away from it. A little bit of an anti-timing.
Okay, let's see if they get lucky enough to maybe clear out some camps and get it fast. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they will. Kind of bizarre that they do decide to make this move, but I haven't come across anybody from Aster yet. It's a smoke v smoke. Here we go, Aster. They're coming in. They have the blink now on XXX, and he finds a big Ravage. There's so many BKBs. He finds the Ravage onto 3. BKB is not out in time, but they eventually emerge. Arena's out, the Poker's down. Somnus and Chalice are still up. Chalice trying to run away from the Troll Warlord, won't be able to do so. At the same time, though, they have to leave the Tidehunter on the western part of the fight, and he gets eviscerated by the God King. It is a 2-for-1, but without the Tide having Ravage online, what is they afraid of? RNG will definitely stream directly into the Roshan pit.
Yeah, as you could see, like Tidehunter didn't even want to jump there. He was very hesitant because he knows if he doesn't jump the PA, there's no way they can actually kill the PA. And he decided to jump anyway because there was a lot of pressure. They just smoked up. They don't jump, maybe the fight goes even worse, but that's definitely not the scenario they wanted. Like PA, full health, completely unscathed, and now has another Aegis to work with, and the shard as well. So Tidehunter is now gonna feel very, very squishy.
Oof, we'll see how squishy he's feeling, and we'll see how sultry our Cryptic is sounding as he is back with us once again. Ricky, my friend, you out here, how's it sounding? Oh, well, apparently not sounding just yet, not sounding just yet. So the saltiness is still hidden from the world, you know? It's too good to show off. We're keeping it for a special occasion.
Yeah, sounding very good today.
Yeah, apparently. Unlucky.
Oh, we can hear you.
Wait, can you actually?
Yeah, now we can.
You, yes.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah. I think hopefully we have it straightened out. My settings hopefully are dialed in. We'll see, but as long as I'm not bouncing all over the place, we're gonna consider it a win. But if you guys say I sound good, we're just gonna go with it.
Yeah, it's not good for now.
Nice.
Let's go with it.
Dyer's bottom tower.
All right. Well, this has been an exciting game. I haven't unfortunately been able to watch all of it, but you know, at the moment, RNG looking pretty dang good.
The most exciting part is coming up. Oh, don't worry.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're getting ready to go to the high ground. We're seeing Aegis on the Phantom Assassin. Everything in the bag, ready to go for her. So, Ori, we'll finish on the top tier 1 tower. Yeah, they gotta get back to defend. Oh, doesn't it matter? In the base to get the break. The Tidehunter is down 50 seconds though. Buyback. Lina bashed out the BKB for once. She's got the buyback available, but it might all be too little, too late.
Yeah. At this stage, PA seems just a little bit too strong with him.
Oh my. You know, I could have sworn there was a Bane there, Black. I don't know. They get the Fiend's Grip. Telekinesis is going to be able to try and pull him a little bit further away, but yeah, this is looking a little bit rough. The Nightmare for the moment. Ori doesn't have a BKB. Meanwhile, yeah, he's got his own. So they're just going to bounce from one target to the next. Triple kill for the Phantom Assassin. And the GG comes out. Yeah, okay. Well, hey, I got to watch the last team fight. Pretty sick. Look at that. Oh my.
Well, it's better than that.
No,
Just in
Ricky,
time, you know, just fashionably late, you know, it's fashionably late.
You came back for the very last team fight, and for once, Siamese Cat was actually allowed to survive a team fight, you know? So, interesting things all around at the very end of the game here, but damn, Team Aster, they just did not stand a chance in the way that the game actually played out. It didn't seem so bad at the beginning, but what happened? How did that go so quickly, so badly, so quickly, Black? Like, what? How? Like, it was so even at the very beginning of the laning phase, and then just pfft.
Yeah, I really gotta just criticize itemization here. Like, you already have very limited control, and then you choose to go for an item build that gives you even, like, it doesn't give you less control, obviously, but like, it doesn't let you utilize the control that you already have. You go Battle Fury, you go Travels, you go Axe on Tide. Like, how much greed do you want to have on the map? There's not enough farm, not enough creeps, you know? Like, you're putting so much pressure on the Bane to find a good Fiend script, which is honestly against a Storm that's farmed, never gonna happen, and never happened. And yeah, like, if you just give RNG the entire map for the entire game, this is the outcome.
Unfortunately, yeah, that it does tend to happen when you give a team that kind of easy game where they just do whatever they want the entire game. It also tends to happen in these kind of games here, Ricky, where it's one thing with the itemization, but it's another thing when you itemize one way, but you play like you itemize differently, right? We saw several times that they would smoke up as if they had already the early Aeon Disc on Bane, the early Blink Dagger on the Tidehunter. And then when they get to the target, it's like, well, we can't do anything.
Like, wait a minute,
right?
what do we do? Yeah, it's true. And to be honest, like you just have like really solid BKB timings coming in from the side of RNG. So a lot of times, like they even if they do get like a favorable initiation, they can sometimes turn it. And then they just have a massive problem with the Phantom Assassin. Like at every stage of this game, like PA just kind of gets to do whatever she wants when she has like her couple core items. And that's what we saw coming from the draft. Like it was a really good PA game right out of the gates.
Yeah. PA, oof. There's one of those scary PA games as well, right? And it's really scary, I think, if you're playing on the troll in the situation. It's not, he eventually got to the MKB, had the BKB. Black, you mentioned it in the game. He had the damage potential, but if nothing's ever happening, I think the longest Fiend's grip that we saw channeled in this game came from Felix Sharba stealing grip and throwing it back onto Monet. So if you lack control, right, and you're playing up against a team that requires control to deal with, right? We often see these highly elusive heroes like the Storms, like the PAs, being hard countered with control. Is there another way to deal with this? Is there like some secret strategy that Aster potentially were angling for that is not apparent immediately? Because, you know, it's very easy to just say you should have done this, but is there potentially something else that could have been on their minds, or is it just flat out mistake making that came from them?
I really just think that the earlier Blink on Titan would have given them so much more opportunities to do things around the map. They could have forced the fight at Roshan, maybe even take Roshan themselves before PA and Storm are ready. You know, suddenly the game looks completely different because the Storm doesn't have the first Aegis, which they farmed up like BKB on the Storm, BKB on the PA. And if that doesn't happen, then they're not as big, and you can actually itemize for your weaknesses, which is like the only way to really win a game. If you have no catch, you gotta itemize for catch, right? Abyssal Blades, Hexes, this sort of thing. But if you never get to that stage, because you're too far behind, and there's just no place to be made. You can just see how they're toying around with Aster in all of these team fights. Like PA jumps in, Storm jumps in, you have no way of answering it.
Yeah, practically no.
There's always just one of those
things. Seeing it all these fights.
Yeah. So sorry, I think I have a little bit of a delay there. I was just saying it's so frustrating, like playing the Lina as this game goes on. It just gets worse and worse for this hero. Like there's just not a point where you like feel confident standing your ground in any single fight, because not only is there a Somnus on the Storm Spirit who can catch you, but there's just also a PA with a Basher. So it's just, yeah. The longer this game goes on, the worse it goes for Aster.
Yep, absolutely. So now the question turns to, what do they do in game 2, right? We've seen this situation happen with these two squads before. One of them takes a command in game 1, only to take the same kind of beating that they just dished out come game 2. Can we expect that to happen? Are we going to be seeing something new in their draft here? Or do we have, for once, RNG genuinely having Team Aster's number? What do you think about this here, Black?
I mean, it's always possible, right? Like, Aster is an incredible team, but so is RNG. Like, they're very evenly matched. But the draft of RNG was really a lot easier to execute, and it showed. Like, they outplayed them left and right without really too much effort, you know? So I think if Aster irons out their draft a little bit, the game is going to be a lot more competitive. And maybe if they outdraft RNG, like RNG outdrafted Aster, maybe it's just as one-sided.
I would definitely love to see that. I would also, if I'm honest, I would like to see for XXX. I know he's played the Tide a lot of times. Actually, let's see, what's his win rate? I think it's 50, it's 100% actually up until this point. But I don't know. The game just felt a bit slower from them. Like we saw the Mars from being played by Chalice, but I think now that I look back on the draft in retrospect, it might have also been a pseudo deny pick just because of how good XXX generally tends to be with his Mars. I mean, do y'all remember, was it last season, where there was like every other game, XXX playing Mars, and then there's probably be like Phoenix in the team all the time for Lanem? That was good times. So now things are very different, and I don't know. I feel like if I have a bit more activity out of the team, maybe things can work out better. And uncharacteristically, Ori was so quiet. I know he's playing into PA. I know he has like 0 HP, but even in the times when PA is not nearby him, it really didn't feel like this Lina had that much of an impact in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? Like as this I think that's what I was mentioning a little bit earlier, right? It's like there's just a point when you can't have impact. Like you're just so heavily countered by just the heroes that exist on the other team, and it's not really a nature, or it's not really the downside of like say one of the. It's not like a player issue. It's just like a hero issue. I would suppose at the end of the day.
Yeah. We're about to get another draft right now coming soon. From what we've seen, I mean, it is only game one, right? We don't know exactly if the teams are going to show up in the same way in game two. But let's assume right now, Black, that RNG took the 2-0 in as commanding fashion as they took game one, right? Is it enough from what you've seen from the team to make you think that they could present a good challenge to the PSG.LGD that came from game three, that LGD team that really seemed to be on it for the day? If it was RNG in that matchup, would they have what it takes? Or is it still LGD being one step above them, no matter what?
I think they could take a map, but I don't think they could take the series. Like, LGD is just too versatile. Like, you can beat them out in the draft in one match possibly, but then in game 2 and 3 or 1 and 3, whatever, you know, what I've seen with EHOME, you just get outdrafted and outplayed to a degree where they make you look just like you're an amateur team, you know.
It's true, but it's so sad that that's just like the case for some of these other teams because they just like don't know how to deal with it, right? Like LGD is just so good at adapting from one game to the next, and it's the reason that they finished undefeated, right, in the main season. But yeah, the regionals we could see something surprising, right? EHOME, they took a game off of them the first time, they take a game off of them again here in the playoffs, but whether or not they're actually going to drop a full series, that's a difficult task, like you're saying.
Yeah, very tall order indeed, especially when the form they've shown, they're undefeated for a reason. Aster has beaten them recently, and in fact, Aster won a tournament by being able to dispatch PSG.LGD first before the grand finals. But another thing that we have to take into account with these two teams playing against each other is not just how this game goes, but what this game could reveal about their fortunes in the future. And by the future, I don't just mean this tournament. I mean months down the line, the second tour, the major, qualification for TI. Neither of these two teams feel in the most comfortable position. Obviously, Aster is better off, but unless you get that top two, you don't get those DPC points, and you don't get to pave your way. So they really need to come back. Erstwhile, RNG, if they can keep playing like that, Black, that finally felt like that's always the problem with this team. They have games like that, and you're like, wow, this team can be really good. And then the next game is something completely different, and it seems to happen almost all the time. So is this maybe the start of consistently at long last from the squad?
Potentially. For me, it always comes down to God King. Like, sure, not like all of the other players, they have like a bad game here and there or an amazing game, but God King is just like either all the way up here or really down here. This game, he played amazingly. Like, he made really awesome decisions throughout the game. His farming patterns are very good. He played team fights amazingly. You know, if you can keep that up, I think the quote-unquote biggest problem of RNG would be solved.
Well, let's see if that problem will be solved in game number 2, as we do have a draft underway. We have the side of Team Aster taking on RNG. Game number 2, let's get into the draft and see what heroes we have for the day. Monkey King has to be banned because you're playing against Team Aster, but for God King, he's already now demonstrated he can play really well on this PA. Do you start focusing him in the bans, or do you still do what they were doing in the previous game for Aster? Focus on trying to control the rest of the team and leaving the God King out of it in the bans?
I think you just want to give yourself like the best possible lanes and make sure that you have like a decent carry matchup eventually for Monet. Like we see last game, the Troll Warlord, it did very well, but it's not a Phantom Assassin. And if a Troll's on the same level or behind a PA in farm, you're in a pretty rough spot. So it's one of those games where I think I don't think it comes down to necessarily like target banning God King, because I think at the end of the day, he's just going to pick any of the meta heroes at this point, which there's plenty to work from. Whereas you might be better off target banning out people like, you know, Ori or letting Io through, which is probably a big mistake.
Yeah, Io for Team Aster at this point, 89% win rate. So you know, this is definitely a hero that they fall back upon. However, Black, again, it happens. We see a first pick IO. Immediately, the enemy team goes Storm Spirit AA with no hesitation.
Yeah, same answer as before. Last game though, we've seen it lost.
Yeah.
You know, so I've never really been convinced that, like, sure, it makes it a little bit harder to play IO, but you still have to relocate safe, you know? It's not that easy to hit an Ice Blast all the time because other heroes are gonna jump on you. There's always these ranges and everything, right? So, and you're super fast too once you're tethered, actually. So, hitting that Ice Blast is not easy. And on paper, the speed that IO brings is something AA hates. So on paper, it's a counter, but in reality, it might actually be like that IO counters AA, if that makes sense. It sounds stupid, but you know, I see a lot of IOs do really well against AA.
Yeah, it actually kind of makes a lot of sense to me. Just like the pace of the game is so much faster when there's an IO, right? Like there's not a whole lot you could do when he's just there making everyone farm substantially faster and have a lot more effective use of spells. So,
And don't you feel
The
really
Queen of Pain,
uncomfortable? Like, when you gank someone with an Ice Blast, right? And then IO relocates in, you're like, oh, damn.
Yeah, doesn't always feel the best when that ends up happening to you on the map. I'm hoping that where they go with the rest of this drought for Team Aster, that they sort of increase or double down rather on being as mobile and fight ready as possible. I don't think you want to be, just given what the teams look like in game one, I think that they should be the ones trying to angle for aggression and not for farming. I mean, we have seen that before, right? Do y'all remember when Monet started to get really up there in the carry roles in that LFY run, where he'd play these hyper aggressive carries every single game? That was good times. I really want to see them go back to that style of Dota. Maybe like an Ursa pick deeper in the draft if they have space for it.
Ursa. I am also, just like you, a big fan of aggressive carries. But the thing is, how Ursa is being played lately is not really aggressive, right? He also goes for this Battle Fury route and then transitions more into like the traditional Battle Fury BKB Blink sort of hero. I am a really big fan of the Ursa that goes like the Fusel Blink BKB, you know, like the Giga Chat Ursa. But we don't really see it anymore because there's just too little room for errors. And if you lose one team fight against the Battle Fury carry, you just lose the game because you can't catch back up. So yeah, this entire meta, unfortunately, is just about getting your carry big, being as efficient as possible. So, you know, maybe we still see an Ursa, but it's not going to be this hyper-aggressive one. Oh, yeah, an A though. Nyx Assassin.
Yep.
Now that's a good AA pairing.
Yeah, Nyx AA, we've seen this in times in the past. We also see Nyx Assassin often picked up to deal with this Queen of Pain hero. So it certainly fulfills a dual role for RNG right now. And now you don't have to worry about potentially Nyx being picked against you when you're playing Storm. Always sucks. Aster, it's going to be weird to respond now, right? Because suddenly you don't want to be picking massive AoE spells, like getting set up because of it by yourself on the Spy Carapace, not really that fun. And also these supports going to have to expend some of that gold to make sure that they get the vision control all across the map. And last game, it didn't really feel like Team Aster was able to keep up with the ward game from RNG. So this could make life even easier at the moment for Felix Sharba and X Nova on the side of RNG. So what do you do about this here, Ricky? What support do you grab for yourself on Team Aster to try and make sure that you can still play your game plan without falling prey to the hyper aggression of the Nyx AA Storm?
So the Nyx AA, I think one of the things that both these heroes suffer from is they're not very good in lane. Like, if you pick very strong lanes, which I'm going to guess probably a Bane would be a great pick here, this is exactly what you'd want. Like, you just want a hero that's going to be able to play super strong in the lane and try and punish these kind of weak laning supports. They always, you know, cause some havoc into the mid game just in the nature of the heroes, but yeah, I actually like the Bane pick quite a bit. It's somewhat punished by the Nyx Assassin because it's pretty easy to find him, but at the same time, you should come out of the lanes a little bit ahead, and they also pick just another strong lane hero with the Pangolier here. So I like the response with this. And there's really no way to deal with the Pangolier at the moment, right? Like, he's pretty free to kind of do what he wants, like, unless Nyx Assassin gets the jump on him.
Another super high win rate hero for the side of Team Aster, 83% for them. So XXX incredibly comfortable on this hero. And we've seen him just play it for such a long time at a very high level. But unfortunately, there's a reason why we don't often see Pangos these days. It's very easy to just pick Bloodseeker. And now it's here, it's emerged. Could be the God King Bloodseeker, could be for Chalice. Both have played it in this season. However, it does also mean that the game is a lot harder for XXX. I mean, it's not like they have to reserve the Rupture for anybody else, really, right? Outside of just waiting for the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, it's been a go-to counter in, well, pretty much every region. It's just like so simple, right? You see him roll in and you rupture him, but we've also seen many times that it doesn't really matter for Pango. Like if he gets a jump on you first, you're just gonna get perma-stunned like on the same spot, right? Like you don't have to move. You can heal yourself, you can turn around with the roll up, and you just get a triple stun anyway, which is most of the time all you need to kill someone. So I would say Pangolier, yes, like the game impact and the way you have to play, it's like a little bit different, but the game impact is not like gone. You know, like you can still do a lot.
Yeah. It's sort of a similar principle to what we were talking about earlier with the Ancient Apparition being picked up, right? Even though on paper it's this hard counter, in practice and how you play the game, you can still circumnavigate it and perform at a very high level. As we see Aster now having to think about a carry hero for Monet. His Lifesteal has been banned, his Ursa, Sag, RIP, that's banned as well. His Monkey King is also gone, there's no Wraith King. What is left that Monet has been playing here a lot?
It's a tough carry pick.
He has Terrorblade.
Yeah, they both don't look too great. You can't really go like Anti-Mage, you can't really go Medusa. Drow Ranger could potentially work, but your frontline isn't the strongest either.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's like I feel like you almost want like a frontlining, in-your-face carry at this point, right? But something that pairs well with the IO. Could you go for a gyrocopter? Oh, TA. Okay, that's pretty good.
TA. So safe lane TA for Monet. Presumably, I'm not entirely convinced that this Bloodseeker isn't for Chalice. What do you all think actually? Where's this Bloodseeker going? Is this off lane or the safe lane for the side of RNG?
I would like to see it on Chalice. Just in this game
I agree.
in particular.
I think it's.
Honestly,
I'm with you on this one.
Let's just go back in time and, well, quite literally, let's go some Faceless Void. I think it is so good. But do they like to play it? They probably don't
I haven't seen them. Oh.
Lycan.
Okay.
So it's a carry Bloodseeker then and the offlane Lycan. Okay. Going back to that.
All right, so they don't necessarily get more control out of that side lane. They do get a okay time against the TA. They get a lot of push for later, so much more tempo for the team. But is this it, right? The Lycan here, because now you do have a game where unless Nyx Assassin or Bloodseeker is able to set up on the Queen of Pain, Ori has a pretty free time, especially with this backup of this IO. Once we get like Sanjin Kaya, maybe perhaps BKB or something like that, things start to seem quite complicated to keep her in control, let alone this Templar Assassin that's going to be at some point able to also just hold her ground, right? They don't have super easy ways of canceling out the refraction charges here.
Yeah, but what I'm really afraid of is like this Lycan pick is really strong. Like both supports can't do anything to it. Pangolier is sort of okay, I guess. Quap can't really do anything, and TA can maybe kill the Ancient Creep, but you're still gonna take a ton of damage. He's gonna take your buildings fast. He's gonna take Roshan fast. I think Lycan Storm in general is a very strong combo, so it's looking pretty rough for Aster.
Is it strong enough right now that you are willing to give RNG the 2-0 sweep here over the side of Team Aster Black?
Yeah. 2-0.
You feeling it?
Come on, he goes too easy.
Right away.
I
actually, I kind of agree. I do like this last pick, Lycan, a whole lot. I think this is a really sick way of dealing with their lineup, so I think they've got it. I think RNG is going to take it 2-0.
RNG right now on the precipice potentially of going 2-0 up on the side of Team Aster. Aster need this win. There's no other option. They have to get this W. If you don't, you drop down to the lower bracket where you could potentially find yourself being eliminated in a surprise matchup against EHOME. EHOME are here in the playoffs because they've taken those surprise matches, so nobody wants to play against them. For Aster, jury's out on whether or not they'll be able to make this happen. There's a very fast lineup coming in from the side of RNG, so I'm a bit concerned whether or not Team Aster can get off to the races fast enough to deal with this, but either way, it should be a somewhat entertaining game, and we'll be seeing whether or not Aster have the magic damage, the physical damage, and the strong laning prowess. Our Cryptic mentioned they needed that, and they do for the most part have it. Will it be enough? Let's find out together. Game 2 of RNG versus Team Aster. Black, our Cryptic, take it away, boys.
Thanks, brother. Very, very excited for this game. We're actually going to get a little bit of fighting in the mid lane, but not a whole lot. Just the support, scouting wards, the standard stuff, right, Black?
Yeah, the bane of every matchmaking game is so annoying. It's literally all that happens, man. Like this D-ward meta is so annoying. Matchmaking right
I've
now.
seen
It's nothing.
all 4 wards committed to mid lane before.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. And they just put those wards in the same spots always anyway, and then they get de-watered randomly. You know? There's no way they could have random sentry.
It's always so funny. Like, you'll see a sentry come out really early, and they're like, there might just be a ward here. It's mid lane. And they're just like, oh, neat. Got it.
Yeah. Oh, there's no ward. 1 minute later, oh, there's a ward there, guys.
How did that happen?
Yeah, it's whatever. Honestly, though, I really don't know how they deal with this Lycan in this game. Like, they need to snowball super hard in the early game. Maybe even get a kill or 2 on the Lycan. Delays Overlord as long as possible. Because if they can't, I think you're just going to run them over.
Yeah, that was my big concern, right? This Lycan just feels so good. Borderline untouched. It's so miserable to play as an IO. Like, when there's just a Lycan and all these summons running you down, it burns through Refraction, it crushes Bane. Like, man, it was such a sick last pick. I know we wanted to both see Chalice on the Bloodseeker, but I do like this change a little bit more.
Yeah, and God King also likes his Bloodseeker, right? So,
yeah.
makes sense. Maybe they revisit the idea of him going Battle Fury after his last PA game being very successful with the Battle Fury, you know? Who knows?
True. Yeah. Maybe just feeling it, yeah. I will say a lot of times we see the Bloodseekers just go Maelstrom, right? Because of the attack speed talent you get. What is it? The 10 talent is just so much attack speed.
It's pretty good and probably too good to pass up on. But, you know, with God King, you never know. Maybe he managed to convince his team, and they're like, yeah, he sold me. This is really good. Regarding the Lycan, though, I think maybe minute 20 plus, they have like a sort of ish way to deal with it, with a tether shard. Maybe the stun is enough. Don't know. It's not great, but it's something. What else do you have? Quap Wave can push the creeps away a little bit. We're gasping at straws here, right? They're like, what are we doing? Do we Quap Wave them? Do we try to cleave them with TA? Or do we IO tether stun them? Or perhaps use Rolling Thunder to save our supports? These supports are not going to survive this game, man.
Yeah, dude. Oh, that was a rough one. That is a rough one indeed.
So also, I like this A hero a lot when you have another support here that you can kill with alone. Like, you don't need a core to kill now. You got A, you got Nyx, you can kill pretty much any hero on the map. Just with those two.
That's a really good point. Yeah, you can. If Nyx just finds like any, you do have a really squishy team. So even like the Pangolier, right? Like, it doesn't really matter. If you find a hero, you get the Vendetta Strike into Impel Mana Break with that Ice Blast. You're right. It is probably a kill on most of these heroes.
Yeah, I think only TA would survive it if like he has Refraction on. But
yeah,
other than that, I think the rest is pretty damn dead. Pangolin is reconnected to the game. Hopefully they've been having a little bit of lag issues today, all the Chinese teams. So hopefully that's gone.
Oh, yeah,
but do you like this TA pick in general?
First person.
Yes, I know you have. I've been experienced it secondhand from your experience. But yeah, do you like this TA pick in general or not? Like, TA IO seems very interesting, right?
Yeah, that's the part that's super weird. It's kind of why it wasn't a hero that like came to mind right away, because a lot of times you see Templar or you see the IO and you're thinking what hero you can pair it with. You know, that it really takes advantage of having the IO there. And TA is not one of those heroes that I think of. So very bizarre that we do see the TA. It is definitely something that can carry from the safe lane pretty heavily, but I don't know if this is the game for it. This last pick Lycan, I mean, we keep coming back to it, but I feel like this last pick Lycan is so strong into the TA.
It is really good. But by the way, just to go back to the AA-IO matchup again, like one thing AA gives you is it discourages a lot of those carries that like to build a fast Titanic like Gyrocopter, because you can't just stand there and fight. You get Raptured and AA blasted, you're dead, no matter what hero you are, pretty much.
Yeah, that's super true. That's a rough one. So, how do you think like these lanes are going to play out? Because we have Ori versus Somnus again. Last game ended up being pretty good for Somnus, despite what we thought was going to be a pretty rough lane. But now he's on arguably one of his favorite heroes, the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, the lane on paper is again pretty bad, but as you said, last game he managed to salvage it, and the idea is the same for Storm again, right? You just want to survive to 6, because once you're 6, again, just like last game, you can't die unless you get a grip.
Yeah.
Well, it was first phase
Makes
Storm again,
sense
right?
to me. Yeah, it was first phase. They did it as a response to the IO, so it was pretty much IO into Storm AA, right? So
wow,
just grabbed
they
it in
had
the
4
first
picks
phase.
and they have 1 stun.
And the thing is their response immediately to the Storm pick was the Queen of Pain, because it is like considered to be one of those like stronger lane counters, right? But it doesn't have a stun. You're right. The only thing you do is get that really early Orchid and hope it comes out, far before the Storm Spirit can really do anything about it.
That goes both ways though, right? Because Storm is going to go for the fast Orchid as well. And if he has it before you, you're going to be the one.
Yeah, it could definitely backfire. Which, I mean, right now, CS-wise in the mid lane is really favorable for Somnus. I mean, he's 14-5 against the 6 only from Ori, so he's not struggling at all. And this seems to be just kind of a recurring theme for Somnus here.
Yeah, he's not going to be allowed to get a water rune though. Quap has a blink already skilled up, so if someone goes for a rune, he will just die. And this is where the struggle comes in. Like level 2 Shadow Strike is really where this lane becomes near impossible. He blinks on top of him. Oh! Actually doesn't want to take the fight, okay. But you can see, like, he's really struggling now. He's probably got to go back to base on Somnus, or somebody has to come and bottle refill. Or A just DPs middle and healing salves him. What a bro.
Yeah, it's like, what a homie.
He cancelled it though. Now he's stuck on no health again. Does he have a salve coming out on his own here?
Or he just blinked over and clicked them, right? Like,
yeah, a little bit out of position. And X-Nova's probably like, what the hell are you doing, man? Wait, I would just defeat middle preemptively. They want to go on him.
And getting ready to go, and they're just going to go and try and dive Somnus here. He gets the Vortex out, but that's going to be first blood going the way of the Queen of Pain. I think you're pretty okay with this one now if you're Aster. The lane was going well for the Storm, but Bobica makes a great rotation.
Isn't it interesting how Dota just goes sometimes? Because they cancel the healing spell, the IO is like, oh, we can actually kill him. And now they get the first blood, instead of Storm being completely fine. Wait, how is top lane looking? Is Lycan being pressured a lot? Same CS as TA pretty much. Like, he has his helm already, means the lane is pretty much unwinnable at this point. Wow, you just dealt, what, 80 damage with your Melt Strike. Congrats.
Good old Helm Iron Will. Great item, dude. Great item. I think it's so nuts. I've been like watching every single game, just Helm of Iron Will ferried out to like 3-4 heroes every game. I'm just like, all right, I'm getting sick of this. This can't be allowed. Somnus mid lane. Falling a little bit low again, but it'll be. He gets out. He's got Fairy Fire. He's got Bottle. It'll be okay.
Yeah, no problem. But level 3 Shadow Strike is really causing a lot of pain. And Nyx is actually leeching some experience. As we said before, the goal here is to reach level 6 as fast as possible. He's now about half a level behind. Maybe wants to stick around for another mana burn on Ori. Yeah, most definitely does. Or not. He's just kind of skittering around. Okay, but yeah, like the problem is that we sort of alluded to before, you can't stop this Lycan anymore, and we also said if you can't stop this Lycan, your mid game is going to be miserable. So their mid game is going to be miserable.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do about it now. How did they recover from that actually? I don't know how they shut down this Lycan, truth be told. I really don't.
Dude, that's the $1 million question, because there's really not a good answer. Like you could maybe try and make some plays with the Pangolier, but as the game goes on, TA, like the only thing that she's like the only hero that can deal with the dominated creeps, right? No one else can kill the Helm of the Overlord. And that's like such a big deal when you're playing against a hero like Lycan. If you cannot kill the Overlord creep, you just get ran over, for lack of a better term, I suppose.
Yeah, and that's your TA focusing on a neutral creep. Like if that happens, chances are that the Bloodseeker is probably just gonna kill the whoever he's focusing. Probably the Pangoli or Quap at that time. Oh, he unpaused and he said, "It's because you want a 4v5, huh?"
Is that what it was? I'm so glad that you can read that.
Well, as long as they write pinning, I'm okay. But once they start writing the symbols, no chance. Technically, pinning is just English, right? Like English letters.
Yeah.
Pretty easy to learn, but once you actually have to learn like the whole language with all the symbols and everything, I never understood how people actually learn it, because to me, it looks like art. You know, like drawing every single symbol would probably take me a minute or two each.
Yeah, that would. Yeah, I can understand that. That'd be difficult.
Especially for us, right? We're never learning that. Or even Arabic as well. Like, I look at the language and I'm like, huh, how do you write like that? It's impossible to me.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like it is so different, right? I wouldn't even know where to begin. But it is really cool.
It is. Like once you know how to do that, you're good to go. You are an artist already. But yeah, they actually have a 1,000 gold lead right now. I didn't really pay too much attention to that. But the early game isn't going terribly for Aster.
That's a good point. Yeah, Aster actually doing pretty well. And I mean, this was expected, right? We knew that they were going to have stronger lanes, right? You got the Bane, you have the Io, you have Queen of Pain. So your side lane should do well. The mid lane should do well. Somnus actually pretty far behind in net worth in the mid lane, despite having a lot of CS here. But obviously that's, you know, because of the rotation there from Bobica, getting that first blood ends up netting him quite a bit extra gold. So but yeah, that 1k gold lead, if it's enough, it's hard to stay.
You got a region run, the Quap is 0 mana. Oh, the Storm
it feels real rough. Storm's like crying as he sees a bottle there, like healing up in lane. Oh man, that's rough.
Walking back to lane. As soon as he saw the region pop, he was like, I'm out of here.
Yep.
Wait, look at the Bloodseeker. He has a broadsword queued up. There could be a Blade Mail, or it could be a Battle Fury.
Well, Somnus just getting chased by a Bane in his own jungle, and a rotation from Bobica here on the Io will secure the kill. Oh my gosh.
Wow, actually I just saw Somnus' skill build as well. Usually in a lane like this, it just gets taken down as well. No problem.
Yeah, Ori just lets the Sonic Wave rip. Why not?
Yeah, and a lot of mid-tower pressure as well with the catapult. But something I wanted to say about the Storm, usually you skill Remnant in lanes like this just to be able to catch up back in the jungle. Because Overload doesn't help you as much. It's more like a lane control kind of build. And maybe he was expecting like a different outcome or what, but at least he will be level 6 now.
Yeah, the 3 points of Overload, definitely not very standard, but ooh, yeah. In a little bit of trouble, but like you're right, he is level 6. But he's just out of mana and he's almost out of health again. Like, does he have to just walk back to the fountain for like the 4th time? He does. Dude, Somnus' game in shambles right now.
Yeah, he's done with this game. He doesn't want to play anymore. If it was a pub game, he would be standing middle right now.
Radiant's middle
Oh my
tower
gosh.
is under
And-
attack.
Dude,
Dire's
he is
top
actually going for the Battle
is under
Fury
attack.
on the Bloodseeker.
Is he? Okay. Well,
If he loses the game, he's banned from this item build forever.
they just won't let him build it ever again. They're like, all right, that's it. Last time.
Yeah, you build it again, you
We've
get
let you
kicked.
do it. Yeah.
Alright, now Chalice, come on, dude.
All right, God King.
Wait, he said he built it before, but the team hated it, right? That was the explanation?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now he just does it in like one of the most important games. His teammates are clicking on it like, "Ah." I imagine he does it without their consent. That would be so fun. Alright, so how's Quap looking? Treads, Orchid as expected.
Dire's top tower
And Storm?
is under attack.
So far away from his treads even. Like, if the game goes like this, the early Orchid timing on Quap can really make game hell for a Storm Spirit.
Dude, I'm really curious. Ooh. Let me just move this out of the way. There we go. I'm wondering like what
Ori-
Monet can
Ori-
do here. Ooh. Oh, you're right. Ori caught mid lane. Ooh, he gets to the blink out though. He's gonna be fine.
Dude, I'm surprised that he didn't try to chase that on Somnus.
You do have like potential TPs in, right? I think that might be why, but that's
But
yeah.
imagine
You
you
got
killed
the
there.
plot pretty low. That'd be huge.
Yeah. You'll be back into the game, pretty much. Same nepotism almost, if you get a solo kill there.
I'm actually surprised they're giving these on over to the Queen of Pain instead of, you know, saving these for the TA, but I guess if your Quap has like a super fast Orchid, it's really good this game, and he's definitely gonna have it at the rate they're going.
Yeah, Orchid timing is really everything for her right now. Like, if they recognize that they can't stop the Lycan anyway, then why not just try to stop the rest, right? Like, you gotta keep the Storm really low. And as I said it though, he is probably gonna pick up a kill here. Out of mana, out of
Got all
mana.
his spells. Yeah, he is. Drops the dagger out on over to Felix, so he's gonna pop that Carapace for the moment, but no way to really survive. Holding that last hit. Nice blink forward as well. He's got a Sonic Wave. Somnus with a regen rune can easily dodge the Sonic Wave, so... Oh, he doesn't get it in time, though! Oh, no. Well, not looking good for the Storm Spirit, and you even get Chalice to pop that Shapeshift as well, is thinking he might be able to come contribute to the fight.
Yeah, it was, like he tried to deny. Alright, you see the Rolling Thunder bot lane. And a relocate, bye-bye.
Yeah, they do find the return kill there on the Pango, but nice impale there as well. Trying to grab the Bane. Nightmare will buy him a little bit of space. X-Nova, though, unable to really contribute. Already used all of his spells. Relocate will get the Bane out of here, and Ori just going to blink back towards his tower, losing his courier in the process. So Somnus getting something, still has that regen rune to work with.
Yeah, Somnus must be feeling absolutely terribly in this game. Like, I haven't seen him
because
being
actually a
this underfarmed in a long, long time.
He just, like, tethered the catapult and overcharged it to kill the tower super fast.
Yeah, it's basically like how electricity works, right?
Yeah, right?
Let the
Exactly.
catapult do the work. But yeah, this Battlefield Bloodseeker is definitely not a way to get them back into fights. Like, it's gotta come through just execution, I guess, and maybe the Lycan, but as you said, he just used his ultimate for nothing, pretty much, and how
And
far is
first
the office
shapeshift's
overload?
important, right?
It is really important. Usually want to get at least like a kill or two, maybe a tower with it, but overload is also pretty far away still.
Yeah, overall, I mean, I'm surprised. Aster, I knew they would come out of the lanes ahead, but they are a lot further ahead than I would have expected. A 4,000 gold lead right now. Chalice having a pretty good time on the Lycan, you know, but it's not the best I've seen. And now XXS going to go for it here with the Rolling Thunder, and he's pinned him perfectly here right on the high ground. The rest of the team there should be a very easy pickup. Ends up going the way of the Pangolier, so. Not bad once again for Aster.
Yeah, and Quap is getting dangerously close to her Orchid. Just how much, like 700 gold away from it. Is Somnus building into any sort of defensive item? Nah, he's also going to his Orchid, but he's gonna be like 3-4 minutes slower than the Quap. So it's gonna be, yeah, very, very scary for the Storm for quite a while. Smoke rotation to the triangle. Just A and Storm though.
Yeah, a little bit weird, but it might work out. You have the Nyx Assassin to set it up. Monet, the Refraction, not going to be able to save him here as the Cold Feet's going to pop. They find themselves a kill. There's the Fiend's Grip as well. Onto the Storm Spirit. In comes XXS as well. They take him down. Also going to grab the Nyx Assassin Chalice with that Shapeshift. Going to chase down these backside heroes. X Nova fallen to Ori. But Chalice still can't contribute. He comes in just a little bit too late, just like before in the second Shapeshift now. Not netting him anything.
Yeah, and he's your strong big hero right now. Like, it was very well played by Somnus. He canceled the relocate with a zip in and vortex, which netted them the TA kill, but losing 3 in return like that is feeling really bad, especially because the Quap was farming throughout all of this. Your Storm died, Quap finished her Orchid. Now it's in like an additional 3-4 minutes where you have to be so scared. You can get solo killed at any time.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, they caught the NA. Very well done.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Huh? Well, there you go. Monet, just another kill for himself. Almost to the Desolator. Going to get it off the Ancient Creeps here. So this is pretty big. A lot more burst potential coming out from this hero.
God King finally finished his Battle Fury, so let's see what he can do with it. But this might just be the last time that we see it, ever, in existence of Dota.
Oh, they found Storm Spirit. Yeah, you are right. The Sonic Wave is there. The Soulburn's not going to be enough to take him down, but the rotation in from XXS, that is enough.
Wait. He had full mana, he just didn't zip away.
He did not see the Pangolier. He ended up getting he died like mid animation of the ball lightning, but yeah, he just stuck around a moment too long.
He definitely waddled around for a good second there. Like, he did not expect this Pangolier to come there at all. And now the IO has the same net worth as Storm almost? That is ridiculous.
Yeah, Bobica is huge. Where does his net worth come from on the game right now? Is it just the assists? He's 3-0-7. What? All right, Bobica,
look at his item.
this guy.
He has a
Has
nice
Lincoln
Holy
Sphere.
Locket.
Oh yeah, he's got the Holy Locket already done, queuing up the Lincoln Sphere as well. Yeah, this guy is... He's feeling real good.
You just want to protect your Pango from getting Bloodseeker ulted. Once that's achieved, I think there is very little ways that you lose these team fights, at this point at least. 8k gold ahead at this point in the game. Well, how do they stop the Lycan? They don't. You know, they just beat everything else. Has Lycan done anything yet? I mean, he pushed the top tower, but other than that...
Yeah, he's taking a tower. He's gonna kill Bane here potentially. Well, I say that.
Not even.
He just dies instead as the relocate comes through. Yeah, this is rough. Chalice not having a great time this game.
Was Storm getting shut down really all that happened in this game? Or did they know more about the draft than we did? Well, they probably did because they drafted it, but...
They did, yeah, they did draft it. I mean, they're all heroes they feel really confident on. It's so hard for me to see like Aster having the IO and not winning with it. It is just such a huge power spike for this team. Like Bobica is a fiend on this thing.
Yeah, but it all looked so good in the draft for RNG. Maybe that was Aster's strategy all along. They're like, yeah, we're gonna give him this really good draft, so they're overconfident, so he builds Battle Fury on Bloodseeker. And then we got this.
Yeah, that was the play all along. They're in their head, man.
So, when does this Battle Fury Bloodseeker come online? Do you build him just like any traditional like troll carry or what? Like you just build Battle Fury, BKB, and then like a Basher or something? Or I haven't really seen this item build.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, it is very strange. The Battle Fury is just going to be your farming item, whereas like Maelstrom is an item you can actually kind of team fight with. So it is very strange. The BKB is
It
absolutely
also helps the
essential.
Roche faster, right?
Yeah,
Like else
that's
from that.
true.
But yeah, it's you know, we'll see. Maybe there's some magic in it.
Yeah, X Nova top lane gets caught out. Quick kill there as well. Yeah, this is just pickoff after pickoff, man. It's 4-16.
Yeah. And Roshan is saying hello, and Felix Xiaoba is saying bye-bye. They should not really be able to contest this Roshan at all. There's Lucky Shot, there's Monet. Ooh.
Oh, the Fiend's grip, man. Yeah, what can you do? That is so much damage. So, Aster showing a very different team performance here in game number 2, right? Like, this is a I mean, I don't want to say, I don't use the word stomp lightly, but this is a little bit of a stomp here in game 2.
Honestly, it is so strange to see, isn't it? Like, how
Yeah.
different a team can be in 2 different games. And we've seen it before also with EHOME and LGD. Like,
Yeah.
it's just, I don't even know
It's
what
just
causes
completely different games, yeah. But, I mean, they just came out of the lane so far ahead here on Aster, and bottom lane, Somnus. Looks like he's going to survive on just a sliver of HP, beautifully interrupting that. What? He got, oh my god, he died to a side blade.
Oh my god.
Oh no. Well, you lose the
Somnus
next
is
assassin
so
as
done.
well. Dude, he got side bladed off the ancient creep. I was,
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower
He jumped just in the perfect line to get himself side-bladed.
Well,
This game is so sad. Like,
double kill for
I don't even
Ori as
know.
well. Yeah, that is. Oof.
Radiant's bottom tower
Like, how do you even describe the amount of sadness that he must be feeling right now? Like, he gets
Yeah,
bullied
you
the
know.
entire laning phase by Quap and Bane, and then Bane and Io kill him in the jungle.
Yeah, dude, his Somnus is
Dire's middle
really having a rough time. This is just not
wanna
not
see
what
a
you
picture
typically
of him.
see. Oh, he's gonna get an
Oh,
arcane
the
rune
camera
though,
right now.
right? Oh
but
god,
he's dead.
oh god, silenced. There's a reload coming
shit.
in as well. He's gonna survive for the moment. Ice Blast doesn't really connect. Somnus starting to run a little bit low on the mana, but they're gonna just be able to push out the IO and the TA. So live to fight another day, it would seem.
Oh, Platziger.
Radiant's bottom
Oh,
tower
about to
is
get
under
slapped maybe.
He's-
Ooh.
Doesn't continue the chase. That was close.
Yeah, would be dead otherwise. I have Bobacut is taking a bottom outpost. Question is this going to be a farming Aegis, or do they want to take the outer towers with it?
I think you could
Currently
probably
going-
take the top tower, right? Like top tier 1, it's not really a great objective, but it is something they could definitely take if they can actually get control of the triangle. But they do smoke up Monet. Gonna walk on in. They have vision of the ancient creep, and I think that's what he's just gonna try and settle for. Mid lane, though, they do find God King. Rolling Thunder comes through as well, and yeah, you got plenty of damage thanks to the Orchid. Ori claims himself another.
He had his BKB, but as we said previously, if you get perma-stunned, not much you can do even if you have that BKB.
Child's gonna pop that shapeshift, getting ready to come to the mid lane. He's got his eyes set on the Bane. He finds him, but the Nightmare is there. Bane, though, just surrounded, unable to... No way he gets out of this, right? Yeah, no, he's gonna fall. Somnus snipes him on the backside. Felix with a nice stun onto a couple of heroes. Ice Blast does come through as well. They manage to find the Queen of Pain, but can they actually get him a shatter? He pops the BKB. The Lincoln's gonna protect him. He goes right into the hands of the Lycan, and now Monet stuck here all alone. It's a little bit of help here from XXS. They're gonna be able to pop that reincarnation. Felix here with the stun. Timed perfectly. Nicely done. Bobaca with the heals. He gets the BKB. Storm Spirit, where'd you go, brother? They're all dead? Oh my goodness. No
Rocky coming back to the
shot.
fight, though.
Unbelievable.
Can't fight the TA. They're just not strong enough to fight the TA anymore with that IO. I mean, we said maybe there's no good combo between IO and Templar, but if you don't need a combo because you have IO, then you don't need a combo. You just heal them for like, what, 1,000 health?
Yeah, dude, that is. I mean, it looked like it was all but surely dead on the TA there. Like Bobica is just unbelievable. Just enough time to get the BKB off, and then just like 2 shots to Storm. They managed to find God King once again, and like you're saying, he's normally have BKB right now, currently on cooldown, but not a good place to be against a Pangolier. Plenty of walls for him to play ping pong on.
Must be heartbreaking too. Like this was supposed to be a comeback fight, and you get absolutely slapped down by like an IO randomly coming in, just healing the TA. Like, if they win that fight, this game is very, very winnable. But now it just seems nearly impossible, honestly. They're all building Lincolns, Fears. How do you like to say the plural of Lincolns, Fear? I like to say Lincolnses.
I like Lincolns, just with no is on the end, just Lincolns.
But it's already called Lincolns.
Yeah, I think it's like you can do like a self-plural thing, like, oh, there's multiple Lincolns.
Lincolnses.
Or Lincoln spheres, or I just plural the spheres if I'm gonna go for it, maybe. It's a good question. I don't know. I never really think about that one.
Yeah, so just say Lincolnses. Sounds the coolest.
Lincolnses. Yes.
SBCA, take another death. Only 6 actually. I thought he died way more, but.
True, actually. I mean, Ori is just running away, man. He sees a hero, he just goes for the kill. 9 set up already on the Queen of Pain. Surprisingly, the Pango has 9 kills as well. I knew he's been finding kills, but I didn't realize it was that many. And then, of course, Bobica, a flawless score of 5-0 and 15. Oh my god. Mid lane, they get the Orchid out, but not before the Spike Carapace, so they'll be able to slow it down for a moment, but plenty of damage followed up. Ori getting himself his 10th kill of the game.
Yeah, making it look pretty easy. 90k ahead now. Forced to pop the phase shift, but another defensive, very big cooldown used. Probably all they're waiting for is just the next Roshan, and then they want to end the game because they're way too fight at this point.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's nothing really that I can see for RNG. Like, is there an avenue for them to salvage this game, or is it mostly it's an Aster has to lose this game at this point?
Yeah, pretty much it. Aster has to lose this game, but even then it's so hard because they have IO with relocate, they have so many defensive spells, potentially even Nightmare save, just all the BKBs, all the Lincolnses.
I actually like the Lincoln Spirit. Yeah. It's just, I didn't expect the TA to buy one, but it's so good, so why not?
Yeah. Oftentimes...
Ooh, Ori, that's a very aggressive blink. Can he get out? Not in time. Relocate's not going to be able to save him. And I just find the Storm on the backside, the Rolling Thunder doing some work, as well as the Fiend's Grip just holding down too. So you get a little bit of a turnaround. You do lose the Queen of Pain though, so a lot of gold going over to RNG. But it feels like this trade is still pretty good for Aster because they still control the whole map.
Yeah, like if a quad blinks in like that, you still lose the fight after. I am a big fan of preserving team morale, because a game like this can be very crushing to it. So, yeah, if I was the captain, I would have probably considered tapping out at this point. Because your lineup is really mid-game centered, and you go completely crushed in the mid-game.
Right, yeah, this is when Lycan's supposed to be taking over, right? Like, this is when Lycan should have been the scariest hero in this game, but unfortunately... he is not even close. Like, he doesn't even stand a chance against this. Like, every shapeshift he's used to come into this fight, he just put his tail between his legs and runs away. And that's a scary situation to be in, because Lycan is not, known as one of these heroes that, scales super well late. Ooh, speaking of Lycan, gets Chalice just walks by. Another one, run away. What options do you have, really? As the Helm of the Overlord creep. He's going to try and bring that down. It is a good gold bounty, but it is quite fast, so it will survive. Bottom lane, Bobica finds Felix. Nice Spike Carapace, stun to follow it up. Storm Spirit comes in, but he's just going to meet an Orchid, and now the big Sonic Wave onto 2. Bobica will end up taking down to the Soulburn, but you trade for the Storm Spirit, and now Felix trying to get out of here, but the Scream will be able to secure a double kill for Ori. He is just absolutely dominating this game, and XXS in the mid lane trying to find this Bloodseeker. He knows he's here somewhere, but passes right by.
he almost has another Lincoln's too on IO. It's gonna be the 4th of the game. And I mean, at least Chalice is doing some good split pushing, but you know, is it gonna be enough? Because at the same time, they're still not really gaining much ground on the map. Like if they just start cutting creep waves on the top lane, then that won't really be an issue anymore. And there's nothing RNG can really do about it.
All right, finally onto the high ground. I've been waiting to see this for a little bit, but yeah, you're right. You can just keep putting Lincoln's, I'm gonna use your term, on the TA as she just stands on the high ground, which is so funny. There's just nothing you can do about it. She just has 3 buffs on her at all times.
Yeah, don't worry, you'll learn to
TP back.
make Lincoln's.
Yeah.
I initially hated it, but you're gonna start to like it, trust me.
I can appreciate
next
that.
motion it is. 50 seconds to go. Probably just gonna wait for that. Why risk anything at this point? You know, no need to throw anything away.
So, maybe to explain to all the viewers that might be watching, why is Lincoln so value this game? Because obviously there's Rupture, but is it literally just Rupture and Nyx Assassin?
It's Rupture, and also the only other stun they have is Electric Vortex, right? That's pretty much it.
Okay.
Like the targeted spells this game: Electric Vortex, Orchid, Cold Feet, and Mana Burn. Well, and Rupture, I guess. So
Yeah, and Rupture.
Theoretically, if you were to stack 5 Lincolns on one hero, they can't touch him with any spell.
Can't CC you. Wow, that's the most 5-head play I've ever heard.
Because they're just getting popped, right?
Yeah. And Quap gets a free Lincoln's at 25. Now we're really talking about big gamer moves there.
Yeah, but I think 4 might be a little overkill, perhaps.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's kind of funny though.
Almost 20k gold. How much is one Lincoln? Yeah, it's almost 20k gold.
Yeah, it's almost 20k. Oh, Felix, sick 2-hero stun. Big Ice Blast to come through as well. Ori just shatters under that one. The BKB's protecting God King for the moment, but Rolling Thunder will be able to finish off that Lycan XXS. Trying to decide if he wants to go back in or maybe disengage. You will be able to stun Storm Spirit for the moment and blink to safety. It's Monet's turn. He's tired of being sidelined. He wants to go in. They're relocate a little bit further forward as now they're going to turn their attention over to Bloodseeker, and oh my god, does he just get absolutely shredded.
Yeah, this is as good as a fight as you can hope for, honestly. The Quap again, you know, caught out of position a little bit. Very nice double impale by Felix. Sets up for a perfect Ice Blast. But yeah, if they didn't have that Aegis, this fight would have been a comeback fight. But because they did, they still ended up losing 2 of their most important cores. But at least they get the Aegis out of the hands of Aster. Probably also going to make him a little bit more wary. Trying to push high ground.
Ooh, the silence from the shard. Somnus goes down, and they just dive for more as XXS with the overcharge. Just runs right over this Ancient Apparition.
Yeah.
Does one of them have a... Does XXS have the silence? He does. Okay, I was like, where is the second silence coming? It's off his swashbuckle. Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, that's rough
Mindbreaker.
for the Storm. Yeah, he's got the Mindbreaker.
I hate that item. Like, it completely throws off your calculations.
I literally won a game just the other day because I got Mindbreaker against the puck. And he died twice without knowing. It's just, yeah, like I said, it changes the game completely.
Mindbreaker. Yeah, exactly.
You're just like, oh, I'll just phase shift. And you're like, I'm silenced apparently, never mind.
Where did that
Hey,
come
and that's
from?
kind of what
Oh.
happens to Storm, right? Like he just thought he'd be fine after the trap, and instead just gets silenced a second time and dies.
Yeah. Damage galore coming out from the TA now. Daedal is finished. It's gonna be a lot of damage with
Ooh.
each and every right click. Also
Hold
25.
up. He gets the BKB. He's gonna try and TP out here. He should make it. It's Ori that came in, not the TA, so he's fine. And that is a dead courier, which means no. Is it butterfly or halberd that he was building?
Butterfly.
It was a butterfly, and he had it completed. Oh no.
Yeah, there was
That
a
is
very...
rough. Oh, hey, Bane's caught a friend bottom lane. He also has a
Hi.
Fiend's Grip, so howdy Somnus, he says. You're just gonna put him back down in the grave for a little bit. He does have buyback, you know. can definitely try and use that to turn something around in the future. There are no spells really available on the side of Aster, but it's starting to feel like they don't even need them. They just kind of walk around and walk over you at this point. They have 31,000 gold advantage.
Yeah,
Far
lovely
more
hero
experience
bane,
as well. Yeah. You're just pushing a side lane. You're like, oh, not anymore, I guess. Felix, once again, with a nice blink impale. Lincoln's 1, Lincoln's 2, Lincoln's 3 applied. He's okay. Unbelievable.
We got
It
you.
worked. You were correct. It's exactly what was going to happen.
Oh, the
Okay.
cleave!
I was saying he just died to a side blade. 100-0, and they find God King as well. The Rolling Thunder stuns are there. GG comes out, and a very dominant game number 2 here from Aster. Okay, they're just having a blast.
Yeah, made it look super easy. Don't know where that Aster was in game 1, but they're finally awake. The Lycan looked amazing and turned out to be not so amazing. But really, I think all this attention was all around Somnus, right? From Team RNG, they tried to help Somnus a ton. Aster tried to shut down Somnus a ton. Really all revolves around the mid lane, and ultimately Aster just won that little like 3v3 there.
Dude, this is just like, I don't know what you do when the game, like, it started falling apart so fast. Like, the lanes completely crumbled. The Lycan never really got active. And then, I mean, where do you even begin with Somnus, man? That dude just didn't get to play Dota for 30 minutes. Oh,
I suppose
no.
you begin back at the drawing board because, like you say,
Yeah.
Somnus got absolutely shellacked and destroyed. Game number 1, you know, you were all thinking to ourselves, RNG looking good for the money. But game 2, this is almost deja vu. This is every series these teams have played against each other goes like this. Game 1, one team wins. Game 2 is like a stomp in the opposite direction. But even under that history, this seems like one of the harder ones that we've seen Team Aster coming back in a big, big way. But we shouldn't be too surprised, should we, Ricky? They had literally comfort picks on everybody. Everyone was playing heroes that they've been playing year in, year out at the highest level. I mean, they had 3 heroes that on their team have 80+% win rates. You do that, it sort of helps to set you up for success, right? And what happened when RNG, like, it's one thing that Somnus has a bad game, but again, we had a situation today where because the Storm Spirit can't play Dota, the team just loses and nothing happens with that squad.
Yeah, Dota is like a very feast and famine type of game, and this was like one of those games where like Storm Spirit, he was early on the famine side of things. You know, he did not get to have much to do. I will say it's just like Bobaka's IO was just remarkable this game. He did so much work on this hero. The early rotation mid to get the first blood on the Somnus like really set the pace for what this game was going to be like. And then again, like the save onto TA after like reincarnation, everything was already used, and you're just like, all right, there's no way like TA is going to survive this, and then somehow just kills 3 heroes. Like, this is just like something you can't ever count Aster out of when they have this hero.
I mean, we spoke about this in the draft, right? That you have the capability with how they drafted themselves, that you could have this TA stand her ground. And, you know, I didn't think it would be that strong, but my God. And we very rarely got to see, I think, RNG be the ones to get fight started. Or even there, the sadness of the side blades killing Somnus. That's the kind of the sadness of
the
it,
worst. Right? Yeah,
I mean,
just like the worst.
We can forgive the move. Because at this point in the game, you're so far behind on farm, you know you're not going to catch up naturally. You have to take a little bit of extended risks, but unfortunately, it ends up not working out for him at the end of the day, and we're about to see this incredible fight here. You think to yourself, Ori's dead, there's no options, but Black, you're the carry player, right? What's going through Monet's mind? How much is he yelling at Boboka? Come help!
I don't know what the communication is like. You know, some players are pretty hectic. Like if it was EE, he would definitely be screaming at him. But maybe Monet's just like, yeah, I'm fine. Didn't really press his BKB, so that I actually thought that he thought he's dead because he didn't BKB until like 2 seconds after the heal. He's like, oh, I'm alive. BKB.
Yeah, true. Actually, he's probably like, oh, I get to play. Okay, cool.
Okay, cool. Let's go.
Man.
Because if he BKB straight away, he's probably not even that low, right?
Yeah.
Not at all. It's also another hero that didn't really get to play Dota. Despite having a decent time in the laning phase, Chalice on his Lycan, we very rarely got to see him actually positioned to do anything expansive on the map. I mean, look at the map control. the team that's playing against the helm of the Overlord Lycan, we naturally don't expect that team to have the more of map control, right? Usually they're the ones playing catch up in this situation, but doesn't really feel like they were able to utilize this Lycan in a forward-facing fashion here, Black. What happened? Why couldn't they keep this? Was it just that everybody else is not strong enough to go with him? Was he always needed to come back to the fight so he can't split push? Like, normally you last pick Lycan expecting the game to go completely well for you, but this time that doesn't happen. So what was the situation for them in this game?
I think it was really on Aster that they forced like really bad Lycan shapeshifts. Or well, they didn't force him to, but he ended up feeling forced to do it. His first two shapeshifts got 0 kills, 0 towers, and those are two of the most important like spell usages in the early game, right? Like your first one usually comes from the off lane to the mid lane. You get a tower kill and maybe a hero kill or two, and then the second one usually want to invade the triangle with it, which they tried, but he was just a little bit late both times and got nothing out of it. And then if your early game is that slow, it's very, very hard to transition to a fast mid game.
Yeah, especially when like you say, you're having a rough game for other heroes, like Storm just couldn't play. You mentioned earlier today that if we have these kind of matchups where one hero builds Orchid before the other, the hero that loses that matchup just has a completely rough time. And we saw it again. So do you think we'll still see them sticking by the Storm Spirit? Especially because we've spoken about this before. When RNG has their back against the wall, that's the hero they rely on. So now that it's gone, right, or at the very least, Team Aster's demonstrated that they can beat it. Ricky, do you stay with this, or do they try something else? One of his other magnificently high win rate heroes. I think the other one, let's see here. Oh, no, definitely don't play that. The other one is Queen of Pain, but hasn't always been the best day right now. So what do you do when your best weapon in your arsenal gets defeated this hard?
I honestly don't think that Storm. Yeah, I think you can't go back for the Storm. I do. I think it's one of those heroes that, given a good game, it is a pretty unstoppable hero, especially in the hands of someone like Somnus. We see heroes like Lina, though, that do typically pretty well. It got completely crushed earlier thanks to the Phantom Assassin. But that being said, like Lina is also another one of these heroes he's been super comfortable on in the DPC. So I'm okay if I see a Storm in this next game, but I feel like it needs to be paired with something, if you can get it, like the IO, to make his game a little bit easier. Even the Keeper of the Light is something that we don't necessarily see a ton in this region, but Coddle Storm, it just makes this hero come online faster. He turns mana into damage, essentially, right? And so I would like to see something to make the Storm game a little bit better if they want to, repick it in this next game.
I'm also wondering about the pick order itself, because both times that we've seen Storm lose today, so this is like the third Storm game. The time it won, it was picked third, I think, and the times it's lost, it's emerged very early on in the draft. Is this just going to be the nature of things, Black, where the best way to utilize this kind of hero, you have to keep it deeper and deeper and deeper in the draft, that unleashing it early just gives your opponent too much time to prepare for how to deal with it?
It's hard to say, really, because in both series that we've had today, we have seen a first pick Storm dominate super hard, and then a first pick Storm get dominated super hard. So it's like a 50-50 between the two, and it really just seems to be like how good is the laning phase going to be? Because Storm is always a snowball hero, right? Like if you don't have a good laning phase, your entire game is just completely slowed down, like much more than most other heroes would be. And yeah, I think it's really just, can you set him up for success? Can you give him stacks? Can you secure his lane? Like bottle refills, all that stuff. That's why the IO idea of Ricky is very good. You just want to be able to sustain him to level 6. Then he farms up really fast, can maybe get some kills on the side lanes, and then the Storm can start to snowball.
Yeah, those snowballs are necessary. I mean, we've seen today snowballs happening from the carry position, and unfortunately, the God King, regrettably, Black, this is your problem, right, with the God King. Game one, it's God King, like actual God King. And then here it's like, okay, Gwen experience, all right, we see. All right, man.
Yeah, you were talking about this, man, the Bloodseeker Battle Fury. Well, what do you think, Black? Is it everything you would have dreamed of?
I really don't like it at all. It's like, it comes online so late. Honestly, I would argue it might not even farm faster than Maelstrom, not by a lot at least, because they didn't have any stacks. Like if you have like a 10 ancient stack, sure, I'm all for it. They had none. you know. So like, where's really the benefit of the Battle Fury? It gives you some mana regen, which is nice, but less damage in team fights, less damage overall. It just delays your next item. Like you could have had his BKB faster, perhaps, and then maybe they can get like a Roshan or take a better fight. I'm not convinced by the Battle Fury. I know why his teammates don't like it now, so
Battle Fury on this Bloodseeker definitely didn't work out here in this game. Do hope that they can also sort of find something that does for game 3. We want a competitive affair, right? Normally how this goes, one time RNG, the first time RNG beat them and it was great, but every single time since game 3 it also doesn't go well for them. So I'm kind of hoping that they have a bit more competitive affair. Also, I'm thinking about this chat as liking, y'all. This is similar to what we also was talking about with XXX. The sluggish pace that we saw from the Tidehunter didn't really suit them, like in terms of fighting, not necessarily being out on the map because he went for that Ags build. It also felt here that RNG, you mentioned it already, Black, the first 2 shapeshifts don't go well. And with this hero, there's no fight comeback that you can make if those first 2 timings on the map don't go well. So what do you think for game 3? Do we at least have, or do we hope for, I hope for it, more fighting, more potential for Chalice to have individual playmaking ability, such that if the game is going badly, say for both Somnus and the God King, at least there's some playmaking that can come from the off lane rather than just pushing.
I mean, I would definitely like. I've seen his Lycan many times, and honestly, he plays a really good Lycan. So it was a very odd game for him because usually he doesn't make these kind of misplays on that hero. It's just I really think that the pressure got to him because Somnus was so shut down. Like he tried really hard to make fights happen around Somnus and get him back into the game. Like now I don't know how the team communication is like, you know, maybe Somnus is one of those guys who's like putting some pressure on his teammates when he's having a bad game, you know. I would know because I was one of them during my earlier years. It's not good. You basically force your teammates into really awkward positions they don't want to be in, you know, and it really looked that way to me. Like I don't think Chalice wanted to do what he actually did there. He just kind of felt obliged to.
Yeah, sometimes you just get forced into that position by the game.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, one thing that seems super strange now that I look back at it is game 1, they had like a pretty non-favorable matchup for Somnus in the mid lane. He still manages to make it happen, but they had much stronger side lanes. But in game 2, it was like the exact opposite, right? Like they still gave him a pretty like mediocre mid matchup. He does well in it at the beginning, but then the side lanes were so bad that they were just like, well, I would just run it Somnus mid and, you know, just make his game unplayable completely. And I wonder if they like want to address that in this you know, third game, because if their side lanes are really weak again on RNG, I feel like they're just going to do the same thing on Aster.
Well, let's find out if they are going to be setting up those kind of side lanes again, because we have the third and final draft here between RNG and Team Aster. Game 3 draft. Let's get into it. Let's see what heroes we've got for the day, boys. And scarily enough, we have first pick. Do you like that they gave away Monkey King, though? To Monet?
It's not even Monet, it's Bobica as well. He's like historically one of the best Monkey King 4 players in the world. And every single time like the heroes available for Aster, they pretty much first phase it for the same reason. Like they can flex it 1-4, and it's an all-star pick for them.
They've actually played this hero on 3 different roles. Ori also had a game on it. They lost that particular one, but the fact that they have that versatility, like you say, you can opt to just first pick it and forget, right? Don't have to worry about it at all. And speaking of successful heroes, though, RNG do indeed jettison the Storm Spirit pick and go back for another super successful hero for Somnus here in the Queen of Pain to emerge with the opening Tusk. We saw a really good game from a Tusk earlier. Queen of Pain, of course, we just saw a winning performance coming out of it. I think I like the direction of this, but I still want to see a bit more protection for the Quap, but Tusk really does help in that regard, right? Much harder to jump on her when Tusk can rotate in with the snowball save.
It does, for sure. And it's also pretty good against Monkey in general. Like a Monkey King position 4 doesn't really like to play into this. So maybe they're also trying to draft in a way where they are kind of forced in putting the Monkey King in a +1 and then deal with him in that way.
I actually like that strategy as well, because I think Bobica getting the Monkey King is terrifying. Every single time we've seen him have this hero, even if it doesn't even look like it could be a good 4-position monkey game, he just somehow makes it work. Like the amount of vision he provides with this hero is ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. Can do so much on the map utilizing this hero. So glad to see RNG trying to address it in some regard. It is kind of terrifying though that Team Aster with the Snapfire Monkey King, just 2 heroes to open with, and they've already got some pretty scary team fight. So RNG will need to try and figure out a way to circumnavigate that as well. They're now, wow, look at this. They're protecting maybe. That's it. They've identified, like you said, Ricky, where the problem comes in. If Somnus can't play Dota, we can't win. So protect him with everything we've got, with heroes and with bans. And I wouldn't be surprised to see this trend continue of making sure that this co-op has the best game possible with these bans.
I'm a big fan of the puck ban. It's one of those things that like nowadays the quap lane it's not as bad as it used to be. I think it is actually semi-quap favored almost. Black will probably know a lot more about it since he's much better, but I feel like it used to be a little bit like more puck favored. Now it's a little bit more even, but as the game goes on, Coil is such a pain to deal with, and Lina is also just such a nuisance. You never really get the dagger harassment that you get against other heroes, so I like it. I think this makes sense. Like, going to be able to try and give Somnus a favorable matchup mid. They've already got a strong lane hero in the form of Tusk, so already I like the draft that RNG is going for a little bit better than last.
Yeah, you're always going to be supportive of your friends, so I completely agree with you. The Quap got a lot of buffs, whereas Puck got nerfed quite a bit, so the power dynamic definitely changed and shifted towards Queen of Pain. Probably, as you said, slightly favored. Probably maybe like a 6-4, because you don't even have to skill Shadow Strike anymore, because Scream of Pain got buffed so much with mana cost early on. Very cheap. But yeah,
nice.
it's out of the picture.
I was somewhat correct.
Oh, of course, and you're correct many more times than you give yourself credit for, you know.
Let's see here. RNG closing out the second phase of banning. What do we want to see from Chalice? The Lycan, they don't have last pick this time around, so it's unlikely. Oh, they do, sorry. But I don't know if they want to go back for the Lycan, especially when they already see that Monkey King snaps on the other side to provide some team fight prowess for the side of Team Aster. Do you try to get some team fight yourself? Maybe we see them snapping up the Tide Hunter. Now, there's Mars obviously banned. Both teams would contest for it, but I could definitely see Tide having some kind of influence here for RNG.
I'm a little surprised they didn't ban a Pangolier, to be honest. I thought they would just ban the Pango so they don't get any like weird ideas of potentially picking Bloodseeker again. Or maybe this time around, if they pick Pango, they will counter with Bloodseeker again, but just put it in the off lane, and then last pick a God King's hero. Probably makes a lot more sense just in terms of team dynamic. Because like Chalice on the last pick, like it's not bad or anything, you know, but I feel like God King and Somnus can just make much better use of that.
Yeah. It looks like Aster is gearing up for a Batrider pick, and RNG is looking at something like a Medusa or a Luna here. So I'm a little bit interested on like how this ends up going. Like the Faceless Void Oracle bans are super interesting because those are not two bans you typically see come out in the second phase unless you have a very specific hero in mind. And for me, like the obvious one is Batrider, but we haven't seen a lot of it. So I'm curious if like Black, is there any reason that they're targeting these two right now? Is it they just want to protect the Monkey King?
I mean, it's also really good for Darkseer, which they actually banned out on RNG, which means they really, really wanted to have the Pangolier. Because they could have just picked Darkseer themselves, right, with all these kind of bans.
Yeah.
But they prioritized the Pangolier over it. Don't want to have any Bloodseeker Pangolier shenanigans anymore. Didn't work out for them. So just pick it yourself. Honestly, I personally think Pangolier is an insanely OP hero still. Like, it's just too good.
Yeah. It is very strong.
Performed really well last game, and he did quite a lot for the team on the side of Aster. And one of the big things as well, there were so many choke points, especially around Radiant Triangle, where even if they wanted to try and get back with Ancient Stack Farm, just him being around, just like, well, all right, we can't actually fight in this area anymore. Very, very good hero. And Aster, after last game, it's unlikely that they decide to try pick like a Bloodseeker. It really didn't do anything to the Pango. It had a practically free game, and was a Queen of Pain in that game as well. So, you know, flashbacks of having to deal with those two type of heroes might make it less likely they go for the Bloodseeker. But with that OP-ness of this Pango, how do we deal with this? In what direction do we go? Especially since we ideally on the side of Team Aster, they'd ideally want to maintain flexibility on the Monkey King, so they can't reveal all their cards just yet, right?
I would be super down for a Grimstroke. I think like Grimstroke right now is a pretty good fit for their team. It works well with the Monkey King, and the Soulbind is pretty sick of dealing with both Queen of Pain, or actually all three, Tusk, Pango, and Queen of Pain all hate getting caught by that ultimate. And it does leave a lot of options for like heroes that you can pair with to go for the Soulbind. So you don't have a great Dark Portrait target, but it's not the end of the world. They go for the Tidehunter themselves. Okay.
Yeah, just secure some team fight. But yeah, they probably have to reveal now whether Monkey King is a +1 or 4 with the next pick. Unless they want to pick the mid hero, which is a possibility against the Quap. Mirana. Wait, so...
Okay. Safe lane Monkey King then.
Yeah.
But this is Boboka Mirana, y'all. Listen, I know it's Mirana, but yo, I still have vivid flashbacks of what this man is able to pull off on this hero. So I think this could actually end up working for them. Gives them some more presence on the map. It sure doesn't give the same like vision control that a Monkey King can give, but you're not going to be playing static across the map. You know, they have the Moonlight Shadow initiation, forcing more vision from RNG side. And, you know, this is yet another hero who we don't know what the mid hero is going to be just yet. However, let's say it's like, I don't know, an OD or something, could easily have incredible setups with this arrow to pull through as well. Not easy just yet from themselves, but I think it's something that they have to start thinking about from RNG as they go in now for the X-Nova Disruptor, one of the better heroes against the Tidehunter. So glad to see them pick it up. And this is going to be another way that they can create distance away from some of these huge AoE ultimates that we see from Team Aster.
How often have we seen a Monkey King just... Yeah, dude, this Disruptor is actually so good. How often do we see Monkey King jump onto a tree and it's just gone, right? But if you static... what's the static strike or whatever?
Kinetic Thunderstrike.
Thunderstrike.
Yeah, Thunderstrike. If you Thunderstrike him, no more shenanigans with those stupid tree jumps. Glimpse him back, as you said, it's really good against Tidehunter with Static Storm. It's really good against Mirana. Very, very solid pick.
Yeah, it hits every single one of these heroes exactly where they struggle. Like, there's nothing you could really do on a Tidehunter. Like you have like a few options when you see a Tidehunter pick, right? We talked about this a lot during the DPC. Is like there's a couple of heroes you always have to be worried of. It's like the main ones from the support position is pretty much always the Disruptor. From the core position, it's pretty much Doom, and Disruptor just makes his game so miserable. Every single fight, they just drop a Static Storm on you and a Kinetic Field, and you're like, well, I'll help eventually, team. I promise.
It's a 4 monkey or mid monkey.
Yeah.
Or mid Snapfire.
Yeah.
It could be mid Snapfire. Or mid Mirana. Or mid Monkey. Or mid Tidehunter. Or mid Wraith King.
Wait a minute.
It's going to be one of those 5.
I haven't seen the last hero yet. What is it? It's a Wraith King?
Yeah, it's Wraith King. Yeah, so...
Okay.
This is interesting.
Like, I don't see the hero yet.
I love this.
Okay. All right.
Oh.
I love this. All right, let's see. Ori Snapfire, you got it. You had the pick there, Black. Well done, sir. Okay, we haven't seen Mid-Snap in a while, but Ori used to do this fairly often when you were still on Vici Gaming, so it is out now. You get to keep the support Monkey King to provide all that map vision that we always wanted, and it's playing in tandem with the Mirana, so they've got a lot of expansiveness from the support duo. Both will probably be able to help out on the last pick on the Wraith King. However, the question is this sort of dual hybrid, massive team fight, massive magic damage, all supporting Monet lineup, is this going to be good enough to deal with the super high tempo that we're probably expecting from this last pick troll? I don't think they want to play this game slowly anymore on the side of RNG.
No, I would say when you see Troll Warlord, your goal is to dominate the lane. Like, this is a hero that has to play fast. Like, he wants to just basically make it so the offlaner doesn't get to play Dota, similar to like we saw Somnus last time. He wants to basically remove the Tidehunter effect and slow him down from getting any of those useful items. And if you fail to do that, the Troll Warlord basically loses the whole point of the pick. You just should have picked a different hero, essentially.
It's a little scary though, right? The lane against Gush and Mirana Arrow, it's a pretty easy setup. If either of you gets caught out, it's a lot of damage, potentially even a kill. So dominating this lane in particular might not be the easiest thing.
Well, we'll see if this is going to be enough, because this is it. This is the last game between the two teams. RNG have been constantly, since their first victory over the side of Team Aster, constantly looking for a way to come back and defeat Aster. They've fallen to the wayside at least twice now. Will this be a third time in a row that this happens? Or do they finally find some revenge? Gentlemen, don't just tell me which team is. Actually, tell me the team you think is going to lose. How will they win if they were to win? So if you thought RNG was going to win, what advice are you giving to Team Aster and vice versa?
Do you want to go first, Black, or do you want me to go?
The floor is yours, my friend.
Oh no, I was hoping you would go first. I would say it's. I do think Aster have this, so I'm gonna say if RNG want to win, how could they do it? So it's gotta be the safe lane troll. I think the safe lane has to go well, honestly. So if they manage to do well on the safe lane troll warlord, if they don't fall behind in mid, I think that's the key to the success of this game.
What say you, Black?
Okay. I think I pretty much agree with him. I think Aster has a superior draft. So RNG has to, probably not only the safe lane, honestly, like the Quap also will have to somewhat snowball against the Snapfire, not the easiest thing. They actually have all the tools they need. It's just I favor Aster's draft. It's a little bit easier to play, and you know the players are, in my opinion, a little bit more cohesive, a little bit more consistent.
Well, we'll see if Aster can bring out that consistency here in Game 3, or if RNG will finally perform the upset they've been waiting so desperately for. Potential DPC points on the line. Winners final is on the line. Game 3 is happening with Black and Ricky. Gentlemen, for one last time today, please take it away and good luck.
Thank you so much, Snare. All right, Black, I am so excited. I have been waiting for like this game to go. I was like really hoping we would get to all 3 games, just because it's like we saw RNG take the first 3-game series, and then Aster takes the next 3-game series, and it's like here we are going to the 9th game that these teams have played against each other in a row. Like, it couldn't be any better.
Yeah. Wait. How did the previous 2 end up again? Was it 1 each?
So, yeah. So both series went all 3 games. RNG won it in the DPC season. Aster won it in tiebreakers at Game 3. So they're 1-1 right now so far in the DPC, and this is the 9th game they've played against each other in a row. So it's just so funny how this has happened.
I gotta say, man, I think Aster's draft is just a little bit easier to execute, and I'm a big fan personally of the mid Snapfire. There's a couple of different ways you can build it. You can either go for the magic one, which includes like an earlier E-blade and a faster shard, or you can go into like the right click one in the mid game, which can be pretty devastating in the late game as well.
Oh, I just realized they pulled Felix bottom actually instead on the Tusk, and they have the Disruptor in the off lane. So they just want something that's a little bit tankier, I suppose, to play up into the Tidehunter Mirana. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, and I mean you also do get some attack speed buff on Troll, right? Like once you're like level 3, you get the Favor, Fair War. How do you even pronounce that?
Fervor, I think.
Fervor. See, English is such an easy language sometimes, and sometimes a really difficult language. But
Yeah.
you get that together with the tag team. It's a lot of damage potential, and the off-lane also they made just a little bit stronger, right? Like you don't want to have the Tusk trade against the Monkey King. Wraith King is still gonna free farm probably, but no, what can you do? Wraith King is a great
it's
hero.
kind of a Wraith King thing. He just gets the helm of the Iron Will, and then he's just like, yeah, what are you gonna do? You know, I'm just a skeleton boy with a big helmet. It works out, I guess.
Yeah, lore-wise, very friendly.
That's true, huh? Oh, this is exactly what we're talking about. You get the tag team, you get the extra attack speed. Ends up taking the arrow there and ending up going to dump a lot of damage back, and now God King the one on the run. Oh no! Gets Whirling Axe to slow down Baboka as he doesn't have that leap to chase, but yeah, that is you literally said this exact same thing. It's not an easy lane to bully.
Yeah, it's a very easy arrow setup, honestly. Like They don't even have gush yet and he hits arrows. Just think about it once he has that gush. It's gonna be miserable.
Point. So much
Maybe an
minus armor
Autobot.
too that comes from that. It just makes Luna, I don't know what I say, Luna, Mirana just do that much more damage. Her right clicks hurt, man, with that gush.
Yeah, I'm surprised he went to the Starstorm actually in level 2. Pretty unusual, but
Ooh, top lane.
Monkey King top
Chalice?
lane. Yeah.
Yeah, Monkey King is just
Bye-bye.
way out of position. Okay, they managed to find the first blood onto the Pango, and that is something that, dude, Pango with farm early is so terrifying. He's already got an Orb of Corrosion, so this is a really good start for Chalice on this hero.
Yeah, I don't know why we don't see Pango picked more often, like much more often. I really just do believe that hero is completely bonkers. And I might just be getting another kill here.
Yeah, absolutely. Monet just trapped inside the kinetic field, and Glimpse just to guarantee the kill as Chalice now up to his second super early into the game. And yeah, this, I agree with you, man. Every time I play this hero, it just feels so, the game just feels easy. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. Like, it just feels like you're playing on easy mode. I don't know.
Unless you're playing against it and it feels like impossible mode. It's gonna disarm you or rolling thunder you for 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds. Who even knows at this point?
It's just what feels like an eternity.
Oh, that Scatter Blast level 3.
Is
Taking
that what
some
that is?
half
Oh, yeah,
health.
it is. Oh my goodness. Dude, if you get the cookie into the Scatter Blast, dude, that extra damage, okay, Somnus not respecting that one. He's gonna have to bottle up.
Yeah.
He's got a Fairy Fire in the wand, though.
Yeah. I mean, the Shadow Strike will also keep him at a decent health, especially with level 3. But yeah, the Snapfire is definitely one of the better heroes against the Quappen lane. You're ranged, pretty high health pool, and you can actually nuke back.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Like the matchup, you said you actually kind of like Snapfire mid. She's surprisingly tanky. Every time I've seen this hero, people like try to make a rotation mid, and she's just like, nah, you can't kill me. It feels so weird.
Yeah. 3.5 strength gain. Pretty insane.
I did not know it was that high. Wow. That is nuts.
Yeah, I also don't know why it's so high, but it is.
Mortimer Kisses. This ability is just, it is so good early in the game. Like even when a support gets it at like the 10-minute mark, but you're just a mid lane having it at 5. So gonna see if he makes a rotation and try and find a kill with that one. Top lane, they find another kill onto the Monkey King. So Chalice extending his net worth advantage, which he already has by about 600 gold on the next closest hero. So he's off to the races.
Yeah, also already has an urn completed. Nice to be bottomed by Ori.
Oh, there it is. Yep. Mortimer Kiss is pretty much a guaranteed kill at this stage of the game. There's nothing you can really do to prevent that from happening. So they end up managing to take down the Troll Warlord. So very well done.
He was dominating mid lane though, so he kind of gave that up and gave a rune to Somnus as well. So he will have now an opportunity to potentially also find a rotation.
Yeah, he had a DD rune bottled there, right?
Yeah, DD.
Okay.
Monet
top
again.
lane once again, dude. Oh no, Swashbuckle, they got the body blocks. He can't make it across the tree line and has shards for good measure. Oh man, this top lane is a disaster.
Yeah, it's not fair. Ever since they changed it so that the Pango W slows so much, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, the change from people going from max Swashbuckle to max Shield Crash was just like a game-changing moment, because you're like, this ability owns. Like, you just always trade effectively with it because of the damage reduction, the slow, you just get like 2 or 3 auto attacks for free every single time. Like, it's so good.
And the AoE is deceivingly big, right? It doesn't look that big, but it's massive.
Yeah, isn't it like almost 500 or something?
It is.
I don't know. Mid lane, Ori in some trouble. Nice boundless strike. Sonic Wave, though, comes through, and just a little tap there from the Tusk finds the kill. Monet sent back with a glimpse, and now Monkey King gonna fall down to Somnus once again with the DD rune doing some work, but he's running low on mana. Got 11 wand charges if he wants to use them. Debating on diving the tower, but I think they're just gonna settle for the 2 kills and walk away.
I gotta say that his Monkey King 5 is not doing particularly well.
Now the Monkey King 5 is definitely struggling, and Babobka struggling as well here in the top lane. Has 2 more leaps available. So he should be able to escape for now. Chalice drops through.
Oh,
okay. You were talking
There's a smoke on
about
it.
something about the AoE, Black?
Dire's top tower is under
I love how everything just gets showcased instantly every time. It's so good.
You're like, it's deceptively a large AoE, and then case in point, Murata dies with 2 leap charges to a level 4 shield crash. Oh man, unlucky. Oh,
can you
Monkey
do?
King gets a D-ward? Oh, okay, he's fine. Look at that.
Did he
Balance
actually
strike
want to
into a
snowball
cookie.
himself up there? Looked
He
that way.
tried. Yeah.
But then they're
He likes
both
going
dead.
to deny.
Dire's
Yeah,
middle
nice.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, game is looking very good again for RNG. Pretty much like
Yeah,
game
they're off to a fantastic start.
one did.
Dire's top tower
And
is
Pango mana boots earn corrosion halfway blink already. He is filthy rich.
Dude, it's the 5K by 9 minutes, getting the top tower as well, dude. He is so farmed. I mean, I guess dying
Yeah.
4 times in lane to a Pango will do that.
Yeah, and at the same time though, Troll pretty much completely free farming. Got that 1 death from the nice Snapfire rotation, but yeah, Felix.
He's not struggling all that much. Yeah, nice
say
snowball
goodnight.
dodge, but yeah, he's super dead. They'll just be able to continue to chase here. They do have Ravage. They're just going to let it rip
Ravage?
anyway, but I mean, a little bit too early. Is Chalice about to really clean up here? Somnus wants a little bit of that cake, though, as he jumps on in, finishes off that Tide Hunter.
Okay, that like that they look a little bit lost. Like that Ravage was so uncharacteristic. On a single tusk without seeing anything more.
If you saw those TPs and you were like waiting for the TPs to finish to drop the Ravage, like maybe. But yeah, a solo Tusk Ravage feels pretty rough.
under attack.
He's looking for the glimpse target there on the Monkey King, trying to send him back after that TP, but he's jumping around through the tree, so he's going to be okay for now. But mid lane tower, God King doing quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, no Ravage though, so gotta be very, very careful how you mount the defense. 90 seconds still for that. Got Quap Wave. They're probably just gonna wait for the Pango roll, and then they're gonna make a play with the Static Storm as well as Pango roll. Did Pango already finish? He actually went for a mech on a Pango. Just go for some more teamfight prowess. I honestly quite like that because you have the Disruptor already, so they won't be able to run anyways.
I'm curious, like, okay, so if you're the mid Snapfire here, what does your like actual item build need to be here? Because you're starting to fall behind in all 3 of the lanes,
Tower is under attack.
and you've got like this Troll Warlord who you don't have like great answers for. So do you go like the Gobble Up build, or do you have to go for like an early Halberd type of thing?
Yeah, usually the build on mid Snapfire is like Axe into Blink BKB. Just so
Okay.
you have that like point blank stun with the shard later on.
Yeah,
And
it's
the
so
Gobble Up is
good.
just like a really nice initiation tool for really anyone. Like you can throw your Wraith King in or the Tide. There's always a hero it's gonna be useful for. And it gives you really nice
Good
stats
point.
as well. Clears out
Right,
creep
mid tier
wave.
1 tower. They're just not opting to defend this one. They just
How did they know he was
nice.
there?
I literally don't know. I saw the Tusk ping it out, so maybe they got a glimpse of it at for a moment of the Monkey King jumping, but he pinged the exact tree on Felix. So
Yeah,
that is
and now he
very
thinks there's a board
surprising.
there.
Yeah, like how else would they know, right? The only way normally is you'd have the ward on the high ground, but I don't know. Maybe they had just the tiniest glimpse of the hero jumping in.
Yeah, potentially. Like sometimes these like over tree mechanics they're a little bit iffy.
Yeah, absolutely. So 10-2, a 3K gold lead now, and Pango just getting further and further ahead. Or rather, I guess everyone on Aster getting further and further behind. Like, no one's really having a fantastic time so far. All right, maybe they can take down Chalice, but instead he's just gonna try to burst out Bobica. He does have to pop the leap to go down to the low ground, so Chalice will not be able to connect with that Rolling Thunder. does kind of waste a little bit of a cooldown, but at the same time, they are just farming up the enemy jungle now.
Yeah, has to be a little bit careful though. Ravage is off cooldown, so Aster is definitely able to take some strong team fights. But again, like all 3 drafts so far, they don't have an easy way of initiation at all. They're going for Blink on Tide, but it's gonna be a while until then. I guess the best thing they have right now is a Bounter Strike, which isn't that great, right? It's something, but it's not like amazing. Oh, Troll just used ult to farm neutrals, he's dead.
Oh, that is so rough. And quick Mortimer kisses from Ori just for good measure. No way dies to the creeps, right? Okay, yeah, that would have been pretty close. Somnus comes in, has Sonic Wave, connects onto 3, ends up pushing them into the Static Storm as well. Monkey King on the backside will be able to drop the Wukong's command. XXS just going to try and TP out, but instantly canceled. So you're going to grab yourself 3 really big return kills for this one. Meanwhile, Bobica trying to hobble away. Gets caught by the dagger for the moment, but he's got another leap, so he should be okay here, right? Somnus? Maybe not. He's going to just go for the chase here. Shards able to block him off. Perfectly placed by Felix. All right, sick catch there. That'll be an arcane rune for you, I guess.
It's really, really good. Like, RNG's playing really good Dota right now. Sure, God King maybe miscalculated a little bit where Aster is going, but they respond perfectly. Get, what was it, 4 kills in total? Ravage is still online though, so they have that, but haven't really been able to utilize it yet. So far, it hit 1 hero in the entire game.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dude, yeah, I don't know what's got to change for Aster. Like they've got to come together, but around what items? You don't have the Deso yet on the Wraith King. You need a Blink Dagger, I'm assuming, on the Tidehunter. And you don't really have much on Ori. He's still about 400 gold off that Ags. Okay, Tidehunter's close to the Blink Dagger as well. So they are coming in on some big items, which they could potentially play around. So maybe that's exactly what they need to try and bring this game back into a little bit more control here for them. But that is going to be a fast farming Troll Warlord here pretty soon. Dude, are they actually just going into Roshan? I guess when you have Ping,
brave. They have Ravage, but they see the wards.
Oh, they do. The Rolling Thunder on the backside, and there it is, the Static Storm. Goodbye, Tidehunt. Well, he survives for the moment, but they've got no follow-up, so he can't afford to let the Ravage go. So holding buyback for the moment as they go right into the Roche pit.
Now, the biggest problem is really with this draft, might shoot an arrow, doesn't even try to, that you have a +5 Monkey King that has 7 deaths. He lost his lane, which he's supposed to be good at, and he doesn't really give you anything in the mid game. It's a problem. Oh, nice glimpse as well. Oh, the leap.
Yeah, not much you can do. The fence making it so difficult, but has 1 more leap to go. Gets cookied instead, so he's gonna be okay. You're 100% right though, and that's what I was a little bit confused about. Like they picked the Monkey King and it's not on Bobica in the support position, and that is just something that like conceptually I struggle with the Aster roster. Like he is so good at this hero, like why not just give it to him? Gobble at mid lane, that'll find Somnus. Boundless Strike to follow. They don't want to drop the Ravage. He's got Aegis, so I guess they just like don't want to risk it.
But I thought they could have killed him with the Ravage. Maybe the damage is enough and then just follow up with an arrow after that, but I guess it's a little bit risky because the Ravage wasn't done for that long.
Ooh, Monkey King.
Oh, Monkey King again.
Out once again. He's gonna get the Sentry potentially. Cookie on the other side. Somnus jumping in, looking to get on top of Ori. Glimpse gonna send him all the way back into 4 heroes, and that is a really rough one.
The power of Disruptor.
Takeoff after takeoff. Yeah.
Pangolier almost into his Guardian. Greaves already still top 1 in the net worth. Out farming a Battle Fury Troll still.
Alright, they're gonna find the Disruptor. Okay. Well, I was gonna say they're gonna find the Disruptor, but he was dead before I could finish the sentence. Now Felix on the run. They can get their hands here. Spooky, nice. Somnus comes in. Yeah, he's got it. You're right. Yeah, the blink out thanks to the courier delivery. Very good timing.
I didn't know you can get items delivered in the snowball. I guess you never stop learning, huh?
Dude, that's so weird. Yeah, like there's just so many like little interactions that you just what we find out like every single day.
Yeah, well, now Ravage online, smoked up, Desolator online, and Somnus breaking the smoke again. Oh,
And they're
no.
just like, well, that's not the hero we want to ravage, so what do we do?
He's just running in.
Yeah, he is indeed. Boundless Strike does catch the Disruptor. The Gobble Up. Okay, goodbye. A literal one-shot onto that hero. Rolling Thunder on the backside, though, from Chalice is doing work as they manage to find that kill onto the Snapfire. Now they're turning his attention back on over to the Wraith King. They've got the Ravage from XXS, and there it is. Connects onto 3. They jump in for more. They take down that Troll Warlord so dang fast. Somnus still surviving for the moment, as well as Chalice. Shield Crash once again. Damage reduction. It's doing work. The question is, can he actually get out of here? Monet, one last auto attack. They will end up finally getting the kill there, and you know, Somnus finding at least somewhat of a trade as he takes down the Wraith King. Now looking to try and take down the Monkey King, but he can play this forever. He's got an Aegis. I don't think he cares all that much if he dies. And honestly, Monkey King, he can't get out of here. Somnus is going to continue the chase. Oh my gosh, those body blocks. That creep just worked Somnus, but Felix ends up finding the kill anyway with the snowball.
Yeah, I like the way Somnus played this team fight. Like, he gives so much information to his team. He knows he has Aegis. They can't commit on him. He just walks into like 4 heroes, and they split the fight in a way where Tide can't really get a good Ravage off. Because he Ravaged after Snapfire died, but Snapfire is like most of the team fight damage right now. And we just saw it. Like, Wraith King killed 1 hero, and that's pretty much all he had. After he gets taken down, game is looking really rough right now for Aster.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they take that fight. It looked like it was actually pretty decent for them, but they still have a 5k gold lead on RNG, and you still have the Aegis. So at the end of the day, they've got a lot of tools still available, and Felix with the Blink gets the Walrus Punch and a quick pick off onto Bobica. Thanks to the follow-up there from Somnus. So they're just going to keep searching for these kills.
Yeah, he still has that Aegis on the Quap as well. Didn't even lose it for another 50 seconds.
Ooh. That's an awkward pause.
Who's in trouble? Oh, Monkey King again. If he gets rooted, he's dead.
I mean, I don't know if he's even going to have much of an opportunity to get out. There's a Pango not too far away. He's got his sights set on this Monkey King.
And he has no boots. Well, let's look at this very uneventful kill, probably.
About to be his 10th death of the game. Found the strike, but of course, swashbuckle. Well, and we
pause again. Yeah, let the salt flow into the wound, you know?
Yeah, of course. This is a think about your life, think about your actions. How did you get here type of thing.
Think about your, how many deaths at this point? 10 deaths.
That's his 10th death, yeah.
Kind of crazy. He's
that is
more than... He's almost half his deaths.
Dude, he has more deaths than his team has kills. Like, that's not a good feeling.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I'm not sold on the 5-position Monkey King. I saw someone try a 5-position Bloodseeker earlier, and I'm kind of getting the similar vibes from it.
It can work, but you gotta dominate lane with it. Like, if you lose lane with a 5 Monkey, you don't offer too much in the mid game. Because usually you become like a vision bot and potentially a setup bot on the side lanes, right? But if you don't win lane, that probably means that you're not really ahead in the game, which then means you can't really play that pickoff game at all. Because you're not a 4 Monkey, you're not gonna be pushing our side lanes as much.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna be like kind of playing behind your heroes type of thing.
Yeah, which is really awkward to do when you're not actually, ahead after the laning phase. You don't offer any sort of like glimpses like Disruptor does. You don't offer team fight like most of the other post 5s do. No like grip type of thing. You're just a Monkey King. You have 1 stun, that's it.
Hey, you just drop a Boundless Strike and hope the team follows it up type of thing. They get the top tier 2 tower, the outpost, so more gold, more XP going the way of RNG here, just further pushing their lead. So the Wraith King is doing pretty decently still, which he is a super scary hero. And, we've seen the power of Wraith King late game. Is he strong enough this game to almost solo carry this, or is he going to need a lot more help?
It's going to be pretty tough because all 3 cores are so huge on the rating. It's not like any support. They got a couple of lucky kills, and their net worth is really high up, you know? It's really all on the cores, which is going to be a big, big problem. They just lack damage right now.
Smoke
Look
up
at all
here
that damage
from
reduction
Aster's
coming in,
ahead
actually.
bottom.
Yeah.
If they actually find Pango, it'd be pretty huge, but on the backside, RNG is smoked up as well. They do have a good ward here, though. They can play around. Big Ravage comes in. Okay, they get the Pango. Not a bad start, but it did cost here Ravage, and potentially Ori, as he's just trying to hobble away. Som is able to finish him off, and now Troll Warlord held in place for the moment. Stuck inside the Wukong's command, but they're all just getting cleaved in a sonic wave for the backside. Som is putting in the hurt. Static Storm there, gonna keep this Wraith King from going pretty much anywhere as he finally ends up getting beat down by the Troll Warlord, and the only survivor, a lonely Tide Hunter with no spells left. Man, what a great fight from RNG once again.
Yeah, I think that answers your question, right? Whether he can outcarry the other 3 cores. Probably not. Like, they're just too survivable. Troll has his ult, has Whirling Axes, a ton of armor from his Berserker's Rage. Quap has Kaya Sanj, the Strength talent. She's sitting at like 2.4k health. Pango got bursted, sure, but he used like 3 ultimates to kill him. And a Ravage on top of that. And like, if he doesn't die, he has the damage reduction of the Shield Crash and the Guardian Greaves. I don't know where your damage is going to come from right now. Like, if you want to win this game, it's got to go real late, to a point where Snapfire actually has right-click guidance.
Yeah, like she gets the 20 talent with like an MKB data list type of stuff.
Yeah, 20, 25, and then you go from there, but it's gonna be so hard to get to that point without being like 20, 30k gold behind.
Yeah, you just don't have the farm speed like that RNG does, and they can get around the map so much faster. So you're definitely on the struggle bus. Almost to the BKB on Monet, but whether or not it's going to make a huge difference in the next fight is hard to say. They just have a lot of tools for dealing with them. Bobica found bottom lane here, has 1 leap, but caught by the Walrus Punch into the Rolling Thunder. Tries to get away, but the Blink from Challenge able to continue the chase. So grabs himself another kill here on the Pango. Up to 10-2.
10-2, yeah. 10-2 on him, 10-0 on the Quap. Well, KDA-wise, the only hero struggling is Troll, but net worth-wise, he is the king of the game.
Yeah, he's so farmed. He's just he just gets to do whatever he wants, and this is what we were talking about. If the Troll Warlord has a good game and he's able to stay in front of like these other heroes in net worth, the hero feels super strong, and we're seeing it this game like specifically, right? Like God King is pretty much the God King of the game. It's so difficult for anyone on Aster to stand their ground against this hero, especially now that he has the Basher completed.
Yeah, the turnaround potential of this Battle Trance plus BKB is always so strong when you're ahead. What's the Roshan respawn? 1 minute 50 on the clock. Yeah, but if Aster can't defend that Roshan, probably the game is just gonna go to RNG. Like with that Aegis, I don't see how Aster can stop them. Because he needed Ravage to burst someone to begin with.
Yeah, so that's what I was gonna say. Like, you were talking about the turnaround potential of the Troll Warlord for sure, but we saw just like what the Aegis sitting on Quap did earlier, where they're like, we literally can't start the fight on a Quap. We have to go for a different target. And I'm wondering if like we're just gonna get to a point where that's just the nature of Troll Warlord as well. Like if they can even get to a point where they can burst him or not, because it's the worst thing in the world if you drop like Ravage plus like more spells and he still gets Battle Trance off and then the fight's just lost.
I mean, if he gets 25, there's nothing you can do. He'll get it off 100% of the time, because you get the Strong Dispel talent.
Strong Dispel, yeah.
And he's not too far off, to be honest. He's level 20 already. Like, this game goes like minute 40. Yeah, he's really, really high level.
Yeah.
Quap is also level 20, actually.
Yeah, that is
yeah,
rough.
it's looking a little bit rough. Just a little bit, though. Winnable, winnable.
Winnable. Do you see Disruptor? Does he actually have an Aghanim Scepter? Is that right? Oh my goodness, X-Nova. That is evil. That is so good.
Well, if things were bad, they just got a whole lot worse.
Yeah, what do you do against this? Like, Oh man, the whole idea with like reincarnation is you come back and you have BKB, but now you just don't.
Isn't
God,
Disruptor such a bully hero? Like in the early
Yeah,
game,
he
just
really
glimpses you
is.
back all the time. You can't leap out and stuff out of the kinetic field. And then he gets an axe on a static storm and you can't do anything? What a bully.
Dude, that's such a sick item build, man. He's just like brown boots into Ags. Yeah, whatever. I'm a disruptor.
Yeah. I'm a mid-disruptor. Let's go.
It's definitely like ruins every pub, but in a game like this where you're this far ahead and the Aghanim Scepter comes out this early, it's devastating to the side of Aster. Like you just can't actually fight into this ult.
Yeah, Disruptor's one of the only heroes that can really get away with this kind of thing, though, because he has so much cast range on all of his spells.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's so true. He really does. It's always the best feeling in the world when you get like one of the cast range items as well.
He probably had that earlier. Well, let's check. He didn't actually. Oh, unlucky.
Okay, smoked up from RNG. They're gonna grab the outpost so that they know on Aster that this is where they are. Boundless Strike does connect onto the Pango. He gets the beat. Oh, he's got an Aeon Disc. He assembles, and now Wraith King stuck inside the Static Storm. Ends up kind of wasting the ult though, as the rest of the team not anywhere near though. Under the cover of Moonlight Shadow, it looks like it's just gonna be RNG backing up. They don't want to risk this one.
Yeah, they didn't wanna. Oh, now they don't have Static Storm, and now Roshan is up already though. So this is the time for Aster to potentially mount a comeback.
Under the smoke, it's gonna pop as they get ready to go on the high ground. Boundless Strike once again onto the Pangolier. Glimpse will send it back, but big Sonic Wave connects onto 3 once again. The Wraith King gonna lose that reincarnation. You've already lost that. Mirani is gonna come back in with the BKB, but there it is. The Troll Warlord just gonna try and beat him down. If he gets a bash, he's certainly dead, and he does. Monkey gonna try and TP out. Beautiful snowball cancel there from Felix. They even find the Tidehunter on the backside. Doesn't even have an opportunity to ravage. That's it. They just tap out. Oh my god. RNG. That is shocking. How good of a game
Making it look
this
easy.
was.
Yeah, make it look very, very easy. And both of the victories very, very one-sided. And yeah, the draft was good. A little bit harder to execute, I would say, but they did it perfectly. They won the lanes they had to win. Okay, they crushed the lanes they had to crush. They crushed middle, they crushed top. Bottom was pretty even, but really all they needed to do is get the crop off to a good start, get the Pango off to a good start. They had no tools at all on Aster to come back after losing the top lane. Like, Monkey King is not a hero. It's practically a 4v6 at that point, because he's just walking money. Well done, well done. I'm very happy for RNG. They finally managed to figure it out.
Dude, that's so sick.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's so cool because like we finally see these, like a semi-conclusion of like a full playoff series, right? This is like the third series this team has played against each other, and now RNG up, 2-1. It's cool though, because we could see them play a fourth time, depending on what happens in the future games, which I'm all for that storyline.
Let's see where it goes. But for now, RNG, they have the advantage. They take the game against Team Aster 2-1. They take the series and they take the tie between them. 2-1, they're up right now. And they did it in dominant fashion. My goodness, this is... Unfortunately, we only get the two extremes of this RNG lineup. Either they're this dominant or it's not, Let's just put it that way. But gentlemen, this game... The Aster draft, it looked interesting, it looked engaging, it looked like, all right, we're going to have something incredible to do here, especially with these supports. But this support Monkey King on the pause 5 completely didn't work out. And it was bad enough that at some point, they started ignoring him. He'd use Wukongs and they'd be like, okay, bro, we're going to go fight everybody else, kill them, then we'll just come back like it's nothing. It was, wow, incredible performance from RNG. But for me, as much as Somnus obviously did Somnus things in 12-0-2, definitely took the advice of, this lane has to go really well. Now we obviously know that they were definitely watching our stream to get that advice. But this Chalice performance, guys, this was a really good Pangolier game. And Black, talk us through why this was so good. I mean, you were saying that this hero can be OP. Was this a good demonstration of what you can get out of this Pango?
Oh, definitely. Like, you can now easily win the lane because you're no longer forced to max your Swashbuckle. You can just max the W instead. It deals so much damage, it slows so much, it gives you damage reduction in lane, so you can never be out-traded. You couple that up with an Orb of Corrosion, and I think at level 1 you have something silly like 32% slow, or something like that. And it's just so strong, especially in combination with the Disruptor, and it deals a ton of damage with his Thunder Strike and right clicks. If Pangolier dominates a lane like this, like I don't see, unless you have a hard count of the Pangolier like a Bloodseeker, how he doesn't just dominate games. Like, just look at this team play, just rolls in. What can you do? Nothing. You don't have BKBs. It's too early.
Yeah. Not only do you not have BKBs, but it sets up perfectly and magnificently for these kinetic fields, these static storms, and we saw so many of them land flush on the key targets to set up for this follow-up Sonic Wave from Somnus. And speaking of Somnus, Ricky, does a game get any more perfect than this as a Queen of Pain? Honestly, like when was the last time you saw? Okay, to be fair, that's not fair. This hero's OP, but what could you possibly have done to beat this Somnus Queen of Pain, given how well he performed, how well it started, and how well he kept going?
Yeah, so like there's not much more you can ask out of your mid laner. Like giving him the first Aegis was absolutely the correct decision. It was one of the best things that could have happened this game. But Somnus absolutely crushed it. We've seen over and over and over again how much work he can do when he's given a good game. And I will say, I think he is probably one of the best performers in the entirety of the DPC. Like in terms of like his game impact, his skill, like how well he plays each of these heroes, like he has been an all-star. But sometimes like it just the rest of the draft doesn't really work out, but it's not usually a result of Somnus misplaying. And yeah, you got to be happy with what he did this game. He hit almost every single fight, like multi-hero Sonic Waves. This one bottom lane was absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous, the performance that we saw from the Quap. The God King also played incredibly as well, but because of how well it was coming from Somnus and Chalice, he didn't really have to shine all that much, honestly. He could have just sat back, would have been cool. Regrettably for Team Aster, them going for a little bit of a curveball in the third and deciding game with the Ori Snapfire, with the Pulse 5 Monkey King, didn't really work out. Here we're going to see another fight where this Monkey King can do nothing. Normally, Wukong's command has an impact in the fight, but you can just watch his Wraith King die, but has no material impact on the fight itself. And we did get to see, Black, you mentioned how many times, you mentioned it in the draft, how many times Monkey King usually provides value for his team by moving around in the trees. This game couldn't really do that. So congratulations to the side right now of RNG for securing their third victory, for securing a win, and for securing themselves guaranteed top 3 winner bracket final. Now though, you know, shockingly, that was the easy part, right? Now you have to go and prepare to play PSG.LGD. So with what, about 12, 18 hours to go prepare for that one, what do you think, Black? Do you see enough from RNG here to think that they can mount a good challenge against PSG.LGD by the time they get there?
I feel like against a team like LGD, you can't really have consistency issues, and I still see a lot of them in RNG. So I'm still going to say LGD. I do think, though, they have definitely what it takes to take a map off them. I don't think they're going to take the serious, though.
What about you, Ricky? You're feeling a bit more bullish about the side based on what we've seen here today? Let's say, for example, tomorrow we have another draft where Somnus is free to play from the mid lane, right? Under those conditions, maybe not even then?
I would say tomorrow, if they do similar to what they did in drafts like 1 and 2 and 1 and 3, where they just pick stronger lanes and they don't have to rely on Somnus, like as like in game 2, their whole game plan is like Somnus has to just like carry us. Like that was pretty much what has to happen. And then just like, yeah, we're just gonna shut Somnus's game down because our side lanes were so weak. And I feel like if they just pick stronger lanes like they did in games 1 and 3, they can do it. Like they have the skill. I absolutely think so. Like Black is right when he says they could definitely take a map off of LGD, but draft is going to matter a lot for RNG. I think for them specifically, that's where they have either shined or really struggled.
Well, we are going to be hearing directly from one of the winners who have just come from victory, and a man who certainly did not struggle here in this third game. Chalice from A Royal Never Give Up. Welcome. Thank you for joining us, good sir. Please tell us, after such a dominant performance on that Pangolier, should everybody just ban this hero against you?
恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利，尤其是在上一把这么精彩的发挥之后，你觉得现在大家是不是应该要尊重一下你的滚滚，然后开始办他了？
这个是因为他英雄本身的强度比较高吧，就是第2把也是他们选了滚滚，所以就是拿下了。
I think Pango is just overall a very strong hero. I think game 2 they picked Pango and they won that game as well. So I think that's because of Pangolier.
Absolutely, Pango, a magnificent hero right now. And speaking of heroes, though, in that game 3 where you had the Pango, they opted to do something somewhat interesting, right? Putting the Snapfire middle and having the Monkey King on the pause 5. How did your team react when you saw that? Was it something that you anticipated them doing, or was it just as surprising for you as it was for us?
第3把的话，其实对面的分人很有意思，就是当你选到滚滚的时候，我们发现对面大圣摆到了5号位，然后把电源选手放到了中单。你们当时搬选的时候，有想到对面可能会这么分吗？
没有，当时我很害怕，当时我感觉我线上要被打烂了，当时很害怕。然后他们突然选了个骷髅王，然后大圣转5，然后萨尔跑来上路之后，就怎么说呢？突然游戏变得很轻松了起来。
I was really afraid of me losing the lane really hard when I saw their draft first, and then suddenly they picked Race King, and then suddenly they move Monkey King to post 5, and I was really afraid of me losing the lane, but then I figured out Disruptor is going to top, and I just feel so good. I knew I'm gonna have a good game.
Absolutely, a dominant game at that. And, you know, does it play on your mind as you were playing that game? Were you guys thinking just about that game against Team Aster, or were you thinking also about what you have to do tomorrow when you need to play against PSG.LGD?
就是打的时候，包括现在，就是之前是一直只关注于 Aster 吗？还是也有考虑过后续的一些可能像明天要对阵到老干爹的情况？
没有想那么多吧，就是谁来都一样嘛，就怎么说呢，打好自己的就行了吧，正常的就正常打吧，不会说，就是说主要还是看 BP 吧。
I think it's all the same for us. We don't really overthinking too much. We just focus on our game right now. And for me, the most important thing is draft.
The most important thing is draft. Black, you mentioned to us before many times on the broadcast how important drafts are, right? Do you want to ask them some questions about what was going through their mind and how they actually crafted all of that together?
Yeah, like in game, I actually was most curious about the difference between game 1 and 2. Like in game 1, you drafted Storm Spirit very early, and he had an amazing game. In game 2, you did that again, but he didn't really manage to perform in that game. And I just wanted to ask like, the difference between those games.
想问一下，就是前2场比赛，因为都选了蓝猫嘛，但是第1把发挥的特别好，然后第2把就感觉打得很难受。我想问一下，就是你们自己的角度来说的话，你觉得是为什么呢？
可能是因为就是他们比较熟练用女王中路，就是来搓我们的蓝猫吧，就是通过摇人的方法，就是我们训练有这样选过人打过，就是但他们选的不是女王，所以打出来效果还行，我们就这么选了。就是像今天老干爹也这么选，其实就是他们训练被我们这么选干了。然后但是发现打塔队他们选了个女王，然后主要还是2条边路选弱了吧。狼人跟血魔给不到他们边路压力，他们的酱油不用管边路，就一直往中打，然后就这把游戏就玩不了了。
I think we had a really good result first picking Storm first face against other teams in Scream, as well as against PSG.LGD. I think LGD brings that first face Storm is because we won a game during Scream against them, drafting like that. But the problem with second game is really we pick 2 really weak side laner, Lycan and Bloodseeker. Their support is really good at roaming to the mid. It's very strong combined with Queen of Pen, and our side laner can't even pressure their lane. So Aster support can just roam to mid constantly without any pressure. That's why we lost game 2.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to ask as well, right? You've played now 3 series back to back to back against the side of Team Aster, and you've now come away on top. You're victorious. Do you think that it made a difference? Did it help having played so many games against them to give you that familiarity against them? And now that you've won, do you feel like you've gotten this monkey off your back and it's a lot easier now to play up against the stronger teams as well?
之前的话跟 Aster 也一直交手嘛，然后这次应该第3次交手了，然后这次取得了胜利。心态上来说，对你们会不会也是一种提升？就是赢了这么多次之后，会不会对自己现在打法也比较自信，然后帮助你们去处理后面的比赛呢？
没有吧，就正常看着打吧，反正就是
来，
信心肯定会有提升嘛，但主要还是说阵容上选择吧，就是不出问题就行了。
I think it's definitely a little boost to our confidence. But overall, I still think draft day is the most important thing. It's just a normal victory for us.
Ricky, I know you've been quite intrigued with the nature of this team in particular as they've been coming up in this season. Do you want to ask him some questions as well before we send him home to celebrate his victorious victory?
Sure. Yeah. I initially want to talk about the storyline. I guess my question for you is, who do you want to be facing in? Say you guys take the series over LGD. You know what I mean? Obviously, you got to do that first. But if you guys make it to the grand finals, which team do you want to see there, and why is it Aster?
就是想问一下，就是我们说，假如这个 RNG 下一场就是过了老干爹这一关，然后这个总决赛的话，你们想跟谁打呢？就是有没有可能想再跟 Aster 打一场呢？
讲道理的话，Aster 因为刚刚回国的原因，他们状态不太好吧，所以我觉得就算能侥幸赢下老干爹的话，决赛遇到的应该还是老干爹吧，就是可能老干爹打起来更有质量一点吧。
To be honest, I think Aster is not overall in a good shape right now because some of their players just go back to China and they are not training together. So even if we get really lucky that we win the series next against LGD, I think LGD probably still gonna face us in the grand final, and it will be a better quality game as well.
Nice, a good old rematch. I love to hear it. Hope to see you guys there.
My last question for you here, Chalice, is given everything that's happening, you're back now in a team with Somnus, you're back with X-Nova. Are we going to see the three of you back again competing for the Aegis? What do you rate your chances of getting all the way back into the grand finals once more?
现在跟 maybe 和 Chanova 重新组队了，然后有没有机会再一次的向冠军队发起冲击呢？我们再一次看到你们可能如果有机会的话，出现在 TI 决赛的这种机会，大概你觉得是多少？
多少我不知道吧，总得往那边总得有机会吧，总得往那边冲一下吧。这机会我就不知道了呀，得看一看运气啊，看版本。
I don't know about the chance that we're getting there, but you definitely have to set a goal and have to fight for it. But it really depends on the luck. I mean, you have to consider about the patch, if the patch is good for you or not.
As he said, the draft is the most important thing. And as you've always been, humble as ever, even in victory. Chalice, thank you so much, not just for the game, but for all you've done for the scene over the last few years. You've been an inspiration in your role. Thank you. And we're going to release you now to go celebrate your victory with your team. You have a very important game to prepare for tomorrow. So thank you very much for your time, Chalice, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你能够享受剩下的比赛。
谢谢。
So with this now at the very end, Chalice, the one last thing we want to ask you though, before we completely let you go. Oh, he's gone. Well, you let him go. You let him go. Just like in the game, you can't contain Chalice, right? Chalice is out here. Chalice is going to move as he desires. But now they need to go and prepare, get themselves ready for this all-important game tomorrow against PSG.LGD. Whilst they're doing that, unfortunately, Team Aster has dropped down to the lower bracket, and they need to make the difficult climb if they want to get a rematch against either of the teams that they really want to beat. We see this bracket. Tomorrow, we finally have some elimination that's going to be happening. EHOME and Team Aster really going to be thinking hard about how to progress with their day, but PSG.LGD and RNG looking quite hot. Close games all around, but who do we think is going to be the team that's eliminated first here? Because you might say normally that Team Aster is the more highly rated team, but we just heard from Chalice right now that the team might not necessarily be in the best cohesive shape, just given circumstances on the ground. Erstwhile, EHOME has been spending an entire week just doing nothing else but prepping, boot camping, and training together. So under these conditions, gentlemen, who do you have your money on? Who's staying in the tournament when we come in tomorrow?
So, do you want to go, Black?
I mean, you can go first. Your boys playing first. So
Yeah.
your boys are playing first. You gotta go first.
All right. So for me, I've been a huge fan of EHOME this whole season, and so for me, I think they're gonna do it. I really do. There's something about them, like they're just gonna pull things together here. It's lives on the line. I think they can definitely pull a top 3 finish. So as much as I don't want to say goodbye to Aster, I am going to say I think they're going to be the first team eliminated tomorrow.
I gotta say, both of these teams, though, they really gotta iron out their drafts. Like that's what held them back. But that's what held both of them back massively today. And I think whoever can adjust better for tomorrow is just going to take the series.
Yep, as Chalice said, drafts right now probably the most important thing in Dota. So of course tomorrow we'll be seeing what drafts are presented for both of these teams before they have to face elimination. But for today, it's a jubilant day. We celebrate PSG.LGD and the side of RNG in what promises to be a titanic matchup tomorrow. They've earned their place there. They've both earned themselves an additional piece of cash, guaranteed $15,000. But they are here for DPC points and they're here to qualify for TI. So as we're about to close it out right now, gentlemen, it's been a good day. It's been a fun day. I don't think we're going to be getting too many surprises tomorrow. However, let's of all the teams you saw here today, right? All 4, EHOME, Team Aster, RNG, and PSG.LGD. Obviously, PSG.LGD is still one of the best teams in the world, but it kind of feels like, with the exception of RNG, that the other 2 teams aren't playing at the same level as they were during regular league play. So what must change, right? What do we need to? Is it a mental block, right? Or is it just one of those things where the pressure of being in a top 4 tournament change? You're not playing in as relaxed a fashion, and you can't actually display your full skill set going forward.
I think Aster is like the one team that looks like surprisingly different from what we saw in the main season. Like some of it is draft related, some of it could just be like like Chalice was saying, where they just got back into China on some of their players, but EHOME looks surprisingly similar to what I remember EHOME looking like during the season. Like they have games where they were really hot and games where they were really cold, and that was something that Black talked about a lot during the season. It was very new to the CNDPC. Normally, teams are consistent. This is like a region that's known for consistency, but this season we saw a lot of teams struggling with that specifically. So I would say for me, Aster is the one that looks very different today from what we saw, only a few weeks back.
Let's hope that that's not going to hold them back tomorrow. Let's hope that they can do something. Give us 3 games. So Black, R Cryptic, thank you so much for joining us today. And thank you, everybody in the audience, for being with us for this action. Please make sure to go and give the boys some love. R Cryptic, where can the people find you on the socials?
I'm at R Cryptic on everywhere. You won't be able to spell it correctly, but that's part of the fun.
Black, I'm sure you can provide a little bit of a lower spelling challenge than R Cryptic. So how can the people access and find you online?
Well, I haven't practiced it for a while. Black Dota 2 on Twitter, Black Dota TV on Twitch, Black Dota TV on Instagram. Yeah. Woo! Let's go.
Hey, see, even if he hasn't practiced, the man still has the reflex. What a guy. Of course, you can make sure to follow me on Snaregrodamus on Twitter, Snarecasting here on Twitch, and Snarecasting also on Instagram. But we'll do you all the favor, and we're going to post everything in the chat for you in quite a minute. Make sure to follow Perfect World Esports as well. We'll post that as well. And of course, our boy B-Cop was here earlier today. Make sure to show him some love at BCop92 on most of the socials. B-Cop right here on Twitch, and you'll be able to get along with him, find out more about him, and see the content outside of just these China finals of the DPC. Well, gentlemen, day 1 of the regional finals here in China have now concluded. Day 2 has eliminations and a guaranteed team earning DPC points. The road to TI could very well start tomorrow, so make sure that you are here for it. Until then, we will see you, and we're done for the day. This is Snare, our Cryptic and Black, signing out for now. Until next time.